For the uninitiated, hashtag SMLive is India's first live conference to discuss the trends that shape the present and future of social media. In the era of social distancing, it was social media that came to the rescue to keep us informed, connected, and even entertained. We learned how to cook, how to meditate, and what not, all in the realm of digital and social media. More importantly, it was just good to know we're in it together and we still are. Well, a tribute to the medium which defines our purpose and existence. The conference is our endeavor to bring the best minds from the social media sphere together on one platform for intellectual exchange. So, SM Live this year is a tad more special. With industry veterans joining us, today we'll be discussing the trends that have shaped the industry in the last year, all from the rise and rise of social audio to moment marketing, social commerce, and snackable content. We are also going live on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Twitter. You can watch us live there as well. Our tweet you can do by hashtagging hashtag SMLive. Also, I'd like to thank our bronze partner, PixArt, and gifting partner, Perfetti and Layers. Before we begin the sessions, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now invite on our virtual stage Hitesh Rajwani, CEO, Social Samosa Network. Thank you so much, Hitesh, for joining us. Over to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are having a great time. We're just going to be joined by Hitesh shortly. Hi, Hitesh, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us. Hitesh, I believe you're on mute. Just requesting you to unmute, please.
Right. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So thank you, Bhavna, for the lovely introduction to the property and Social Samosa. It's an honor to have you as a host with us today. Guys, I won't take much of your time. Bhavna has already introduced what SMLive is. I would like to wish each and every one of you a very happy social media day. Thank you for sparing out time on a Wednesday to celebrate the day with us. We've been talking about social media trends that shape the present and future of social media. I would just like to give you a sense of where we are coming from today. So most of the trends that we've identified come from consumer insights. And like for us, this community of advertisers and marketers are the consumers. And we've been listening to your conversations. We understand that some of the topics, like say a short video, has been dominating conversations in marketing and advertising boardrooms, or regional content and vernacular marketing is something which every brand manager out there wants to tap on. And then we also have we also have conversations happening around social audio, around social commerce. So every conversation or every session that we've curated today is curated keeping in mind these insights from our community. And I would love to have you guys engage with all the speakers today. Do share your thoughts with us on the chat box here, and as well as on other social media platforms. You can use hashtag SMLive. And over to you, Bhavna, to introduce the first session.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Hitesh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is all happening right now, and I'd request all of you to keep hashtagging hashtag SMLive. So as Hitesh rightly said, it is now time, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, to invite on stage our first speaker for the day. Well, we're joined by Ajit Varghese, the Chief Commercial Officer at Sharechat, as he speaks on language, video, and AI, creating exponential value in a social world. Thank you so much, Ajit, for joining us. We request you to now join us on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, keep hashtagging hashtag SMLive, and I hope we all have a great day today, which is all planned for you. So requesting Ajit Varghese to now join us on the virtual stage.
Hi, Bhavna. This is Ajit here.
Pleasure. Welcome, Ajit. Over to you.
Cool. Bhavna, how do I make there is a small presentation that I put through. So can I upload that?
Yes, please. Please do that. Would you like to do the screen share? We'll help you on the same. We'll just get that done. Could we have the screen share enabled for Ajit and his presentation on, please? Yeah, Ajit, I think now you have the sharing capacity as well. Would you like to share the screen and start the presentation?
Yeah, just one second.
Ajit, by the way, I love the background which you have.
I had no other option to put there.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what a great day it is. We all are present and keep hashtagging SM Live. Let's understand from the experts today what's in store.
I don't think it's allowing me to present from here.
It's still not, Ajit. Let me just get that rectified. Team, could we have the presentation please enabled for Ajit? Meanwhile, Ajit, we'd love your opening comments on your presentation. If you could do that, meanwhile we'll get the team
Yeah.
to rectify.
In fact, I'll just start even if we don't have that presentation in front of us, so that our viewers and our listeners can continue to enjoy what we are talking about. I think first and foremost, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. In fact, it's a very nice day for me to come in today, because Moj completed 1 year of operations in India today. We launched Moj exactly a year back.
Wow,
Tomorrow is our birthday, and quite a nice topic to give me today to explain, how in the whole social ecosystem, what's our secret to success and how our growth has been, right? And I would love to share that with all of you on what is the journey so far. First and foremost, I mean, if I look at a journey, what we started off as a sharing platform for the larger Bharat or India, as you speak, because we always knew that, if you look at English language penetration in India is roughly 10%, and that's where I think most of the global players and most of the Indian players so far in the internet space, with 99% pages in English, has been dominating, right? And that's where the play has been. Now, I think the co-founders, Farid, Ankush, and Bhanu, realized that there is a distinct segment of India which is large enough, like 90% of India, which is still the untapped potential. And that's how they started this company. So our first mode to success has been language. And that's the clear definition. A lot of times, I mean, it's not as if a lot of times we are not tempted to launch it in English. We always have questions, should we do English? But one thing is very clear. Our secret to success has been language. Now, whether it is in the sharing and discovering space, which is, our ecosystem started as a sharing platform. Soon a lot of people started coming and wanted more content, and when people started coming, more and more people started coming, we realized that, each of these segments of people or cohorts of people that we talk about have different tastes and preferences, and that's how the entire personalization started picking up. So therefore our discoverability had to be a lot more personalized, and that's the secret of success. So one, language. Second is this whole, I mean, the second point that I would love to raise is that if you look at the last 5 years, the surge of video, that has been a critical factor of our success. I think, and that you would have observed across, right? Where the text and the image sharing has actually come down, and the video sharing has gone down. See, however, if you look at video sharing as a phenomenon, search is an industry phenomenon. But what's that secret, and what's that key core metric that which has risen because of the video search, is that we believe that everybody is a creator today. And that is the secret of our success in the last 1 year. If you look at when we launched Moj, we have created this entire 120 million users today on Moj, and around hundreds and thousands of creators in the ecosystem. And that has beautifully created an influencer marketing and creator ecosystem. So to me, the secret of our success is this whole, mode of language, our ability to build an ecosystem which is in the creator and the influencer marketing ecosystem, which is tapping onto the surge of video. And the third bit is the art of personalization. I think AI is the secret sauce. I mean, if you ask me, one thing that we all of us want to be in a stage, we want to be the best AI company from India.
Sure.
Because
so I think we do have the screen share enabled. We'd love to have your presentation on. So could you just try that before we...
I can try once more.
So ladies and gentlemen, keep hashtagging #SMLive. This is all happening today at this wonderful event. We hope you all are having a great time while as Ajit is going to be going on to the presentation bit as well. Ajit, are you able to do that right now? How sweet. I'm seeing a lot of our attendees doing hashtag here as well. That's great. Okay, perfect, Ajit.
Is it coming?
Yes, Ajit, we can. If you just like to do in the full screen mode, would you like that?
Yeah, just give me a second.
Yes, please.
It's just
because with the presentation, it just makes a tad more special impact.
How do I make that full screen? Just give me a second.
Yes, no worries, Ajit. Thank you. I can see Aman also type in hashtag SMLive 2021. That's great. Thank you so much on that. We're having so many of our attendees, our panelists, all hashtagging. Do propose the event to everyone on social media. Let's get the ball rolling.
Is it full screen now? Because I in my screen it is showing, showing us full screen here.
No worries, Ajit. We can do with this. Not a problem. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Is it full screen now?
No, it's fine, Ajit. We can as and well see the screen, so don't worry on that.
No worries. Okay, cool. So I was just talking about. Can you see what is the slide there?
So I can see language, video, and AI creating exponential value in a social world. I can see that slide right now.
It's not moving.
Would you like to take it ahead? Scroll down, Ajit.
I have scrolled down here, but it's not moving.
Hi, sorry to barge in. So this is the backend team which is handling these presentations. Ajit, you can just let us know if you have to move back and forward.
That's why I was wondering how
yes.
I'm trying to click here. It's fine.
Yeah.
Cool. We can move on to the next slide. I mean, as far as my opening was about, is this whole mode about language, video, and AI. I mean, today we are talking about Sharechat, which has been there for 5 years now. We are talking about 160 million users on the ecosystem on a monthly basis, with almost 92 billion monthly video views. In the last 1 year, Moj has reached 120 million monthly users with almost 90 billion. So as an overall ecosystem with Sharechat and Moj today, we are talking about 280 million active users on a monthly basis. And that secret sauce has been unraveled because of this power of AI, the ability to do matchmaking, which is how does consumers, what are the kind of interest consumers have, what are the kind of discoverability of long tail content is, which was otherwise, we used to have these content sharing in WhatsApp and other formats, which we used to call it dark social. Now it's actually come to the mainstream, where people have hyper local, very different taste, long tail content coming to mainstream sharing. So that's the secret of our success. Go to the next slide, please. So if you look at that untapped potential, the users that we are talking about, it's the 90% scale. I mean, today when we are talking about the English speaking audience, we are talking about around 100 to 125 million people, and the rest 90% are language first users. I think that therein lies the Bharat. I know a lot of us have been in the industry hearing about building brands, building markets across so many years. I've been talking about reaching the real India, and today there is an opportunity there, which we have around 280 million profiles, which can really be language first users. And that's critical to both the way India is growing, the way brands needs to capture more markets and build brands to the larger India. Next slide, please. So if you look at where is our community lying from today, I mean, we are looking at this point in time, we are on Sharechat, we are a bit more south heavy because we started there first, almost 67 million there. We are talking about north, which is around 40 odd million, and the rest is distributed between west and east. So mainly, if you look at this tier-wise distribution, we are not talking about tier one heavy users. We are not competing in a space where Facebook, Google, already OTT space, everybody's already there. We are competing in a space which is tier 3 and tier 4 and tier 2 towns, which is the mass Indian population, and bringing them on internet. And most of these, move on to the next slide. most of these guys are young people. Most of these people are first-time users, which are probably the last 3 to 5 years have come onto internet. They are highly local across 50 languages, distributed across 500 plus towns and cities across India. If you look at today, as Hitesh just mentioned, any brand, any client is looking at this untapped market potential, and everybody has an agenda of market expansion, and perfectly this ShareChat fits into that ecosystem. And the key mode there again is the language and ability of brands to use languages. I could go on explaining various languages. Even for example, one of the mutual fund category AMFI, the way we actually did is, let's not do one ad across the entire platform. We actually helped them create 8 different language ads across and started targeting across geographies, and that gave them effective, much better ROI on marketing rather than putting just one English ad on the ecosystem. So that's how brands have started using our ecosystem. Let's go to the next slide. I was talking about the video, surge in video, and I think if you can see this chart, effectively in the last 5 years, video consumption is almost close across the entire industry, has gone up to almost 50%. In our ecosystem in ShareChat, Moj is essentially a completely video ecosystem. Even in ShareChat, almost 75 odd percent or 80% of consumption happens on video. I think what is critical in this videos coming to center stage, next slide please, is actually becoming the #1 short video platform for influencers. I think that is the critical factor. Today, everybody in India people who have a phone which has a video capability can become a creator, can become an influencer. We have all of these faces you have seen have come in the last 1 to 3 years of our being, right? These are not film stars, or these are not big celebrities. These are celebrities which are born in the influencer marketing ecosystem, and that's the secret sauce today. And there are, these are just a list of a few big ones, but we have a plethora of tens and thousands of people within the micro celebrities, macro influencers, and mega influencers. And the way brands today find avenue to use their power of influence to reach out their consumers has actually touched a nerve, and that's where the future lies. Obviously, a lot of these conversations, whether it is the mode of language, whether it's the video search, eventually starts picking up, starts following traction and build a business. Come to the next slide, please. Is obviously the technology platform that fuels the engine, right? At the end of the day, if you ask me what is the entire secret sauce behind this, whether it's discoverability, whether it's video, whether it is how consumers are getting their content match, their interest match, their social behavior, the signals they are doing in the app, how is it being captured, how zillions of data points are quickly managed into thousands and hundreds in milliseconds, and help consumers or users discover those new fresh content which match their taste, match their signals, and match their interest, is the absolute key factor. We continue to invest heavily on this one. Our talent pool in AI currently is there in India, US, and in UK to continue building this engine. Obviously, and if you look at the same engine of AI is actually fueling the entire ad ecosystem also, right? If you look at how the ad ecosystem is working, it's the same methodology, same brain which is working behind the scenes to look at how we build return on spend, build trust for the advertisers, build more and more tools which can give you a ROI measurement, which can fuel further performance, fuel the performance engine. And last but not least, giving access to those influencers for brands to use, and make sure that they have that that one-on-one connection, that personal connection in a language that they prefer. So whether it's so these are the four big metrics that we use to fuel the ad ecosystem as well as the content ecosystem. I can go on explain more if there are any other questions on this one. But as you go to the next slide, there are almost 1,000 plus clients today per month that trust us already in our ecosystem. Next slide, please. Now, whether it is brand marketing, now there are feed ads, there are genre-wise taste, how people go into genres like gaming, social, astrology, romance, films, movies. So there are many feed-based ecosystem that we have. We also have very high amount of high impact properties like roadblocks, or deeper funnel metrics like first the FP first page interstitials, top views and stuff like that. So we have interactive web cards that are possible, which are how consumer tastes and content preferences can be matched with their ad content, and therefore increase the probability of clicking or any other deep run metrics like register and stuff like that. So lots of these formats are being created, and brand marketing is being done, including now the new format. Obviously, we all know about hashtags. We have started opening up merge for hashtags, and using the entire creator and influencer marketing ecosystem. Like one of the examples that we had was Fanta. We did it 2 months back, and we almost generated 625 billion views. And this I would call a medium success today, because we are now confident, even with a low scale initiative, we can even reach up to around 600 billion. So we are very confident now that we can go up to a 1 billion view number, and organically. So that's the kind of trust brands are putting on here. Next slide. We have 30% of our business is coming from performance clients, which is using high deep audience insights, server metrics like frequency capping, or targeting variables, or location variables, custom audiences, lookalike audiences, or deep getting into more content affinity, user interests and stuff, and even device targeting, etc. And all of this being used in machine learning to learn from the past, and looking at what consumer signals are we capturing, and how are these being tapped to keep improving the performance of clients. And maybe if I look at maybe 6-7 months back, our performance business was 10% of our overall business. Today it's almost 30% of that business. And all of this that I spoke about is that power of AI which is kicking in. And as we go into future, this will keep improving because of the ML and AI. Next slide, please. Last but not the least, I just wanted to mention that we have now just in this month end have launched the beta version of Sharechat ads platform, which is a self-serve platform that we have, which is to basically allow and make the larger part of Indian clients, which is the SMBs and the MSMEs, to start using this ecosystem on a self-serve platform in a way that they could reach out to the mass audience of India, and also improved ROI without having to worry about reaching out directly to us. We are making this platform available to them, where they can optimize, have creative solutions, use various different formats, and track performance on a regular basis. And that's something that we have already launched. This will become a big initiative as we go into the next 6 months. Next slide, please. So I would say that I wanted to use this opening session more to fuel up this thought about this whole conversation about language, video, and the ability to create an ecosystem like Sharechat plus Moz as an example, to say that how social world, how our short video app ecosystem has fueled up India into a completely new way of working, and that allows the marketers, advertisers, and even partnerships, content publishers to look at the larger Bharat in a more seamless way, rather than calling it an untapped market or we have always been talking it of as a potential, but never tapped it. I'll just leave this all of you with a small video that I have in the end. Next slide. If you can play that video. Can you play that video, please? Sorry, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, Ajit, we can hear you. We're just getting it sorted in terms of the video. Just allow us a moment.
Yeah. I think maybe you have downloaded a PDF. It's fine. I think we can move on. I mean, we can take some questions, or from the panelists, or from the listeners, because I think this is a PDF document that you've downloaded.
Absolutely, could be the reason out there. I'm just going to be requesting if Hitesh could join us online. He'd love to ask and converse certain questions with you, Ajit. Firstly, wonderful presentation right there. It's always great having you on the platform. We'd love now if Hitesh would like to join. And as I can see, there are many questions which have come in from the audience as well. Also, thank you to all who've been tweeting and hashtagging. I think that's what spreads, and it's all about social media today. So I think nothing better than hashtagging today and spreading the word. So let me see if Hitesh would like to join in. But there's one thing before Hitesh joins in. I'd just like to put in, Ajit, is that the Duty Ghosh asked that brand asks common question: how to measure the return on spend for influencer marketing. Ajit, if you'd just like to take that up before I'd have Hitesh join us.
Yeah. I think it's a very good question, right? There's no perfect science there, but currently, at the current stage, we are looking at more engagement with the influencer, like likes and interactions, and all of that. I think that's the primary metric of measurement, wherein people, the users are liking it, users are engaging, users are. But eventually, I think the success of influencer marketing will go into commerce, and that's something that we are developing as we speak. We have the technology of video commerce, but what we are currently looking at is that, is it scalable? Like the example of China, the real success of influencer marketing will come when the video commerce and live streaming, etc., starts, and then brands find benefit that they're able to either interact more with our consumers, or engage more, or sell more.
Sure. Ajit, we do have Hitesh right now who's joined us. Hitesh, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Ajit, for the amazing session. I think it was great to know the strength and capabilities of Sharechat as a platform, and like it's great to see an Indian platform growing to that scale at this point. And congratulations to you and the team for the first year completion in India. So, like Ajit, like I know that initially you were talking about the kind of factors that contributed to the growth of ShareChat. Like, if you could share, like, if you could like broadly tell me like one or two things that you think really drove the growth for ShareChat from say about zero to what it is today. Even Moj, you said that as a short video platform, it is touching 120 million or so. So that is a huge number to scale in a span of 1 year, and I'm sure there is a lot of learning for other businesses also to see how to scale to that extent. So, what are some of the factors you've identified? What are those 2, 3 growth mantras that you've seen as a platform in India?
So, Hitesh, I mean, thank you so much for your kind words. I'll also, if I look at our 5-year journey, obviously, ShareChat has been there for 5 years, Moj has been there for 1 year, right? So, if I ask me what are the kind of inflection points that we had at various stages, I would put it in 4 points, and I will put the 5th point as future. Okay, and we feel there is a future inflection point also, right? So I think the first inflection point is finding this whole moat about, if you look at our ecosystem in the last 10 years or 15 years, all of us have been introduced to internet ecosystem, social ecosystem, or any other, has been done mainly by global players and mainly on English, right? And even today, for example, all of these guys have 99% of the pages are in English. So a large part of Bharat uh, is still, you know, a bit hesitant to come into a medium where it's English speaking audiences, right? So I would, I mean, if I was a very language first audience, I would not like to write Malayalam in an English dominated my friends and followers, right? So to me, so people may be downloading it, people may be just viewing it. So for content and stuff like that. So people are viewing it for content, people are just looking at it for sharing and stuff like that. But it is, and a large part of the sharing ecosystem is on WhatsApp and dark social, which nobody used to tag it, nobody used to, discover it. It is only in smaller groups or smaller friend circles that, much larger India used to share it, and nobody at the national level used to tag it or track it, right? So I think launching Sharechat on that platform where you can find more and more stuff to share, which are not mainstream media, that was the first inflection point. So a simple video platform or a image platform with a share button, that was the first launch. So all that people had to do is find something, share, and that itself found a good traction. So suddenly, when the movement started happening, and then what happened is a lot of stuff. People started coming back to the ecosystem. Like, if I found a good morning wish, if I found a particular cricket video and I have shared it, but I want to share more because our social influence and social equity is driven by what we share and what we communicate with our friends and larger families and stuff like that, right? So people started coming back. When people started coming back, then I think the second inflection point as is, so therefore there has to be a lot more content than initially we thought that it is only a sharing platform. It became a discover platform. So you can come and discover the long tail of India, because there is this long tail content which nobody kind puts in share medium. And and if you look at why that happens is because if you look at the evolution of Facebook and the initial part of social ecosystem, it happens via friends. Like, I'm your friend, you're my friend, we share commonalities, we share content, right? But in the new ecosystem, it's all driven by algorithms, which is like you have sent, it's not only based on your followership. Just because you follow somebody or just because you have tick marks certain things, that doesn't mean I'll keep only showing that content to you. But the critical part is, because you have given me your preferences, you have shared your interest or you have shared your signals, my machine learning is able to capture that interest and identify you and throw up much more variety of content for you to discover. And that became the fuel of future. So the second inflection point happened because of this whole discovery mode. And the third bit is personalization, which is the AI-led personalization. Suddenly we realize the whole of India is so much diverse. And this is not just driven by us, right? If you look at global success of TikTok, and you can say that it's the power of AI, because everybody uses the platform, feels that the platform is for me, because it has matched itself, the algorithm has matched itself so well that you feel this platform is for you and I feel the platform is for me, because it has captured our interests and tastes very, very well. And the last bit is obviously because of an unfortunate incident like COVID happened, and then there are subsequent events that happened in India. We launched Merge. For us, it was a bit fortunate opportunity time to launch our Merge platform, which helped us grow almost 120 million in last 1 year. And a lot of apps has come in, right? But to me, the success of our app, and when I say that, at this point in time, we feel that we are on the right path and right success journey. We are still not over. We are just started, according to me. But the metric of success is good because we are the number one app on the short video space after TikTok has gone. We are able to get our influencer marketing ecosystem much ahead of time. We are able to, we are able to get an ecosystem of Sharechat and Merge 280 million profiles in a way that advertiser can today call us a large social player to reach around 250 million audiences. So there are 3-4 inflection points if you see how we have grown across 3 or 4 years. And the last bit, which we are still in progress, is the commerce, which is how do we develop this whole angle of video commerce? And it's still on a drawing board. Technology is not the issue. We are thinking of how to scale it up.
Right. So, and one of the challenges I've also seen with other platforms, also the rising or the growing platform, is that they might have a good user base, and even brands and businesses might be interested in exploring the platform. But they don't have the kind of ad tech capabilities to provide scale.
Yeah.
And when it scale, like when brands are looking at investing in a platform, and they look at the kind of scale the platform can offer. So what is ShareChat's plan of action for that? Is the ad tech capability stack ready for you, or like you've already accounted that?
Yeah. In fact, like you rightly mentioned, one is the scale, and second is the ad tech capabilities, right? So that, it's both hand in hand has to work together, right? So I've already spoken about the scale bit, but if you look at the ad tech capabilities, apart from the AI, we have spoken about, you know, the return on investment, right? There are high impact formats. There is this whole agenda behind driving performance for clients, which is about slightly more not top funnel metrics, but slightly more deep down funnel metrics, like whether it's a click, whether it's a registration, whether it is a install, whether it is a multiple deposits and stuff like that. We are regularly tracking that, and I see success because 6 months back 10% of our business was only performance, which is a very hard metric to track, and today it's 30%. So that means increasingly more and more clients are able to get better return on investment using our ecosystem. We have still not opened up Moj. We are talking still Sharechat. Moj we'll open up Moj in the second half of, like, in this quarter and July quarter, but we are still talking Sharechat, and the movement has been in the right direction. If you look at our the trust that clients are putting on us, if you look at last year versus this year, we're almost driving growth at 3x. And that is a good signal of that brands are getting slowly return on investments, either by developing more top funnel metrics of branding or by down funnel metrics like clicks, registrations, and stuff like that. We are also integrating a lot of third-party tools to build trust in the ecosystem, so that clients are able to track, measure, and look at all the verifications that are required today to make sure that we are delivering what we are talking about. So that's another thing. And the third bit is, obviously, we all understand the influencer marketing space is still picking up. It's not something that India has seen the way China has seen, but it's going in the right direction, because we are seeing continued and renewed interest of clients to get into either hashtag based, consume organic interest based campaigns, or a lot of it is using the influencer to create ads rather than create one typical ad format for the entire nation. People are now looking at either a creator based ads, normal creators talking about it's like a peer to peer ad, or using a micro celebrity or a mega celebrity to start talking about the same subject or same ad in a different way. And that has definitely seen 2x or 3x CTRs in our ecosystem, and that shows that this creator and influencer marketing ecosystem is definitely getting a better response for brands. So all these ad technologies are being built up on the simultaneous basis. And the last bit I spoke about in the presentation was also Sharechat for Business, which is our self-serve platform. Now, physically it's impossible to reach 10,000 advertisers of India today, right? So while a lot of direct sales will focus on the top 500, top 1,000, we have created a platform wherein hundreds and thousands of advertisers of the SMBs and MSMEs can straight away go to the platform, and there will be a team who will handle that journey, but they can straight look into performance, solution making, and return on income directly on the platform.
Right. I think there are a couple of people in the Q&A also who would love to connect with you. I think there's someone who's the marketing head for a retail chain. He's having stores in tier 2, tier 3 cities and would want to explore Sharechat. Probably, like, we'll share the connects with you and you can always get in touch. So I think we'll wrap up the session with one last question, which I think I've gathered from from comments across platforms, because we're streaming on LinkedIn and Facebook as well. So that one question is, like, what is your advice and tips for brands who are looking to grow on the Sharechat Moj ecosystem, whether it is organic or paid, and even creators for that matter, because I understand that the platform offers and facilitates content creation for creators and scale, and like it's a good avenue for them to express themselves. So like some tips for brands as well as creators, if you could share.
I'll try and slightly make it generic rather than only my platform, because I'll be very selfish to only sell my platform here. But if I look at marketing per se, and we have all spent enough time in this industry, right? I think we all understand language as a connection point for love is very important. And we have realized this 10, 15, 20 years back, right? I mean, earlier there was only one Hindi or English ads. Now at least people used to make at least 7, 8 ads. Tamil Nadu, Kerala, West Bengal differently. Now it's come to a stage which can go to even hyper local. Now the points of association, the points of connections are so we can go so micro into micro targeting, micro language targeting, micro associations with festivals, with occasions which are very, very, very local. It is all possible today. To me, that is the growth of our creative ecosystem or a brand ecosystem, that we have to start looking beyond the what we used to do 10 years back or 5 years back. That's my first advice. I don't think any of us have any perfect formula here, right? We have to keep trying trying this. The second bit is, I have realized is and I've seen this across now is this full creative fatigue. Now, we have all been used to 25 years or 50 years of history of one ad on TV, and then put that ad across all mediums everywhere for the entire month or 3 months. Now, we don't realize that consumers' attention span has dropped so drastically in the last 20, 30 years that they are running away from large. See, why do we all exist today? Because the large formats are breaking down into, finally the attention span is almost becoming 30 to 60 seconds on content. Now imagine therefore the attention span on a creative or an ad, right? So I think it's important for all of us to look at, I mean, as marketers or as publishers, to look at why are people moving in various ecosystems and how do they consume each ecosystem. So there is no one formula. While I'm not saying TV doesn't work, TV works in a certain format. OTT works in a certain format. A UGC space works in a certain format. A PGC space works in a certain format. It's important for the brands and marketers to understand that, customize your ad units or customize your messages in a way that consumer would like it to consume in that particular medium. I mean, if I were to only run I've made a 40-second ad on TV, I want to run it on short video space, it just may not work. Second is, because we have the option of today skipping and swiping, the creative fatigue is so fast that if you don't change creative often and use multilingual and stuff like that, I mean, people may just skip you. So a lot of ad dollars get wasted either through remote skipping or by skip buttons or by swiping, right? I think that's very, very important. And we have seen some of the clients that in this summer, we have seen some of the performance clients changing creative every day, and that has worked. And these are small little changes, but it adds to the curiosity. They came up with a 10-15 second ad initially, but they too soon told us to make some creator ads. And the creator ads acted as a fresh impetus. The CTR didn't drop. So then they changed ads again. So I think that's critical to. So one is, you are targeting a different ecosystem in a language and in a choice that they prefer. You are looking at different formats for different consumers in an ecosystem that they're consuming. And you're also looking at creative fatigue more and more. So therefore, try and look at all kinds of advertising formats, which can then be customized into different ecosystems, and not look at one-stop solution for all.
Great. Thank you, Ajit. Thanks a lot for sparing our time. It was lovely chatting with you. And
thank you so much.
All the best for the next 100, 200 million user base growth for Moj and Sharechat also as a platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as I said, journey is on. We want to get there. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Happy Social Media Day to you too.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you for joining, and thank you, Hitesh, for chipping in out there with the audience questions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there was a lot we learned in this session, and it is now time to move on to the next speaker for the day. We're joined now by Aman Malhotra, Head of Brand Solutions at Google India, who will be speaking on the topic content ecosystem on YouTube. Thank you so much, Aman, for joining us today and being a part of this wonderful event. With this, I'd request you to join us on the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, meanwhile, keep hashtagging #SMLive. It's all happening today at this wonderful event. And thank you for the engagement. So we're just trying to see if Aman can join us. Aman is just typing in on the same. Aman, we'd love to have you on the screen. We'll get the tech team to connect with you on that. Perfect. I think Aman is just joining us. Aman, can you hear me now? Yes, he's just joined in. Thank you so much, Aman. With this, I just request you to please unmute yourself and put the video on. Lovely to see you, Aman.
Oh, great. Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me on this panel and this wonderful live event which is happening. So without wasting time, I think we are already running some 15 minutes late. This session was supposed to start at 1:30. So without wasting any time, let me just jump into the presentation. So hello, everyone. My name is Aman Malhotra. I head brand solutions at Google India. And I'm here to talk to you about content ecosystem on YouTube. I'm a little bit new on Zoom, so let me figure out how to share my presentation. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure out meanwhile. Okay. Oh, this is not what I wanted to share. Neither this. Okay, I wanted to share this. Can you see? Can you all see my slides?
Yes, Aman, we can. We just request you on the presentation mode. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So thank you so much for having me here. I'm here to today talk to you about content ecosystem on YouTube. Without further ado, let me quickly jump into this. So this is what we're going to talk about. I'm going to tell you about evolution of YouTube. Who's watching YouTube? Who are the consumers? What are they watching? We'll do a content deep dive in one small category, which is music on YouTube. And I'm here to cover a lot of case studies around how different brands are using content and talking about content on YouTube. Right. So if you look at the ecosystem on YouTube, it's three stakeholders, right? So one is, of course, the consumers who are watching a lot of content. The second ecosystem is this ecosystem of YouTube creators who are creating a lot of content, right? And the third ecosystem is for us, the brands who are advertising on these content. So basically our ecosystem are these three players, right? Jumping into, if you see how YouTube evolved, and today on YouTube, we have close to 400 million users, right, who are watching YouTube, and we get close to 250 unique viewers every day on the platform, right? And this is just a glimpse of how they are spread across the country and what is the kind of reach we get from different regions. Before I jump, let me just quickly run you through this video which talks about the content. I'm not sure if it will play fine.
Hi, my lovely foodies.
So get ready, it's time for some DIY.
So just apply it all over your face and neck. So it usually like exfoliates. Yes, queen. is like the best. I love it. Oh my god, bye. I love you. Bye. वापस से ना वापस play करो.
Sorry, I'm not going to play again. So this was basically a short video just capturing what all content types are there on YouTube and how are different brands using it. Anyone, I don't think this is interactive, right? Can I ask questions to the audience? Otherwise, let it be. So does anyone know when YouTube came in India? So YouTube actually, oh, there is a chat window. Okay. So yeah, so my question is, does anyone know when YouTube came in India? Yeah, I'm getting responses like 2006, 2005, 2007. Okay. So most of, yeah. So I'm getting a lot of responses. So let me tell you. So in India, YouTube actually got launched in 2010, right? So globally, YouTube got launched in 2004, 2005. In India, it came in 2010, right? And when YouTube was launched, and till the time we got the first 100 million users, these users came on YouTube largely for entertainment content, right? So it was basically catch-up content. So whatever content which was getting dropped on TV also got dropped on YouTube. And largely people in metro, it was very metro-centric, and people would use this platform for largely entertainment or catch-up content from TV. By the time we started adding another next 150 million users, we started seeing that on the platform, other than entertainment, people also started seeking a lot of information, right? And they wanted to kind of upskill themselves or get some information on certain subject or topic. And then they saw if that information was available, they found it very useful. But if that information wasn't available, they turned into creators and started providing that information, right? So in the end, by the time we added another 150 million users, we had become a serious platform for entertainment, information, and education. Now YouTube was a platform where people could actually upskill themselves, right? So be it food, be it to learn guitar, be it to learn a language. This became the platform for people to seriously upskill themselves on different skill sets. So if you look at the evolution, right, 2010 to 2014, we were like kind of struggling, right? 2014, if you saw, largely the big genres which we had on YouTube were comedy, music, food, largely metro-centric, as I said. People who were accessing YouTube were from Mumbai, Delhi, and even the creators who were creating content at that point of time were largely from the metro, who had kind of adopted the platform and then they have started creating the content. From 2014 to 15, we saw a lot of adoption even by the youngsters. A lot of girls, kids, they started coming onto this platform. Genres like beauty and kids started booming on our platform. Also in 2015, we saw a lot of languages getting added onto the platform, and the creators from different languages coming and creating content on this platform. By the time we reached 2016, 17, there were a lot more topics which were getting covered on the platform. It became a serious tech platform, right? A lot of tech people who are seeking information around tech, they started coming. In terms of entertainment, made for web episodes or content started coming on this platform. And then from 2017 to 18, the platform really kind of boomed. It reached out to tier 2, tier 3. There were small town folks who were joining the platform. 18 was when it became a serious education platform. I mean, you pick up any subject or any topic, you can get yourself educated on just this platform, right? And we saw languages growing and booming. Now in 2019, we can seriously say that that the language of YouTube is your own mother tongue, right? So no matter what mother tongue in India you have, you will find content in your own mother tongue on this platform. Now jumping on to this was basically covering how the content and the has kind of evolved and the ecosystem has evolved on content. Now coming on to who's watching YouTube currently, right? So the answer is basically all of us, right? What not many people know that now on YouTube, 37% are from our audiences are from the rural India, right? When we started, the female viewership was just 10%, then it moved on to 20%. Now we have 41% viewership, female viewership on this platform. People think that YouTube is largely, a platform for the niche audience, but it's not that anymore. If you see, 51% of the audience falls under NCCS C, D, and E, right? So it's 49% is your urban audience and 51% is NCCS C, D, E, and 27% of viewers are over age of 35, right? Again, this was a misnomer where people thought that this platform largely caters to youth, but it's not so. It's got content for everyone, right? And it's everyone who's coming and watching content. If you look at the viewer profile now, it's kind of reached a stage where the profile of YouTube kind of mirrors that of TV viewers completely, right? So this is an example between somebody wants me to go back. Okay. 1 second. Oops. Yeah. So what I will do is I can actually share the presentation with the panelists and they can share with you also. It's all external information, so can be easily shared. Okay. So in the interest of time, I will move forward. Like I was saying, that if you compare YouTube, it's kind of mirroring the audience profile of TV exactly, and across age groups, across town population, and across gender, right? Moving on in terms of who's watching, this is result of personal primetime study that was done in 2019. We had close to 1,000 respondents, and it was a study done in partnership with OMG, right? And in that study, it came out that 2 in 3 Indians say that they would rather give up TV than YouTube for a month, which kind of shows. So this is current 2019. This year is 2019, right? So people have taken to this platform and they have found content which suits their need, their passion, and they are ready to give up TV than YouTube for a month. That is what they are saying, and all of us can resonate with that, right? Talking about the audience, so we now understand our audience very, very closely and clearly. And this is just one profile I'm talking to you about. Similar to this profile, we have profiles for females, we have profile for older audiences, we have profile for people who are parents, non-parents, and those profiles can be broken up and given it to you. But just for this presentation, I thought I'll just cover one profile and talk you through it. So this is Anuj. He is a typical youngster, youth, age 22. Right, goes for work. He's an IT professional. He's probably cooking his own food, and what he does is he loves to watch food videos, right? And comes back in the evening and maybe opens up YouTube and watches a food video and makes food for himself. If you look at who is he, he's one of the guys who belong to an affluent cohort. He has higher ownership of laptops, smart TV, washing machines, cars. He's digital savvy, extremely digital savvy, right? And he's your guys who's shopping online and doing all his online bookings and largely living his life online. In terms of what is he watching, right? Content, on terms of the content. So yes, entertainment actually kind of TGs. So entertainment is a big reason why people come on YouTube. But for this guy, it's not just entertainment, it's also learning based content, right? He's 1.2 times more likely to watch learning content than rest of the content, right? So that's how we kind of are looking at this audience. So if you look at the learning based videos, it's 53%. So 53% of the respondents, they said they go on to YouTube to watch learning based videos. And amongst learning based videos, this TG is watching news videos, technology related videos, educational videos. He's 6 times more likely to look at automobile related videos, right? And 1.6 times more inclined to buy health, to look at health and exercise videos, right? And of course, he's watching movie related music, sports, and all the general content that is also there. And I will just talk about how, as a planner, or as a, I'm sure there are planners in the room, and there are other people who are looking at how to advertise for their brands on YouTube. I'll talk to you about how you can actually wrap your head around the content on YouTube and plan for your brands for content on YouTube. So these are the lineups or content packs that we have created, which kind of reaches out to the audience that we just catered to. So what we have done is, till last year, there was no way you could actually target content on YouTube. So we didn't have a content targeting of sorts on YouTube. All you could do was buy audiences, or you could do was target demo, but there was no way to target content. But this time around, this year, from last year, we have started creating solutions for brands to target content on YouTube, right? And what we have done is we have created these packs which the brands can easily target on YouTube now. So in terms of what are they watching, right? So 4 in 5 Indians, they say they value YouTube more than other sources because it has so many different types of videos. So it's actually very difficult, for consumers. YouTube is a great platform. I mean, it's whatever I want, I can go onto the platform, search for it, and get the information around that. But for planners, it becomes a little difficult when they have to, reach out to a particular TG, because the content is very, very situational, is very, very personal to me, right? It all depends on what kind of situation I am in, right? This lockdown, I feel like upskilling on guitar, right? So suddenly I will start watching a lot of guitar learning videos, right? And for a brand, if they want to reach out to me, how do they identify me and how do they reach out to me, right? So that's the big question. Now to answer that, what we have done is we have kind of divided content into 3 big parts, right? If you want to really understand what is the content that is there on YouTube, it's you can understand it in 3 big categories. One type of content is what I call as always on content. So these are the kind of genres which are like growing. These are your traditional genres which are there, which are generally there, and most people understand these genres. So genres like movies, music, news, comedy, and they're like evergreen genres, right? So they are kind of growing, and as the people are growing on YouTube, these genres and viewership on these genres are growing, right? And for example, if a brand is kind of planning a TV campaign, he can easily reach out to digital audiences on that TV campaign on these genres, right? So and can plan on these genres. So that's one kind of content, which is your traditional content, right? The other kind of content is our trending content. Now, this is the content which is kind of trending due to moments, right? So this lockdown, we saw a 5x jump in educational content, right? A lot of viewers, they came and they started watching education videos on YouTube. We saw a huge jump in gaming channels, gaming content, which is 2.5x, right? Then there are also moment-based peaks that we see. So every Holi, there's a Holi playlist on YouTube, and this song Balam Pichkari, it peaks like anything, right? We have millions of views on this content, and on that day, if a brand is wanting to reach out to their consumers, they should just be on this playlist, and they will reach out to millions of consumers on this Holi playlist, right? News, for example, the moments in news. So we had elections counting day, right? And we saw immense peak during the counting day, right? And that was the moment which we took out to the advertisers and said, okay, you can own this moment if you are trying to reach out during the election period. So like that, there are a lot of, we keep coming out with these insights and the trends and the content which is kind of trending in that quarter or in that month, which the brands can choose to pick up and beyond. Then there is a third kind of content bucket, which we call as custom content. Now, with the plethora of content that is there on YouTube, a brand can also choose to create a custom content solution for himself, right? And I will cover that as an example when we go forward. Before that, what I wanted to do was do a kind of a content deep dive. So what I have done is I've just chosen one genre of content, and I'm going to talk more about that. So this genre is music, and on music, as you see, YouTube kind of gives you a lens across categories. So if you want to look at music from any lens, right, just not official music that you want to hear, but you want to understand, get to see interviews around that music, see the live music, see the covers of those music, just look at the lyrics of music. So on YouTube, we have this music, a particular piece of music covered from all the lenses, right? And if a person is wanting to become expert on music, it's the perfect platform for him to become so, right? Because he can find various topics and discussions around the same kind of music. So this is around the genre itself. A question coming up: can anyone tell me which was the most seen video on YouTube in 2020? Any guesses? I'll give you a hint. It was a music video. Dynamite, Genda Fool, Baby Shark. I'm talking about India, viewed in India. Punjabi song, you're getting warmer. Yes, it's a Punjabi song. Okay. So the most viewed video was Balam Pichkari, right? So this is the song which was the most seen video in 2020. We got close to 1 billion plus views, right? And imagine a Punjabi song, a non-Bollywood, non-Hindi Punjabi track, which got the most viewed, right? So now what it means is that YouTube has definitely arrived as a mainstream media, but it's also powering alternative mainstream, right? And it is the platform where the trends are getting set and the trends are getting followed on the platform, right? If you look at Gully Boy, was already a hit even before the movie got released, and kind of got inspired from this platform, right? So this was the official song which got close to 1 billion views. But if I have to dig deeper, the UGC around Balam Pitch, this was not Balam Pitch, it's a Long Lachi song, right? So the Long Lachi song, the UGC content was even more than the official views on the track, right? And these UGC content was your cover videos, your remixes, your live videos, interviews, parodies, and so on and so forth, right? And this is actually the power of no, not Balam Pichkari, it was Long Lachi. Balam Pichkari just stuck to me from Holy Playlist. This was Long Lachi, which was the most viewed video, right? And the point I'm here making is that the UGC content on Long Lachi actually crossed the official views on this track, right? And this is where the power of YouTube lies, where not only the official track, but the UGC views on the track also got the popularity. Now, if you are a person who has got talent, who can create a great video on a popular video, right? You can actually be seen on this platform and become a superstar, right? This is an example of superstar. He's got 10 million plus followers. His real name is Bilal Sheikh. He's anyway Bantai. His top song got close to 155 million plus views, right? And this is exactly the power. This is what is the power of YouTube, which the brands can capitalize on. So you can spot talent early on this platform, and for your brands, they can work with these talent to ride on their popularity, right? Another example, so as I said, on a daily basis, this content genre is getting close to 230 million views. And with this kind of unique viewers on the platform, this genre alone is larger than a lot of GECs and music TV channels, right? And if a brand wants, they can just kind of get the reach just on this genre and the impact just on this genre. Moving forward, I just quickly want to jump into a lot of case studies to show you how brands are using content on YouTube. So this whole content solution that we have kind of launched on YouTube, we call it as YouTube Select, right? That's how we kind of package it, where you can actually select top content on YouTube, you and your brand, and they can advertise on that. A lot of brands. So I mean, plethora of business objectives, right? So Asian Paints wanted to drive efficient reach on regional content, right? And then they reached out to top regional channels. Dabur Homemade actually drove impact and sales on this kind of a content. Nestle MEM, they had a perception challenge. They used influencers to convert the perception or change the perception on their brands. It's not just about branding. Even for performance clients, content has played a great role. I don't know how many of you have seen Upgrad Canteen, office canteen. So that's one example of another example, great example of how brands, performance brands, are using content to drive their business objectives, right? Quickly jumping into it. So Asian Paints, for example, they saw huge cost efficiencies, right? 21% cost efficiency and 4.7 times higher frequency on instant reserve. They kind of picked up all regional content and they advertised on the regional content over here. So they used YouTube regional content as an attached plan to their TV campaigns, right? To drive this kind of a reach and efficiencies. Another example, as I said, is Dabur Homemade. So they used a 100% share of voice solution. So what they did was they picked up the top channels or top creators on YouTube, food creators on YouTube like Nisha Madhulika or Bharat's Kitchen, these kind of channels, and they picked up key moments where they took 100% SOV on these channels, right? Where if you had gone to a particular food creator channel, the only ad you would see is Dabur's ad, right? So that's another example of how content can be used to create impact. So they did 100% SOV on key moments and weekends, and this data or result is from Dabur's own internal tracker, internal measurement, right? Where they saw 3.6x lift in tomato puree sales and 1.4x lift in coconut milk sales, right? So they actually saw impact on sales for their brand. Then another one, which is Nestle Masala Magic, where they were fighting the perception around where a lot of people, consumers, believe that Masala Magic have Ajinomoto in it, right? So that was a big perception. Nestle actually worked closely with these top creators, which you see on the screen. And these creators went into their offices to understand the product in and out, right? And they sat with the product managers and understood the product. And they created videos using Masala Magic in their recipes, right? And you should go and see the comments that came on those videos. And those were exactly these kind of comments where they asked whether this product has Ajinomoto in it and all of that. And these creators were able to respond to their queries convincingly because they had gone and understood the product in and out at the brand's office. Yeah. And again, this result is from Nestle's own tracker, where they saw 2.3x awareness and they saw a 1.6x increase in add to cart ratio, right? So which came. Then another example is ET Money. Again, how they work with the creators to drive adoption or usage of their app, right? So they launched this campaign during the Jan to Feb period, where people are largely in the mode to plan their finances, and they got these guys to come and talk about finances and how people can manage their finances for upcoming closure of the year, and again kind of drove great results. This is again one of my favorite examples where the brand actually used content to drive full funnel solution, right? So what they did, this was a big campaign from HDFC. They picked up a sponsorship on this movie Simba, where they did 100% SOV buy on this. They also kind of used other solutions on YouTube to drive big lift and reach for their consumers. And of course, there are a lot of examples. So this is one example which I want to talk about. How you can actually reach export markets, right? So Zoho wanted to target US markets on news and tech channels, and we were able to do that. L'Oreal, they kind of owned beauty channels for a fairly long time, right? Oppo actually sponsored a music concert on YouTube, which was Straight Up Punjab, right? And Ghana used Holy Playlist. Just I'll take 5 more minutes, and then we can perhaps jump into questions. I can see there are a lot of questions coming in, and we can jump into that. So these are the 3 ways how a brand can participate on content on YouTube. Number 1, on Google lineups and moments, so which is basically the packs which we have already pre-built, looking at the genres, and we have top channels as part of those packs. The second way is creator collaboration, where creator can actually work on brand briefs and help them solve brand problems. And the third one is where we actually create a bespoke solution for the brand. So your Straight Up Punjab, which we created and worked with Oppo, was example of this. So this is what YouTube Select is. What we have done is we have identified popular, relevant, and highly brand safe channels, right? And we have kind of packaged them and created options which are much more diverse than traditional TV content for brands to advertise on YouTube. So this is example of Google lineup. I already talked about how HDFC did picked up lineups. Even Tata CV commercial vehicles picked up news channels to reach out to their audiences. And these are the kind of packs which we have created, right? So there are close to 54, 55 packs which we'll be able to send across to you folks. This is example of the custom content. So I spoke about that if a brand wants to choose a set of channels or choose a set of content to advertise on, we can help on that as well. So this is an example where we created an Avengers pack for Oppo. So the Avengers movie was coming in, and there was a lot of content around Avengers on YouTube. So at that point of time, we packaged a lot of content channels which were carrying Avengers content and gave it to Oppo to run their ads on. Another example is ICICI Bank. They also can choose. They had a defense personnel in their ad, right? And they wanted to be on all patriotic and defense channels for the Independence Day. And when we created a pack around content around that for them as well to advertise on. And this is example of the programs, which is basically sponsorships. I spoke about Straight Up Punjab, and there's also Amphi, who drove content integration with Gaurav Kapoor, and they launched this ad on Father's Day, right? And there are many more examples and ways brands are using content on YouTube to advertise and reach out to their clients. If you'd like to hear more, what we can do is you can reach out to your respective agency or Google account manager if you have any. Otherwise, the other thing which we can do to capture is through the panel. So if Social Samosa can help pick up these queries and kind of manage, we can create some kind of office hours where we can take your questions and drive engagements with your interactions with you. So with that, I am done with my presentation. I'm happy to see if there are any questions. How do I stop share? Okay, cool.
Hitesh?
Thanks, Aman. Thanks a lot for sharing these insights. I think a lot of people want the deck, and I'm sure we could share that with them once you share it with us. Can you take a couple of questions, or and if you
Sure.
want to take it directly, or if you want me to ask, like in the
Sure.
Q&A tab, there are quite a few questions, I believe.
Sure. So should I go to the Q&A tab and pick it up, or on the chat?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
like whatever works for you.
Okay. So I can take questions from the Q&A. So Tanayesh has asked question on when will monetization come for Shorts. So Shorts is a relatively new product on YouTube, and right now we are not looking at monetizing Shorts. It will be some time before we will start monetizing short videos. So right now there is no visibility around when the Shorts video will get monetized. A lot of unskippable pre-roll ads have been created over the years, but as attention spans get shorter, how can pre-roll ads be made truly immersive? So, so I think Ajit was there in the previous session, and he also talked about how the attention span of the consumer is getting shorter and shorter, and what are the best practices for creating ads for these kind of consumers. So for this, we actually have a guidance which we call as ABCD of content of ads on YouTube, wherein we have a detailed responses. Actually, there will be a lot of resources which are there on Google, Think with Google as well, where we have talked about how you should be making these ads so that you are able to get the attention of the consumer. Very, very simple tips. For example, I mean, don't kind of load the messaging to the end, right? Preload the messaging right in the beginning and then carry your consumer into the story rather than trying to first tell in the story and then get your message out. So it's kind of absolutely opposite way how the TV works, right? Where TV likes to creative likes to first get into a story and then give out the message. But on digital, since consumers have the luxury of skipping your ad, you need to put your message right out there before you kind of pull him into the story, right? So that's just one of the reasons. There are, and as I said, there are a lot of resources that we have on Think with Google. I would urge you to go check that out, and you will find your answer over there, detailed answer over there. How do you calculate ROI for campaigns in terms on upside in revenue for a brand as there's a challenge assigning channel attribution for sales? So, okay. So this is a good question. And see, again, what we are trying over here is to move from on content, we are trying to move brands to the upper level, upper funnel, right? Of maybe brand awareness or driving consideration, right? And we are able to actually prove for the brands that it kind of helps drive these two metrics. We have a solution called Brand Lift Survey, which kind of manages and answers those questions for the brand, right? Then there is, of course, other solutions, which is we have a very strong attribution, right? And if you kind of put your conversion tags properly, you are able to even drive and see those attributions also in terms of the conversion. It's just matter of how well have we kind of implemented our conversion tags. So even those answers are there with us. Okay. There's another question on how to use the right hashtags. Sorry, I'll not be able to answer you on that. I'm not really an expert on copy or creation of content, right? Hitesh, do you want to choose any questions you think is relevant, more relevant for the audience? We can pick that then.
So I think there are a lot of questions on social media streams as well. We'll probably collate them and share it with you. We can have one last question, which, so this is from an anonymous attendee, but what are the changes you're seeing in content viewership considering 2021 and COVID situation being worse? So in the pandemic world, if you could share some content viewership trends from a YouTube perspective, that would be great.
So, a very interesting question. Thank you for that. What I will do is I will just kind of try answer this question for a particular content genre. I will not go across content genres because different content genres have different insights. So education has one insight, and music has other insight. But I will get into food. So what we saw during pandemic was that food, just in the food genre, we saw very interesting insights, right? So just when the pandemic had started, what we saw, there was great demand for creating simple homemade food, right? So initially, that's what people were really searching for and trying to find out, because I think this situation was unprecedented for all of us, and we got caught unaware. And people were trying to figure out how can they make simple dal, simple chapati, simple sabji on YouTube, because they wanted to they had to cook themselves sitting at home, right? So that's how it started, right? And then as people became, confident in cooking food, during the middle or later part of the pandemic, we started seeing lot of queries around baking, right? Where people were interested in baking breads. There was sourdough, which was catching the trend, and there were all kind of bakery items that were being searched, and people were really trying to hone their skills, cooking skills in bakery. From there, towards the end of the lockdown of first wave, I'm talking about the first wave. First wave and the second wave is kind of similar, but I'm talking about the first wave. Towards the end of the first wave, very interesting insight where we saw that people had kind of got bored of the food, so they were searching for a lot of restaurant-like food on YouTube, right? So this was very interesting insights that we got during pandemic, and this is, I mean, so that's what I'm saying to the team also who's sitting over here, that the insights that you can get from us can be very specific, right? And we can get into those specific insights on a genre basis. So here I give you an insight on a genre basis. So similarly, we could have specific insights for your users for different genres as well. I hope that kind of answered your question.
It does. So thank you, Aman. Thanks a lot for doing this with us. Like you said, I mean, guys, if in case you're interested in an in-depth session or a workshop with Aman and the team at YouTube Select, do let us know. We can try to arrange that at a later stage, and like that could be stretched over like 2-3 hours or whatever is the best time according to Aman's team. So thank you, Aman. Thanks a lot again for doing this. Happy World Social Media Day to you and the team at YouTube Select. We look forward to engage with you in the near.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Aman, for that. That was an incredible session, and we are seeing a lot of comments come in. Thank you, Hitesh, for joining in on that and concluding the session so wonderfully. So, Hitesh, it's now time to call upon our next speaker. Are we ready for that?
Right, we are.
Perfect. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I hope you all are enjoying and learning from this session just as much as we are. Feel free to share any questions on our live feed on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Twitter. You can also tweet the questions to us at @social_samosa with #SMLive. Now inviting on the stage is our next speaker for the day, Preeta Atri, Head Marketing Twitter India, as she speaks on the rise of social audio, and Hitesh Rajwani, who's right now with us, CEO, Social Samosa Network, who's going to be moderating this session. So requesting Preeta to join us. Hello, how are you doing, Preeta?
Hi, thank you so much. I'm doing good. It was an extremely interesting session before. So yeah, thank you so much for hosting this today.
Pleasure. So now with Preeta and Hitesh on your screen, I'll leave it up to both of you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Bhavna. Welcome, Preeta, to SMLive. Happy Social Media Day to you.
Social Media Day to you.
I hope it's trending on Twitter today. I mean, I've not checked it yet. But, yeah.
I haven't checked it either, to be frank. So yeah.
Yeah. So like we will quickly dive into the topic, Preeta, and like social audio has been touted as the next big thing from an Indian perspective. US markets, we've seen a lot of conversations and a lot of platforms that have picked up from a social audio perspective. So, according to you, what are some of the consumption trends you've seen on social audio in the past 3 to 4 months? How did Twitter Spaces come into play, and what has been the initial experience?
Yeah. So just to give you a quick perspective, like you said, social live audio is the rage today, right now in 2021. It's intriguing because it's unique, it's contemporary, and more importantly, I think over the last 1 year, there's been a kind of fatigue with work from home and the number of video calls that people have been doing, be it Zoom meetings. So I think audio is kind of refreshing. Audio is very different. It kind of eliminates a lot of the issues that come with a video call, where people are very conscious about facing the camera. They are conscious about their body language, and audio just makes all of this a much more safer space. It also works very well in India for many reasons. One, because of the language barrier. Having conversations through audio is that much more easier. You can connect with your peers, you can connect with your listeners in multiple ways, and it just adds more nuances and brings about empathy and emotion. So voice, in a sense, is that much more engaging. What we've also seen is when Twitter Spaces launched last year, and we did prioritize the launch in India this year while it was being rolled out globally, purely because of the pandemic, and we felt that people could use Twitter Spaces in multiple ways. We've seen that the adoption has been phenomenal. People come to Twitter to talk about what's happening, but on Twitter Spaces, it's coming to talk about what's happening live. The intimacy of voice adds another layer to adds a nuance, adds emotion, adds a lot of meaning to words which may kind of get lost in text. So we've seen that people have really adopted to Spaces and audio, social live audio in a great way in India. I think the other major reason for this huge rise right now is also because of accessibility, especially Twitter Spaces. If you have a Twitter account, you have access to Spaces in India. So you don't, anybody can start a space. There is no restriction, or there is no entry barrier in that sense. And the other thing which is quite interesting when we do speak to people about what they enjoy the most about this is that you can tune into a space, plug in your earphones, and continue to do other things. So you're listening to a conversation, and extremely interesting conversations. And that's also one of the reasons why we've seen a rise in podcasts, in audiobooks, because people find it a very easy medium to consume. So you're listening to a multitude of different conversations, and at the same time, you could be doing other things. So it's just kind of flexible, and it's kind of easy. So that's one of the reasons why we've seen a rise in the adoption for various social live audio platforms, including Twitter Spaces in a major way. To come to your point on what are the cultural trends that we see, so and not just in India, we've seen some of these trends globally. Like we said, I think the last year and a half has brought out the creator in almost every one of us. Okay, so we've tried our hands at creating multiple things. You did hear Aman speak about people searching for videos on food, how to cook home food, restaurant style food, baking. So people are creating, and when people create, they also want to share their experiences. And this is one of the ways to share their experience. And what we've seen is there are certain communities and there are certain passion points which obviously people talk about a lot more, be it music. So we've seen Chinmay host a space with her fans where they made multiple requests for songs, and it went on almost for 6 hours. So, but it was extremely interactive. It was extremely interesting and engrossing. We've seen cinema, comedy, sports. I mean, sports is evergreen, be it football, cricket. The India-New Zealand Test World Cup, World Championship Test match that just happened recently, 2 tributes. That's another really big thing that's coming through, whether it was Ilayaraja in Tamil, multiple tributes on Twitter Spaces where they spoke about his music legacy, they played out songs, they spoke about the behind the scenes of all of this, because people are interested in a lot of the behind the scenes information. So all of that comes out on Twitter Spaces. The other very interesting field is entrepreneurship and startups. It's a really interesting topic. People want to know and hear from the founders themselves as to what should they be doing if they want to start their entrepreneurial journey. So we've seen, like we said, a wide range of conversations, a wide range of topics. And like I said, this is not just in India. In globally, K-pop, some of the K-pop Twitter spaces are really huge. It's fans engaging with their stars, asking them questions, and it's a thrill when your question gets answered by your favorite idol. Or be it cryptocurrency, another big conversation today that we see globally. People want to know more information. They want to get them as much as possible from sources that they feel are trusted. So you do see a lot of conversations. To certain other passion points, like in Japan, anime is a big conversation. I mean, that's something that's very big in Japan. To spaces from Hollywood, whether it is the Fast and Furious team, which did a space, to Ghostbusters. So there are multiple ways in which people are conversing. There are multiple conversations that are happening, be it 45 minutes, be it 6 hours. People, if they find the content interesting and engrossing, they do stay on. The other notable fact to remember is that to support and nurture creators, Twitter has introduced something called ticketed spaces. It's on a pilot in the US, but will come through globally, where creators can actually monetize their content. And that's going to be extremely interesting because it's just not creating, but you can also monetize the whole piece. So yeah, so that's in a nutshell, a lot of stuff that's happening around Twitter spaces and social live audio.
And like, speaking of content creators, have you identified any good audio content creators from India on Twitter Spaces so far? Some like people who are regular, people one could follow. Like, I've been following Spaces for quite some time, and I get a lot of suggestions from my following, obviously. So I remember that one of the sessions that stood out for me was, I think, a late night session that Paytm's Vijay Shekhar Sharma had hosted, and a lot of people had gone crazy about it. So, but then that was like I think he did it once or twice. But who are those audio content creators you think are the early adopters or innovators of Twitter Spaces in India?
So, so per se, there aren't just one, two, three. There are plenty. And what we've seen is we've seen adoption across the board. We've seen certain spaces in certain languages coming through, whether it is in Tamil with Tamil spaces, where we see multiple people hosting conversations on a regular basis. So it's not necessarily the influencers who are hosting conversations, but there are so many people like you and me who just coming onto Twitter spaces regularly to have conversations. And it could also be for the reason that today we need that kind of social connect, and this is just one of those mediums that allows you to have that connect in a safe space. It's much more intimate, and it's much more interactive and engrossing at a great level. We've also seen that conversations around certain topics obviously have greater adoption and greater number of people tuning in. And like you said, Vijay Shekhar Sharma, but there were a lot of people around the startup entrepreneurial space, be it Viraj. There are so many of them who kind of host these spaces. There's another one on food, which is an evergreen topic in India. There is music, especially in the South. So we did see A.R. Rahman, who hosted a space around music and storytelling around the movie 99 Songs, that he was one of the first few early adopters for Twitter spaces. We did see Arman Malik come on and host a space. He does regular AMAs, and this was one other way that he did host a space to connect with fans. We've seen a lot in the South. We've seen a lot in regions apart from English. So it's kind of interesting. Like I said, the language barrier is something that audio or voice as a medium takes away. So you do see that a lot of spaces and conversations happening in languages apart from English, which is kind of interesting and very, very engaging for a lot of people who kind of connect with that particular language.
Right. And from a platform perspective, have you seen that ever since Twitter Spaces was launched, did you see like an increase in the average time a user spends on Twitter? Like, did you see like a significant rise on the amount of time? Like, I know, so if I have to take personal insights, I know that I've started spending a lot more time on Twitter now that Spaces is there. But then, like from a macro view, if you have to see from a platform perspective, have you seen that rise happening?
So we don't actually track it in that sense, but what we kind of keep an eye on are the number of spaces that get hosted on a regular basis and the people tuning in. Obviously, one, if there's enough content that's getting created on a regular basis, you obviously would see a lot more people spending that much more time. And like I said, the variety of conversations are plentiful. And some of the most memorable conversations were on the spaces that was hosted where people spoke about their COVID stories, the help that they received, and the gratefulness and the gratitude that they wanted to share. There was one around mental health, which is becoming a very big topic, especially on Twitter. In the last year and a half, we've seen conversations around well-being and mental health rise, where people find spaces a very great place to just come talk and gain support. To menstrual hygiene, to women in workplace, book reading. Book reading is quite popular. We did have one with Amitabh Ghosh and our own Amrita, who did speak about when Amitabh spoke about his latest book that he released, to some other very interesting ones. Like on romance, if you go in, there are a lot of conversations where people want to exchange views, and these are not with any celebs. This is just you and me having a conversation. Before, as friends in real life, we could go to a coffee shop and have a conversation. We could sit in our college canteen and have a discussion. But today, when all of that has been taken away, people have found Twitter Spaces as the place where they can have these conversations. So there are random life observations which come through. And for us, it is kind of very visible that the moment people take to Twitter Spaces to talk about everyday life, to talk about what's happening in their own life and share experiences, then obviously it's become a part of their life. It's not something, it's something that they kind of have imbibed and something that they kind of believe in. So then you see them coming back again and again, hosting regular spaces or listening to multiple spaces. So yes, it's the adoption, like I said, and the passion and the zeal has been quite extensive in India.
So there are a couple of questions in the chat box as well as comments on social platforms. I'll just try to like curate a common question from a couple of questions. So how is Twitter Spaces looking to differentiate from other social audio apps? And like, what are your plans in terms of the kind of communities you want to engage with initially? So I know that Twitter as a platform, a lot of focus happens on news, media, and entertainment, and even sports for that matter. So, are these the beats that you think would also see an uptick on spaces, or you would see like you've been mentioning that there are a lot of conversations happening around, like with authors or artists, but like what are some of the growth corners you see for Twitter Spaces?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Like I said, there are certain conversations that lend themselves naturally, be it cinema, media, and entertainment, news. But there are a lot of other spaces that are happening within a community which is much more niche, but thereby they have their very strong community following and people who post regular spaces. So during the Pride Month, we did see a lot of conversations around that. We have seen a lot of conversations around education. Parents asking questions. We've seen conversations, like I said, on mental health, women in workplace, leadership, thought leadership conversations. Finance is always a big conversation on Twitter, be it now or before, and technology. Everybody wants to talk about what's happening, the latest in technology. So these are evergreen conversations, and there are some new ones that we're seeing which have come out, I think, of the pandemic, which is what I said, where you see these conversations around random life observations, education, memes is an evergreen conversation on Twitter. So we do see this. But what I think is also interesting is how people are using spaces to connect with cultural moments. And that's becoming important more and more, because you host, like you said, you host a session right now where you have multiple speakers talking about social media. And there are a lot of people who have questions. There are brands like Salesforce who hosted a Twitter space after their conference, where the leadership takes questions from people that they want answered, which they couldn't answer during the conference. So there are very interesting use cases of how brands and people kind of use spaces, and where we're seeing multiple conversations coming through.
So that brings me to my next question, which is like, how do you see brands and businesses exploring the whole audio landscape, and like what are the kind of opportunities you see for them when it comes to social audio as well?
Yeah. So like we say, first of all, brands for voice is an extremely powerful tool. It conveys authenticity, and it can help your brand build a personality, which makes it easier for them to connect with their audiences and consumers. Today, consumers want to be as actively engaged with brands, in fact, more than ever before. And this is just a great medium for brands to do that. First and foremost, obviously, brands need to build connections with their consumers, identify those communities that they want to engage with, and how do they build that engagement. Uh, there are many brands in India that have done this. There are many brands globally that have done this. One example that comes top of mind is when Sony Music did the music launch for Jagame Tantram, the movie with Dhanush, where they actually got Dhanush, they got the music director, they got the singers behind the whole music launch, and they did it on a Twitter space, and they had more than 17,000 people listening to the conversation concurrently. So it's a very interesting way to do a music launch. You would never think that brands would do it in that way. I did mention about Netflix, Spotify, who did this with RJ Balaji for the launch of his new podcast. So they actually put him in a Twitter space where people could ask him multiple questions on the podcast about why this particular podcast and how is it different from being an RJ to a podcast host. So quite interesting and engaging and very different. We've seen some around sporting moments, where Star Sports did one around the World Test Championship, where Mumbai Indians did one with Zahir Khan. So, there are very interesting ways to engage and build that interactivity. I did talk about Salesforce, but there was another very interesting one that P&G did in the US around their diversity and inclusion campaign called Widen the Screen, where they hosted a ticketed space to spark a conversation around bias and inequality in the film industry. So brands have kind of used Twitter spaces to give a voice to themselves and bring about that authenticity. And more importantly, I mean, a lot of marketeers would be interested to know what was the thought behind a particular campaign. Why did a brand go about building their brand in a particular way? And these are conversations which spark a lot of questions, and Twitter spaces or audio, social live audio in itself lends itself very beautifully to this whole concept, where people can ask questions, they can tweet their questions, and you can have the brand actually replying to them live. And it's not a text message, but it's a live person talking to you and giving you the answer. So I think that's a big differentiator. And to come back to your question on how is Twitter Spaces different from the whole multitude of other social live apps, I think one of the biggest thing that we have as an advantage is it's on Twitter, and accessibility right now is really, really, really important. For a person to access a space, we are listening to people regularly. Scheduling spaces is something that's coming very soon. You can follow multiple people, multiple conversations at the same time. And you also get a lot of people, scheduling spaces is already there, but a schedule for you to check spaces is something that's coming through. And you can also check live tweets during the space, just to know what's happening, what are the high points. If you ever want to go back and refer to the conversation saying, what did XYZ speak about this particular brand, then it's there for you to refer to. So I think that's the big advantage, that the fact that it's coming with that huge reach of Twitter, which is going to be a big differentiator.
Right. And I think a couple of people were asking about discoverability. So I think having a schedule of spaces that you should look out for should address that in the longer run. And there's one more question around like one of the other social audio platforms has introduced recording as a feature, and then you also have a live chat option with them. So is Twitter Spaces also exploring some of these features, or
So right now, like we said, you can tweet your question live, and the host can pin that question, and the question can get answered. There's also the option for a host to pull up someone as a speaker. So these are options that are already there. Recording and a few other features. There are multiple features actually in the works. And the beauty of Twitter Spaces has been we are listening to our consumers day in and day out. And as and when we keep listening to them, we kind of roll out these features because we are hearing you guys, and every feedback that you give us, we feel is extremely important for us to look at. So we are looking at co-hosting as a feature that's coming through. We are looking at recording as a feature that's coming through. So yes, you would see features getting rolled out almost on a daily, weekly basis. And it's up to us to experiment and engage as much as we can.
Lovely. So, like closing thoughts, if you could share some advice, some tips for brands who are looking to start out on their social audio journey, as well as creators who have been like who might have good presence across other platforms but might not have explored audio as much.
So a few thumb rules for people to remember, no matter whether you're a brand or an individual or a creator with a sizable following. First of all, build hype around your space by scheduling your space, tease and promote it. It's important for people to know what you're going to be talking about. So that's the first thing. Second, I would think that while, yes, it's audio, you do not have the video interface, it's easier, but always structure your conversation and prepare your discussion points, because as a host, you need to keep your audience engrossed. If you don't know what your conversation points are going to be, you could lose your audience. That's extremely important. And then go live tweet, share as much information about your space, share those gems that come out through the conversation on your space. There have been so many of them that have come through. And if you truly want to delight your listeners, try and offer exclusive content which they get only on that particular space. So if I can get to see a music or a song for the first time, or I get to listen to that song for the first time on a Twitter space, there's a greater chance that I'm going to be there throughout. If I get to ask my favorite actor, like Vijay, for his birthday celebrations, landed in one of the spaces, and there were 23,000 people all waiting to ask him a question, it can make a huge difference to the fan, and it can keep them engaged with you. For a brand, it's extremely important to ensure that whatever you say is authentic and you believe in whatever you say. So you need to be sure of what you want to convey to your consumers, because these are your loyal consumers who are listening into you. And don't shy away from answering questions. The more the willing you are to, the better it is.
Great. Thank you, Preetha. Thanks a lot for sparing our time for this. It was lovely to know about Twitter Spaces as a platform, to learn more about the kind of content people are creating on Spaces, and to hear from you the kind of tips that brands should keep in mind. We'd definitely be in touch with you for future interactions, and like we'll probably curate the questions, because there are a lot of questions which we've got. We'll curate these questions and share them with you. If you could answer them at your free time, be great.
Perfect.
Probably we'll host a Twitter Spaces session with you as
yes,
a follow-up.
totally. Next time, maybe we should do a chat on Twitter Spaces to answer all questions, for sure.
Thank you, Preetha.
Thank you so much. Absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Preetha, for joining us. Thank you so much, Hitesh, for moderating. It's so wonderfully. We had so much to learn from that. Thank you once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you all are having a great time. And once again, I'd like to give a big shout out to our bronze partner, PixArt, and gifting partner, Perfetti and Les. So, ladies and gentlemen, now welcome back, and this at SMLive. We're right now moving on to our next speaker, Nitin Chopra, Industry Head, E-commerce, Facebook India, as he discusses the future of e-commerce what's in store for brand marketers and entrepreneurs. And also joining is Saloni Surti, editor, Social Samosa and Media Samosa, who's going to be moderating this session. Welcome, Nitin. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Bhavna.
Pleasure. And I just request Saloni as well to join us. Thank you, and over to you and Saloni to take it forth.
Sure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with the conversations on social media. We are right now live, and firstly, a very, very warm welcome to Nitin and to everyone out there watching us live. A happy World Social Media Day. So we're just having Saloni just join in. She's right now there in the back end. Yes, Saloni, we can see you. Over to you, Saloni. Great to have you. Saloni, requesting you to please unmute.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Saloni. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Bhavna. Hi, Nitin. It's great to have you on SMLive today, and a happy World Social Media Day to you and entire team Facebook.
Thank you, Saloni.
Great. So, Nitin, I'll just quickly give a quick premise to our audience about what the session is all about, right? In the last 2 years, while e-commerce had already been on a rise, the pandemic sort of gave it like this huge boost, which was probably would have taken a long time, right? Right from apples to cars, everything is now available online. So, e-commerce is the new thing, and we were really hoping to understand your perspective on where marketing for e-commerce is heading. So without a lot of delay, I'll just get right to the questions. So given the digital acceleration over the last 1 year, the social distancing measures and the lockdown, businesses are moving online at an unprecedented rate. Right? Most businesses these days either have an e-commerce channel which they want to build further, or they want to start a new one. Right? So what would be key marketing tips for brands that are just beginning to explore e-commerce for their business?
Yeah, absolutely. So Saloni, before I do share my suggestion, let me just first highlight a few, maybe 3 key macro trends that have emerged over the last 12 months to give you a little bit more context to my suggestion. First, I think nearly 100 million new Indians have come online as part of the digital economy. Second, the pre-existing 100 million who were already buying at least once a year have increased their frequency of purchase. So digital presence became imperative for any brand discovery because internet was the only place not quarantined and had people's time and attention in plenty. So now with that context, let me give you the suggestion on what I think marketers businesses small or large, can do to further build their online journeys. I think the most important aspect is to focus on full funnel. This pool of 200 million Indians whom we spoke about are at various stages of commerce adoption. Some are still trying to understand, bringing their own awareness up to the mark of actually making a purchase. So they're not at the same stage of the digital adoption. So brands need to be very conscious of that. They need to create personalized experiences, and they need to help consumers move across the funnel, first building trust and awareness, then pushing them for consideration, and finally asking them to make a purchase in the most frictionless manner. I think that's the key here. So at FP, Facebook, we consult extensively with all key advertisers on how best to adopt and execute a full funnel approach with clear marketing objectives. And while we cover the full spectrum from building the right creatives to tapping into influencers, building the right cohorts for the reach, using AR and other emerging tech, to conversational commerce using WhatsApp and Messenger.
So, you mentioned, the sheer number of e-commerce users has gone up, right? So, when we speak about brands who are in this space, and you guys are working with some of the largest e-commerce players in the country, right? And some of these brands have captured the imagination of several marketers across the country. Could you tell us like a few interesting things that some of these brands have done with their marketing over the last year to build for the new normal?
Sure, great question. So firstly, I think digital has provided an immense canvas to these marketers in the last 12 months with some great success. Let me share my top 3 observations. First, I think this behavioral shift pushed most brands in creating some exceptional customer experiences around video, AR, influencer marketing, among other things, to increase brand awareness. So, from a Facebook standpoint, with nearly 400 million Indians using our apps at least once a day or each month, and the time spent going up considerably, I think social media became pivotal as a bridge between people, brands, creating that engagement and impact. So we saw a lot of brands using social media in the most innovative fashion and on the pillars that I just mentioned, which was content, video, around AR, around just creating more experiential ways of interacting with their customers. So that's first. Second, I think I've also seen this trend becoming far stronger than it was earlier, was with people from tier 2 and tier 3 cities increasingly turning to online for their shopping needs. We've also seen brands experimenting more with vernacular content or regional content. So in fact, we did a little bit of research which showed nearly 68% shoppers prefer to see advertisement in their local language, and most of them also wanted to see shopping in their local language. So we saw a lot of brands investing on this front heavily. I think the last trend which I've seen gain a lot of prominence is big sale days. Whether we call it mega sale days or big sale days. We know everyone shopping from home, big sale days have gained more importance. In fact, nearly 35% of e-commerce GMV lands during 40 odd days of big sale events. So we have seen most large advertisers plan extensively for these sales, driving some really, really cool innovation and personalization at scale. I don't want to name one of those, but I think everybody has done some exceptional work in the last 12 months, and they're all building that customer loyalty basis, these experiences that they're showing to the consumers in the market.
So, like when you say a lot of brands have done some really interesting and cool stuff, we also have a number of brands, who do know their basics well, but are still, sort of are attempting to understand a bit more. And we also have a lot of new players for whom it is a lot of trial and error, right?
Yeah.
So, what, in your opinion, are the common mistakes that e-commerce brands tend to commit in terms of marketing and should be absolutely avoided?
Yeah, so Saloni, first of all, digital space is evolving very rapidly. So there's no right or wrong approach. I think everybody is building hypotheses and testing it. So with time, I think either they get proven right or wrong. So that's part of the process. However, I've seen 2 common mistakes that businesses do make at times. I think the first common mistake is that they start focusing on just one part of the funnel. As I said, mentioned earlier, about 200 to 300 million Indians that today are part of the active shopping economy are at various stages of e-commerce adoption. So if you just, so as a brand, if you just start focusing on driving only transactions, which is very ROI centric advertisers, then that pool of people who will actually eventually transact will use shots, either first becoming plateauing out, and then secondly decreasing. So for every brand, it's critical to keep acquiring new customers, keep pushing them down for consideration, and then finally purchase, and then creating the remarketing pool. So you just can't keep focusing on one aspect and ignoring the other. I think that's one common mistake we've seen across a few advertisers. I think second is many businesses also invest in online marketing without adequate focus on measuring what matters. Marketing measurement, digital marketing measurement specifically, is a very complex and evolving topic. It is very hard for businesses to measure the true impact of advertisement. Also, I think the tools available to us have not really kept pace with the changes that have happened in digital last 8 to 10 years. But however, I think the need to measure truly incremental outcomes is more important than ever before, as profitability is becoming center stage. Uh, Most brands value money more than they were doing in 2019 or 2020, and that's going to be the case going forward. So as consumer journeys are not linear anymore, incrementality is the way to start determining the measurable value created on every dollar spent. That's maybe the two things I would urge marketers to look more deeply.
Definitely. It makes sense. So, like when we speak about these newer brands and the mistakes, we've also seen that over the last 1 year, there has been a dramatic shift and shopping has moved online in a big way for all key categories. So, what are some of the key online shopping trends that you can, throw light on, especially with this newer tier two, tier three market, coming on board on social media and e-commerce?
Yeah, sure. So my top three would be, I think the first would be advertisers are building some exceptional mobile experiences as digitally influenced purchases are on the rise and mobile is at the center of consumer behavior. So irrespective of whether the consumer selects either offline or online channel for purchase, they are now discovering and engaging with brands on their smartphones. So I think that's a very, very strong trend that has kind of made its impact very, very strongly. I think second, I've also seen about nearly 70% online consumers being millennials. Influencer marketing has become pivotal to drive brand salience within this cohort or audience set. So influencer marketing is a big focus with brands right now, I think. Lastly, I think building innovative online experiences using AR, VR, and other emerging tech has gained significant traction last 12 months. In fact, we did a little study and we gathered that about 80% people we surveyed consider AR a fun way to interact with brands, and they want to explore more products which have more virtual reality, augmented reality built in those experiences. So I think those are my top three trends I've at least seen in the last 12 months.
Great. And going forward, what do you think is in store for e-commerce brands? What are the newer marketing avenues that they can leverage or explore?
Okay, so if I phrase the question correctly, I would say you basically ask me what's in store for e-commerce maybe next 12 months from here on, and what would be my suggestion to advertisers in that context. So I think, firstly, I would say these changes in consumer behavior are structural, okay, and they are here to stay, and where mobile will continue to be the center of brand discovery. We're talking about discovery commerce as the next way, and mobile is at the center of discovery commerce. Secondly, I think the 200 million Indians who are now ready to join digital economy, either as new to commerce or new to a category, the brands have to build exceptional experience to acquire and retain these customers. While we have 300 million online today, there is room to acquire the next 200 million. So brands have to work very hard because these are hard to get consumers. They are not maybe easily accessible through television or maybe through a few apps, but you'll have to find innovative ways of acquiring and then retaining them. I think that's very critical. So consumer experience will again be at center stage of how we acquire and retain them. I think lastly, I would say advertisers should continue to focus on measuring incremental business outcomes on every dollar spent. I think these will be my top three suggestions to any marketer for next 12 months.
Right. So, I think these are my set of questions, but we would really be open if you could add on anything in the current scenario or context that you think we've missed out on.
Sorry, I didn't get the question, Siloni. Are you saying from my perspective, if there's something I missed?
Yeah. No, it's something I have missed out on in asking, because these are my set of questions, right?
Okay.
But before we conclude the session, in terms of e-commerce going forward, anything in terms of marketing that you feel stands out and you would like to shed light on?
I guess my last answer is probably covering that aspect. I think it's been the most exciting 12 months. I mean, if I sitting in 2019, I would have never guessed 2020 and 2021, at least from my business standpoint, would be what it is today. Uh, I think this country has seen an exceptional adoption of internet and digital economy. I've seen people who never use mobile for any of their purposes other than using WhatsApp and maybe Facebook, and now really shopping. So somewhere I do feel proud of being in a company which is more or less ubiquitous to the internet adoption in this country. So the first, any new person who joins internet, and we have about 700 million people on internet, the first app they're downloading is WhatsApp and Facebook. So we are extremely proud that we are playing our bit in helping digital adoption in this country, helping e-commerce adoption in this country. And I think that journey is going to become so important across the funnel, where people will start transacting, start consuming more content online, and then subsequently start spending a lot of money on online shopping. I think that's the most encouraging trend this country is going to see. And I think by 23, we'll probably have the most sophisticated online consumers anywhere in the world. So that's probably the most exciting part of being in India and part of this exciting internet market.
It is indeed a promising time to be in the whole internet and digital spectrum. Anyways, thank you so much for your time. It was indeed a very insightful session and helped us understand e-commerce, in the current context really well. So thank you for your time, and once again, happy World Social Media Day to everyone.
Yes, thank you so much, Saloni.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nitin and Saloni. Thank you for joining us. And so many of the comments are coming in from the viewers right now. Thank you once again, Nitin, for your valuable time.
All right. Thank you, Bhavna. Have a great day, guys. Bye.
You too. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are having a great time. Thank you once again to Nitin and Saloni. It was indeed a very interesting discussion. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inviting on stage for the first panel discussion of the day, these are our speakers. First up, Prateek Gupta, founding partner at Foxy Moron and Zoo Media. Then we have Alicia Khanna, Senior Marketing Manager, Alt Balaji. Shrinik Gandhi, Chief Executive Officer at White Rivers Media. And Saloni Surti joining us back, Editor, Social Samosa and Media Samosa, who will be moderating this session. So with this, I now invite all our wonderful panelists joining us, and they're going to be discussing on the topic, Understanding the Blueprint for Entertainment Marketing. Thank you once again for joining. I can see Prateek. Hello, how are you, Prateek?
Hi, how are you doing?
Hi, Alicia. Hi, Shrenik.
Hi, Saloni.
Hi, how are you all doing?
Hi, guys.
Hi, Prateek. Hi, Shrenik. Hi, Saloni. Bhavna.
Thank you. Over to you, Saloni.
Thank you, Bhavna. Hi, guys. I'd just quickly like to welcome everyone on the panel. It is really great to have you all over here. And I'd like to start by wishing you all a very happy World Social Media Day. Right? And thank you. And on that note, I'll just quickly set a little bit of context on the current, panel that we've organized. So, the whole idea is entertainment overall has always been at the heart of the Indian content ecosystem, which was something also highlighted by Aman from Google in one of the earlier sessions, where the initial vast user base from India on YouTube came for entertainment content, right? And in the last 2 years, the demand for entertainment content has only increased for various reasons, where I think it wouldn't be wrong to call it an essential commodity per se, right? So before we start, it would be great if you guys could just share your thoughts on what does entertainment marketing mean in today's context, to each one of you. We'll probably start with Anisha.
Hi. Okay, so Saloni, for me, I think any brand whose product offering literally entertains a user is going to be defined as entertainment marketing, and I think each different types of brands are competing in this space, and it's possibly not only OTT, it's even maybe a short format app. We are also pretty much competing with any app that is going to entertain you, whether it is sports or maybe even which was TikTok, or now the new format apps as well that are kind of coming in the Indian market today, all fighting for a consumer's time and entertainment need.
Okay. Shainik, if you could chime in.
Sure. So yeah, seconding Alicia's thoughts, I think any kind of marketing which uses the power of celebrities. Celebrities could be sports, it could be Bollywood or OTT, any kind of celebrity-driven marketing. Having said that, entertainment marketing comes with various cohorts. First cohort being Bollywood. So your classic Bollywood marketing. Second cohort within entertainment marketing in India is OTT. So multiple, again, OTT is the current big thing. I think 3 years back, I remember we were in a similar conversation, and the conversation was, will OTT be the future? I think the conversation today is OTT the present, right? Then the next cohort is Hollywood marketing in India, right? Then the next cohort would be music marketing. Music plays a very big role in entertainment in India. So there are multiple brands doing fabulous work in music, creating some record breaking numbers. Multiple brands within India are creating global news. Say one of our clients, T Series, happens to be the owner of the largest YouTube channel in the world. They are soon to touch 200 million subscribers on YouTube, right? So they are at that scale. And the last cohort, I believe, in entertainment is GEC, right? Your classic entertainment channels, TV channels, right? So these are multiple cohorts within entertainment marketing, and we'll try and address certain marketing challenges and opportunities in each of these as we speak. Pratik, over to you.
I think Shrenik has covered everything. The only thing he left is news, which is the real entertainment in this country. But fairly genuinely, I think the spectrum of entertainment marketing in India has increased massively, right? Like I think it used to earlier just be a very packed 7 or 14 days, or like 3 weeks of marketing before a big release. But I think now with OTT platforms, it's become a lot more sustained in terms of building brand love, building brand loyalty, right? So from it just being I hate to use the word moment marketing over here, but from it to being like a very packed 3-week calendar, it's now become also a long-term strategy for anybody, for channels, for brands, for music channels. Everybody wants to create media properties of their own and wants to have a long life with the consumers that are consuming their content. So I think while the cohorts, like I said, Shrenik has described, fairly well. And after the news, which provides us the greatest entertainment in this country, I think, that's how the entertainment landscape is today.
So, when we speak about the entertainment landscape, we are seeing like there are newer shows and movies coming in almost, every week, if not twice or thrice in a week. And then there's already a lot of existing and sourced and appointment content that is being brought over by a lot of channels and OTT platforms and so on, right? So, with this kind of clutter, how do you think entertainment brands can create a marketing plan that sort of rises up? And obviously,
Roni, I can't hear you too clearly.
You need to be a bit louder if you can.
Is this better?
A little bit.
It's still a little muffled.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is a bad day to try on new earphones. I really hope this is a little clearer now.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, like I was saying, basically what I was saying was we have newer content coming in every day, right? So, in that scenario, what should a marketing blueprint look like, which sort of helps your content stand out, break through the clutter? And this is given the fact that we're assuming that the content is really good, but you still need to get that kind of eyeballs and discoverability, right? So, what kind of marketing and distribution strategy does the blueprint need to entail? Probably start with Pratik.
So I think that's a very wide question, right? Like the good part about doing content marketing is that the content has its own flavor, right? As opposed to it being a FMCG product where the innovation is 5 times better and then it becomes 8 times better, and really the consumer is not able to see the value add, because he's not able to quantify what 5 times is and what 8 times is. But the definite advantage of entertainment marketing is that every content piece and the regularity in which the content is coming out has its own flavor. Right? One could be a horror story, one could be a love story, one could be a set in a certain time space, one could be about family, one could be about going out there. So it gives you different context to actually create moments of marketing or moments of content, or to be able to create a conversation in the digital ecosystem, whether it's with influencers, whether it's with different sorts of formats, which becomes a very, very essential part of what we're doing from a content marketing for the entertainment industry point of view. But the second part, which I said, is the fact that there is a longevity in terms of the consumer wanting to stick with a platform, a channel, or different kinds of actors and actresses, right? So there is lots of ways. If I'm a brand, if I'm an OTT brand, or if I'm a channel, I want my consumer to interact with me, right? So the simplest way of doing this is, do I have a genre through which I can get that person to to become a channel lover or a platform lover or whatever you want to call it, right? Do I have a particular actor or an actress that the person is following, because of which the person can become, can stick to my content, look at the content I'm pushing out there, and also become a consumer of the content that I'm pushing out to them? Or is it the platform itself, right? Like in some cases, some people like a certain news channel, some people like a certain GEC channel, some people like a certain OTT platform. And do I need to increase brand love for the platform itself for me to be to stick there and be relevant? So strategies are varied, right? But the other part of this is that once you know what to talk about, is where the distribution of this content becomes fairly important, right? Because it's not only about you being the person who's igniting the conversation, it's about how many people can take that torch and take it to all the dark places who do not know anything about this content, which becomes equally very important. So in the entertainment space, context is supremely important. Purpose of creating that content is supremely important. And thirdly, the distribution of that content and distribution of that purpose is equally important. And as opposed to the past, coerced effort of being consistent is fairly very important as well. Because gone are the days where you did like one release and moved on to the next. There is a reason for those that release to exist, and yeah, that's how we approach it.
Interesting.
Shanik, if you could add on to it.
So I think again pretty fairly covered. Once your what is identified, the next big question is who, right? So as an entertainment brand, you have to identify your TG, right? Say, I'm sure Alicia would agree that say example, an Alt Balaji comes for a certain type of target audience, right? And it is probably a super hit in that type of target audience. Maybe Netflix comes with a different category of audience, right? So you need to identify who is your target audience and be comfortable with that space, right? As a OTT brand, you cannot please everyone, right? So the OTT brand or the content creator has to be content with the fact that it is okay that everyone maybe in their social circle may or may not like their content, right? But if you have an understanding of who's your target audience, right, once you identify that, go very deep in that target audience, try and hit across multiple aspects in the lifestyle of your target audience and create content for multiple aspects of the lifestyle of your target audience, right? So once you identify the sweet spot, go extremely deep in that, and then that's the only way to break clutter. Yeah.
Alicia, if you could take on it.
Yes, I think Prateek and Shanik have covered a lot and given a lot of insights. There's one
thing
that,
of being the third one.
I think that there's one thing that I think a little differently, where I think that, of course, there is this importance of creating brand love and, getting the brand building done right. I also feel that, at times the shows are what drives the brand. And I think that is an approach that we've definitely taken for Alt as well. And, there are different types of shows, that brands have. I'm going back to an example of Alt Balaji. There's a show that we released, which was called A Married Woman. And there's a show that released last year, say, Bichu Ka Khel. Both of them are talking to a very different audience, So at this point in time, it also depends on the content that is being created and really understanding that, who is this content who is this content for, who are you talking to? You're not necessarily talking to the same audience at every point in time. Also, I think content discovery is something that is, a big challenge for us right now. And to ensure that, you are reaching out to the right target audience basis the content offering that you have, or the basis the kind of content that you have created for a specific TG, also kind of becomes a little important.
Actually, sort of circling back to my question, content discovery is actually a very huge challenge, even for creators per se, and even for brands that have now gotten into content creation. And of course, there's a whole entertainment segment. So, probably if you could highlight a few tactics that you have, practiced or put into use for increasing content discoverability, and it has sort of helped you.
Can you come again, Saloni? Your voice was extremely muffled.
I am so sorry. Is this better, Alicia?
A little bit.
Okay. So I was saying, in terms of content discoverability, like you mentioned, and it has been a challenge. If you could share a few tactics, that has helped Ontology, and if you could share it with the audience.
I think there are multiple. I think with the way trends and are changing by the day. I think what we did 6 months back is definitely not what we are doing right now. I think there's a big shift that happened for us definitely post the pandemic and pre-COVID, and currently what we are in right now. Our efforts have become digital first. Our efforts have become to focus on the next set of audience, which is definitely coming from different platforms, whether it is getting people from short format apps. TikTok was an important medium for us, and now of course there are different new mediums in that way. Influencers is something which has become very important, and all of this kind of helps increase the word of mouth. Eventually what you are saying as a brand is a one-way communication, but when these different third-party mediums can work together with you, it only helps increase the word of mouth and get the conversation starting, which helps people then eventually discover content. So influencers again is a very important strategy. I think most brands that have an always on influencer campaign, it works better for them. Memes again, I think it's something very important. And one of the things with OTT specifically, which is different from movies, is that you do not have a weekend that you need to get maximum results on. Of course, there are, you want the show to become famous when you have launched it and in the immediate coming weeks, but you also have a library. You don't have an end date for your campaign to stop. So how you utilize third-party memes, how do you utilize, everyone, how do you utilize every medium outside your platform also is very important at this point in time for all.
And in terms of discoverability, marketing tactics, if Pratik, you could also add something.
No, I mean, first things first, I don't think that you can look at content without the medium that's carrying the content, right? I think, I mean, some of the mediums are organic, like Alicia said, some of the mediums are paid. And you have to look at it from both, right? Like when Alicia is launching something at All Balaji, it's a priority to get as many people to watch it on the weekend that they launch it, right? But that same content is also going to rest on her platforms to get newer people to subscribe to All Balaji, right? So again, what is the lifespan of that content, and what can the content do in different forms of media activities, right? Memes, for me, memes is one other way of actually being able to discover content, right? Today, a lot of the news that I sadly consume is through memes, right? Like I look at somebody suddenly trending and I'm just like, abhi isne kya kiya, right? Like, and then you go out and find out, what has happened. If I remember the EU just did not accept Covishield as one of the green pass vaccines, and I was like, why the hell is everyone talking about Covishield? And that's when I went and found out that okay, EU has banned Covishield. So we have to understand the consumption patterns of the audience that you're actually actually going after, and therefore the strategy that you're actually deploying for any sort of marketing, not even entertainment, is a content and a media mix. And you can't look at one without the other, because you can be very happy about creating content, but if only you're going to see it and the 10 people at the agency are going to see it, then who are you actually patting your back for?
Interesting.
True. Yeah, Shanik, if you could also add on.
Yeah. So yeah, other than these points, I think there are a few other points which are very relevant in terms of amplifying any content. The first one I believe is affinity, right? So each brand has a certain set of loyal audience, right? These are audiences who are low-hanging fruits. They are going to consume any and every content which is going to come on the app, right? Or from the favorite celebrities who generally feature on the app, right? So how do you create content for the affinity, for the highest affinity audience. So I think that's the first thing. You could possibly treat them well, give them freebies, give them exclusive access, right? So they become your torchbearers to spread the word, right? This industry is based on FOMO, right? You wouldn't watch a content, or you are less likely to watch a content if it is not recommended by a friend. And you would like to be in a place where you are recommending content to your friends, right? So it works both ways, right? So how do you create content which is for your most audience which is most affiliated with the brand? So I think that's point number one. Point number two, point number three is time decay, right? We need to understand that timing is everything when it comes to content, right? If I tell you that, hey, you know what, I'm giving you scoop about the last episode of GOT today, you're not going to, of course, click on that ad, right? But if I were to give that scoop one day before the release, that might get maximum CTRs, right? So one has to understand that what's the best time, what's the sweet spot to kind of hit the audience, right? Also, there's a lot of competition, right? So there are multiple releases happening, multiple parallel releases happening, right? So as a brand, how do you time your content well so that your audience, your second layer of audience, also love to consume content? So all of those things matter when you create content or distribute it.
So, yeah, guys, when we speak about timing and we speak about memes and moment marketing, we've seen that over the last couple of years, they have become a very important, even a yardstick to measure the success of a content, right? Because we see a lot of organic memes and jokes coming up. And obviously, that led to even entertainment brands leveraging it to create conversation. So, and when there is a very large conversation about advertising and moment marketing going on, where do you think the whole thing stands from an entertainment marketing point of view? How much does it work for the brand, and does it lead to the completion of a CTA?
Yeah.
Shining, if you could take it.
Yeah. So I would love to disagree to that point. Memes are not a yardstick to measure the success of a show. Only the right content is the true matrix or the true yardstick to measure.
I'll add one more thing. Memes or moment marketing is not the yardstick to even measure any brand being successful on social media. I mean, I think I'd just like to table this once and for all, right? Like, I think we're over celebrating this.
Memes.
Yeah, we're over celebrating the fact that, oh my God, we were able to turn this around in 1.5 hours and then say work-life balance. I mean, that's just my particular take on it, but that's sorry.
Actually, we do have a session around the whole thing, reality check around moment marketing in the next few hours. And there is a whole discussion about how moment marketing has become a way to reach out to the industry itself, right?
It is.
So that is obviously there is a larger conversation, but that is the whole point, right? Where does moment marketing and advertising stand for entertainment brands, and how much is it actually, effective? Because if we remember the GOT trend and we remember the Sacred Games trend, and everyone went bonkers with memes, right? And it sort of gave brands and agencies a reason to harp on it. But actually, वो कितना काम आ रहा है, from an ROI objective point of view.
So it gives you immediate recall, but that's it. It ends there. Do you remember any brand which did a fabulous GOT meme? Or do you remember a meme which was done on GOT by a brand? For sure you don't. But if I ask you about GOT, I'm sure there'll be 100 answers or 100 conversations we can have, right? So that's the whole point, right? Memes are perishable, right? Same meme may not be as funny the next day, right? So one has to understand that. So that brings me to another point. Firstly, so memes are not a yardstick. So, as I'm sure Alicia might also agree to this statement, they are not a yardstick. They are a good thing to have in a brand strategy, right? First. Second, the only thing which works is consistent, great content, right? Content could be text, video, audio, imagery, anything, but consistent, great content is the only thing which works. Memes are one of the things which can be a part of the larger plan, right? And so nothing but consistency works, as simple as that, right? Memes could get you certain recall maybe for a day or two or maybe a week at max, but post that no one remembers.
I mean, to add to that also, like, you need to consistently do meme marketing also, right? That's the irony of any sort of marketing that you do, right? Like, consistency is key. right? So for us, for instance, with the Rabbit Hole, which is our video solutions agency inside of Zoo, we work on Netflix, right? I think our biggest learning from Netflix is that we need to build a community, right? That community will be of people who are basically just dining on different pieces of content on a regular basis, right? The regularity of the content and the regularity with which we're able to build brand love to different audiences that we have identified inside of our marketing ecosystems is what is consistently important to us, right? We created an IP called Behansplaining where we review, where we review our own content, right? Behansplaining now becomes a vehicle for us to market our own shows when we're launching inside of the Netflix platform, right? It becomes our own media property to do work over there, right? So, and we have a show which is called Now Memeing on YouTube that we do for Netflix, where we review the memes that people make on Netflix. But that also we have to do consistently. So, as everything, content is king, and consistent content is the real kingdom, right? Like if you cannot create this consistent stream of content, uh, you're going to be nowhere in the long term.
Makes sense. I'm taking that thought to Alicia. We've seen Alt Balaji has used meme marketing actively and consistently, consistency being the keyword, over the years, and for a lot of new shows that the platform has come up with. So, how has it worked for the brand? Any advice, learning tips that you could share?
I think it's again, like what Prateek said, it's very important to consistently do it. While there is a program that is going on for all the library shows, so that it stays relevant, it stays you get that recall factor coming from memes, and it becomes very important. Of course, when there are new show launches, it's more important for us to blast more memes on that, and that's how I think people also relate to shows. That's how people relate to dialogues, and especially when you have shows which have very quirky dialogues and strong punchlines. Meme marketing is an important medium, not the biggest medium, but a very important medium, definitely, to reach out to your audience. I also think that when it comes to trying to create as many conversations, or when you want to get a larger reach for your campaign, it is a very effective medium. And from what we've seen, I think just a couple of lakhs investment and just that initial push that you get, you'll immediately get like a reach of 30-40 million, depending on how correctly you have done a campaign. Right. So you can't take away meme marketing from our campaign and the campaign will still succeed. I think it is a very integral part. And not only that, I think a lot of meme marketing has created influencers as well. And I think that there is there's an influencer called BC Auntie who's who's growing today, and her fame started with these memes that we had created for Upharan, where we seeded her memes, and she became very famous, and today she is a content creator. Of course, she's created some fantastic pieces of content, but it started with that. I don't think Seema Auntie would have become as famous with Indian matchmaking if it had not been the memes as well. So it does help create certain recall. It is an integral part of any show's marketing campaign, but if it's done correctly, and it has to be done consistently as well.
No, absolutely. I think meme marketing definitely creates the legends out of great actors, right? Especially in this sort of a space, right? The memes just solidify you in history in terms of just the relevance that you have. It's a very important part of pop culture that we cannot ignore. And yeah, important part of the marketing mix. But again, even that has to be done consistently, right? Like you can't come in and come out and just say, as a part of the 100 things I'm doing, I'm going to do 2 things with meme marketing. Like for Isha, it has to be show meme marketing. It has to be content meme marketing. It has to be platform meme marketing. And I'm sure she's also going after performance meme marketing today, right? So there are different aspects to even meme marketing. And that's what we need to recognize, right? That there's content and there is the distribution of that content, or what objective it actually fulfills for you.
Yeah, I actually like to add on what Alicia said, like even with the whole Seema Taparia moment and a few other characters that we have seen go viral and become meme moments over the years. certainly isn't a yardstick, so to say, but it does definitely make for a winning moment for the brand and the piece of content for both, right? Where it becomes like a organic piece of communication which is circulating everywhere from WhatsApp to Instagram to more niche platforms. Yeah, but definitely. So I think the key here, according to our speakers, is consistency and using it correctly, which obviously makes sense. Okay, so like moving on, when we speak about advertising, we speak about influencers, we speak about collaboration and a lot of other things. But for entertainment brand, everything sort of ties up to, does it lead to me downloading a platform or to a person walking into a theater pre-COVID days or whatever the version of that is now. So, how do you calculate ROI on entertainment marketing efforts, and how do you tie it back, to the core objective of a user coming on the platform or the theater and consuming the final product? We could start with you, Alicia.
ROI, your end result ROI literally has to be the money that you've been able to get, right? Whether for movies, it was getting somebody walk in the theater and, what is the collection that you have made? What's your box office collection? Or maybe for OTT at this point in time, then what is the kind of subscription that you've been able to generate? And, I think it's very difficult for each of these activities to directly get and understand the kind of subscription that they have. So there are, of course, two ways in which we would work, right? One is kind of getting that kind of awareness going out, getting that word of mouth out, getting people to talk, creating the conversations, getting the reach. And of course, then performance marketing, which is, eventually converting those people and getting them onto the platform and fulfilling the end goal and the end result of eventually getting the subscribers and getting them to watch the show. But having said that, I think while we do all of this, at the end of the day, it is the content that is going to sell. All the efforts that we take will get people to watch and sample one episode, sample two episodes. And after that, it is the word of mouth and the content that will sell.
Interesting. So I would like to speak about an example. So we've been doing a lot of work in Bollywood. Again, just to give you certain numbers, 2019, we marketed about 60 plus Bollywood movies. So practically almost every week there was a movie we were marketing. We realized that Bollywood marketing fundamentally has a problem. So there are 5 or 6 assets which every Bollywood movie has: trailer, song 1, song 2, dialogue 1, dialogue 2, and then final release, right? Problem is each one of them are center staged by a different entity in the ecosystem. Like a trailer would be led by a star or a talent. Your dialogue 1 promo would be front led by a production house. Music, the songs would be led by the music company producing it. And ticket booking, the final call to action would happen via, say, Book My Show or Paytm or whoever is a ticketing partner. We had an advantage where we worked with the entire ecosystem, right? So we created this product wherein at the trailer stage, so the name of the product is Unilink, right? So at the trailer stage, we get the talent to put Unilink instead of a normal link or a normal Bitly link. It's a very smart link. What it does is it creates an entire customer journey. What used to happen before is there were parallel customer journeys created. Your asset 1 is the strongest asset. Your trailer generally is the strongest asset. What if someone joins your movie marketing journey, say from a dialogue 2 stage? He's not going to be as impressed. He might not even connect, right? Or what if your ticket booking links are shown to someone who's not even seen any of your 5 assets? So kya hoga, right? So that's why we created Unilink, where in trailer stage pe we put in Unilink. People who've seen my trailer would be shown my song. People who've seen trailer and song 1 would be shown song 2. People who've seen all 3 would be shown dialogue. People who've seen all 4 would be shown the second dialogue. And people who've seen all 5 would be shown my ticket booking link, right? So essentially what we could get is crazy ROIs, right? We got mad CTRs. I remember for one of the movies we did, we got about 5x jump in the ticket bookings in terms of with the same budget, right? Also, another advantage is there are a lot of overlapping fan clubs. So 3 movies we worked with, which I have top of mind recall. We did work for Good News, which was an Akshay Kumar Kareena movie. Second movie we worked with was an Ajay Devgan movie called Tanaji, right? And they both were coming up with a movie launch which happened just pre-pandemic called Suryavanshi. We realized that we have active data sets of people who have consumed 5 assets of each of these movies. So it made absolute sense to kind of showcase our trailer of Suryavanshi to these people, right? So ROI is ROI, of course, while ticket booking and the final mullah is the real ROI. There are a lot of things which makes campaigns more efficient, right? Wherein if you look at the 3-year balance sheet of a production house, your overall marketing campaigns are much more efficient. So that also is ROI. Pratik, over to you.
Okay, so ROI is horses for courses, right? Like it's different ROI for different sorts of people, firstly, right? Like secondly, I think that like for the longest time in my understanding of entertainment marketing, it was very, very templatized, exactly what Shainik said, right? Like everybody came in and said, what is the package, right? That's the conversation that people used to have, and I never knew how to respond to it, because like what is a package when you're doing creative marketing. And over a period of time, like I said, there are absolutely two parallels that are running inside of any business, right? One is to build brand love, and the second is to build ROI in the quintessential terms of what we're trying to define ROI, right? For Alicia, the ROI is app downloads and subscriptions. For Shrenik, if he's doing movie marketing, the ROI is pretty much how many people went to the theater, right? But I think, like I said before, the marriage of content plus media is the answer to a lot of the questions and the objective that this content has been created for, right? For us and representing what we're doing at Netflix, brand love is our biggest ROI, right? We're saying that we're running brand love metrics to ensure that all the marketing that we do allows for the love for Netflix as the brand to increase, and also the kind of content that we're providing on that platform. Adisha rightly said that eventually the content will speak for itself, and whether the content does well or the content does not do well. And when you have such a clear ROI metric, the performance marketing can back that brand love, right? So as Shrenik is taking cohorts in terms of the marketing that he's done for other films, and then making that interest cohort available with what we're doing, we're taking the cohorts of people who have engaged with us at a brand level, organically and inorganically, and trying to see how many of those people can we convert into subscribers. This is where content marketing and performance marketing actually come to a junction where you're able to create the real magic, right? Because we have a long-term brand love objective, and we have an always on performance marketing objective. We're creating different pieces of content for each one of these, each one of these objectives. We're going after different mediums for each one of these objectives, and we're tracking different metrics for each one of these objectives, right? One of the things that we did recently, like we were doing this movie called Jagame on Netflix, and it actually landed up creating a lot more brand love for Netflix. And when we did our metrics, we had a lot of we had a share of voice in terms of what we were able to do with the content in the South, and therefore were able to create the right sort of an impact. When we walk out of that conversation and we say we have brand love, and we're able to create brand love in a market where Netflix is focusing on creating brand love, it's an absolute victory. And obviously each one of these metrics of brand love is also backed by key milestones that we put across for it. So it's a lot of things. It's a lot of things that we can that we continue to do, and yeah, it's fun. I mean, the space is fun because it continuously gives you a new thing to do every Friday.
From our audience on platforms.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Is this better?
Yeah.
So we do have a few questions from our audience.
Can't hear you, Saloni, at all.
Hello?
Yeah. Perfect.
So we do have a few questions from the audience on our platform, and I'll sort of try to summarize them and bring them down to
Sorry. Audible?
No. Saloni, just remove your mic, no, try into the phone, into the computer directly. I think it'll be a lot more helpful.
Is this better, guys?
Yep.
Yes,
oh, it's awesome.
I should have tried that much earlier. Okay, cool. So we do have a few questions from our audiences, and I will try to summarize them and bring it down to one or two questions, right? So the first one question is around a lot of OTT platforms do not directly support advertising platforms like Netflix, for instance. So how can brands, associate with the content they create in a non-intrusive manner?
Sorry, who doesn't
Can you come
support?
again?
OTT platforms like Netflix do not support direct advertising. So how can brands associate with them in a non-intrusive manner?
Oh, okay. So I'll take that. I'll take that question. Netflix does brand partnerships on its social media, which is also a media platform for them. So like there's a lot of work that we do, with other brands who are going after the same audiences, and like we're trying to incorporate them in the conversation, which is relevant to the audience. It does not do revenue maximization as branded content internally, which is the platform's business call in that sort of a sense. But the social media, like I said, right, is not only Netflix's way to get out to the world, but it's also a media platform that they're building for the long term, right? Like if you have 10 million subscribers on YouTube and we have 5 million followers on Instagram, it automatically becomes a lot easier for us to market to them when something new is coming up, right? So they understand the long term benefit of it. Obviously, all of this is until Zuckerberg decides to change the algorithm again. But up until that, we're fairly significantly correctly building this community, right? Because the community will eventually lead to consumption, and we do work with certain brands in that sort of a space, but it's not an overt business objective for them, and therefore they don't chase it.
I'll, if I may add, I'll slightly pivot. I'll go outside the realm of OTTs. I'll give you an example of an influencer marketing campaign we recently did. One so-called influencer had got pretty viral of lately, called as the Great Khali. Everyone was flocking into his comment section and asking him to do all sorts of impossible tasks. Right. There were a few brands also who got into the bandwagon. They kind of did a few activities with him, but most of the activities, from what I understand, were very direct in nature, where they kind of, shove the products on the face of our audience. It doesn't work. What we did instead for a brand we work with, again, I'm moving out of entertainment, for a brand called as Realme, right? It's a fourth largest mobile brand in the country. We got Khali to actually do some of the impossible tasks. Right, we did a very fun video. I'm sure you would have possibly seen the video as well. That is one of the most viral videos on Khali's page right now. It has crossed about almost 15 million views, 1.5 million likes, and about 30,000 plus comments on his page. Right, so imagine 30,000 comments on someone who on a influencer who did not even have a million likes. Exactly. Right, not even a million followers on his page maybe a month back. Right. Why did the content go so viral? Because we let Khali be authentic. We asked him to give only a single take for each of the shot. We asked him to do whatever he wants. We gave him about 100 plus options. We asked him to spend time with the product, and we asked him to actually create content. And you're seeing the power of genuine content, right? So genuinely created content by any influencer will travel. Sooner or later, it will travel for sure. So that's my answer.
Moving on to the last question from the audience. What kind of a role do ratings and reviews play, for entertainment products, and how do, what kind of a role do they play in the marketing blueprint? So this includes ratings like IMDb, Google reviews, etc. It's what a user is asking. If any one of you could take it up.
Alisha, you want to speak?
I'll say. I think
favorite IMDb.
All three. One of our favorite platforms, right?
Sorry, okay. We work together, so that's why it's
yeah. Okay, so once you've launched the show, I think creating that FOMO. How is it that you're telling people that you cannot be missing this? If you miss the show, you're missing something really great, and all the perception that you create is also coming somewhere from the ratings. People are talking about the ratings. We had a show right now that we just launched called Broken But Beautiful. And I think for the last 2 weeks, the entire conversation has been where the users are talking about how it has been one of the highest rated shows on IMDb, how it reached one of the top, the episodes ranked on one of the best, one of the top 40 episodes on IMDb as well. And it got a rating of, we reached a rating of 4.3, and then it kind of dropped down. And it was not only that, at that point in time, IMDb is one platform. There are several other platforms as well, whether it is your or Max or your OTT, or Max or COTT, or every week Film Companion releases their most streamed. Topping these charts is it's not most important in terms of the consumer, but it is very important for the media as well to kind of create this perception, and we can take these data points and then further create more perception and just amplify how this is not a show to be missed. It just drives the entire perception that we want to create. So in that sense, I think all of these platforms, whether it's IMDb, it's Google reviews, or any of these other formats that are doing any kind of reporting, is also very important. And not only that, but if I'm going to be spending an X amount of time or vesting an X amount of time watching a show, I just want to Google it. I just want to know whether it's actually going to be worth my while. I don't want to spend 2 hours and then realize at the end is shit, and why have I spent 2 hours, and what have I spent 2 hours for, or 3 hours, depending on the content piece that you're watching. So it's extremely, extremely important. All of these parameters are important, in my opinion.
Also, I would like to add, so one of the shows we marketed, one of my favorite show as a consumer, and I'm glad that we were given an opportunity to market the show. The show is called Scam 1992, the Harshad Mehta story. It released last year. It's one of the highest rated shows on IMDb, about 100,000 plus, 9.5 plus reviews on IMDb. So that's, I think it is breaking the record of Breaking Bad as well. So it's at that scale, right? What we realized is we must empower the customers, empower the audience, and encourage them to review the show. Whenever we are, as a OTT platform or as any content creators, there'll be highs and lows. But if you know that our content piece is working great, you got to empower the audience or encourage the audience to kind of, rate the show on IMDb, rate the show across multiple platforms. And we realized that suddenly, the kind of reviews we got in the first week itself on IMDb were through the roof, right? The only thing which works is encouraging audience to kind of go out there, speak. Because again, going back to the whole FOMO aspect, everyone likes to speak about a show which they have watched, which they feel others may not have watched, right? And they would like to review that show, right? So in the initial days, in the first 10 days, if you focus efforts in terms of creating the whole chatter, I think it's half job done.
And on the other hand, you always have people who like to watch stuff right from the bottom of the IMDb ratings, right? So it's that everyone has a consumer. And I think, jokes aside, I think it's very, very important. And it's also like Alicia said that, just using the IMDb ratings, even for performance marketing for them, can become a lot more valuable. So there are lots of reasons to be able to get the right sort of perception and the value on ratings, and everybody is very conscious of what they want to consume today, right? The options are so many, right? We spend most of the times just scrolling through what we want to watch versus watching it. So, we want to take conscious decisions. And if this content is providing you the ability to make these conscious decisions, then we're good to go, I think.
Yeah, and also you mentioned yardstick before a few questions. I think reviews of the show are a good yardstick for the marketing team to understand whether what scale of monies to pump in on the show after it is released. So you could consider that as one of the important yardsticks.
That we will conclude the session for today. We do have a few questions, and I can send it to you guys personally, and we can make sure that the audience get the answers. But anyways, thank you guys for your time and the insights. It was indeed a great session. Over to you, Bhavna.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Pradeep, thank you, Alicia. Thank you,
Thank you. Bye.
Insights. Thanks, Saloni. Thank you for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are having a great time. What an excellent energy from all of you. We're loving your tweets. We're loving the hashtags, and we're loving that you are enjoying yourself right now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, the next session is dedicated to understanding the new phenomenon seen in the social media space. We're talking about Are social media admins the new brand ambassadors? Well, inviting on stage now is Sanket Odi, the creative director at Dentsu Web Chatty, who's joining us right now. Thank you, Sanket. How are you doing?
Hey, Bhavna, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm great. So, Sanket, the stage is all yours. Over to you now.
First of all, a happy social media day to everyone. I know it's something we don't celebrate, but it's something in the past 10 years, while your relationships might not have stayed constant, but social media has definitely stayed a constant for most of us. Something I would like to talk about today, like the topic that I've chosen today to talk about is, are social media admins the new brand ambassadors, right? I mean, over the years, social media management has become an important facet in growing a business, and brands are increasingly looking at individual unique voices to run their social media with a free hand, right? Like the whole idea being to stay innovative and to keep their communities engaged. So the topic I want to broach here today is, has the social media admin in a way become the new brand ambassador in disguise, right? And if so, what responsibilities come with this newfound power? So if we look at traditional brand ambassadors, they've always been celebrities, right? They have been handpicked to represent the brand positively and help market to newer audiences, right? They're firstly famous, and they're selected basis a shared ethos or a value that brands have in mind, right? And for time immemorial, that trick has worked, right? Like if we see Amir Khan and Coca-Cola in the 90s with Athanda Matlab Coca-Cola, or with an Amitabh Bachchan with Cadbury's, right? Or more recently, if you've seen Alia Bhatt with A Sunfeast Dark Fantasy, we have seen this trick has worked effectively. But if you look at marketing budgets and tricky schedules of these celebrities, they cannot allow for a steady pipeline of content to come in, right? And because of this, a very interesting, we are heading in a very interesting direction, right? Like, because today things are different. While brand ambassadors take care of long-term duties, you need someone or a team that stays in touch with your consumer every day, right? Like a social media manager, if you look at them, they're typically someone who are behind the scenes, but they know your customer, right? Like they know where your customers are on digital. And the best part, if you look at it, they come at like roughly 100 the cost that a typical brand ambassador might come at, right? And they definitely throw lesser tantrums. So for social media managers, I would say it's much easier to connect with their audiences in a genuine and authentic manner and gain the audience's attention and enthusiasm about your products and services, right? So how do you look at the role of a social media manager today, right? Like if you typically look at I don't know if you guys have noticed, like if you typically look at the back of an FMCG product, right? Let's say a biscuit or like a phone, whatever, right? Like you'll see a customer complaint number on the packaging, or please write your complaints towards this address, right? What brands fail to recognize here is that social media here has kind of bridged that gap, right? Like, because say for example, your brand is going through a rebrand. Where are people going to talk about it first? It's going to be Twitter, it's going to be Facebook, it's going to be Instagram. So your social media manager technically becomes the interface between your brand and your customer, right? The social media manager of today needs to have a seat at the table for executive decisions, and their point of view actually matters a lot in such situations, because social media is where your customers are going to first respond to you. So what both agencies and brand managers need to realize is, social media managers or social media admins are not just someone who hit send or hit post on Facebook and Twitter, but they're instrumental in knowing what you're putting out will work or not in a day-to-day basis. Okay. Now moving on to like the kind of problems a social media manager would face typically today, right? Like let's say in India, we agencies and brand managers alike, we suffer a lot with the Wendy's or a Burger King complex, right? Like there has not been one meeting that not one client meeting or not one brief that we might have gone through where a Wendy's or a Burger King example has not been used, right? But what typically, where the blind spot arises is, like, fast food is conducive to fun conversations, right? Like that's been the category code since the past 10 or 15 years, roughly.
what people need to realize today is on social, you can't stick too close to your category code because there is culture around your category waiting to be built, right? The category code that your brand is present in is kind of less important than the culture that your brand attracts. So what advertisers and brand managers need to understand more and more every day is to kind of stop latching onto trends to build your brand, right? Like latching onto trends is great for newer brands who are waiting to be noticed, who want to raise brand awareness, but that cannot become your entire social strategy, right? And that's where a social media manager comes in. Or even the case with a relatively known brand, if you look at it. Like it's important to tune in to what your customers are saying on social, what tickles their fancy, and kind of tap into that feeling to decide what you're going to do next, right? Something what we hear on a daily basis, right? Like whenever we are creating content out for any brand out there, a brand always sets these guardrails, right? Like you have a political guardrail, you are not allowed to say anything sexual, you're not allowed to say anything religious. And we somehow have managed to convince ourselves that controversy is the way to drive conversation on social. But that's not the case at all, right? Social is also social, if you look at it, is all about creating simple content and doing it well, right? Like, I mean, good advertising, be it print or digital, actually captures imagination. And that's what advertising on digital is shaping towards, right? Because there are too many catchment areas to get your customers' attention. So what a social media manager's primary job becomes is also to find these catchment areas and slipping your messages into these places that already have the eyeballs, right? Like a beautiful example today is like, let's take Fevicol, for example, right? Fevicol ka jod is something Ogilvy came up with in the 90s. But if you see today, it has seamlessly extended itself on social, right? Like one thing you can notice is they on Instagram or on Twitter, wherever they are, they're not really selling to carpenters. They're basically just tapping into the culture that exists around their product, right? In my opinion, it's a fantastic example of simple content done well by tapping into culture, right? So how do you kind of figure if there's culture around your brand, right? Like the culture around your brand could be on social, it could be IRL. Like let's say for a brand like Swiggy, a beautiful campaign that they did was "What's in a Name," right? Where they typically just tapped into the culture where they noticed that delivery executives were often not referred to by their names. So that kind of the film, when it was put on social, it captured the feeling beautifully. Or like let's say a client like Oyo Rooms, right? Like Oyo Rooms, if you see the comment section of Oyo Rooms or a bunch of brands, like let's say consumer internet brands, service brands, you always see that the comment section is always filled with complaints. Oyo Rooms noticed on their social, right? Like most of their comment section was filled with lewd comments. So they came up with a campaign that was making online a safe space for women every day. So one thing that we need to realize here is it's not just about the kind of content that you do. It's every day. It's more about the culture that surrounds your brand every day, right? And that's something that needs to be tapped into. Now, another thing I would love to talk about here is how content has shaped and how social media admins have shaped with it through the past 10 years, right? Like, if you look at it, like, I hope we are all aware of the Geo effect, right? Like, the second Geo came into the market, it kind of democratized the Indian internet, right? It gave everyone a smartphone, it gave everyone internet, and mostly gave everyone access to the internet, right? But if you look at social, democratizing social is nowhere close, right? Like the same trend that I consumed in 2010 becomes attractive for someone else in 2015, and obviously again for someone else in 2020, right? Like if you like, one example of this could be a Zomato, right? Like a Zomato started off with a very fun sort of an approach in the early 2010s, right? And it's something that a brand like Dunzo has actually taken and completely gone wild with it, right? It's something that they have not just brought to social, but they have pushed it to push notifications to their BTL everywhere, right? Like now, if you think like 10 years ago, if you had asked me, I would have said, oh, okay, yeah, Puns, Zomato. But today, if I see Puns, I think of Dunzo this time, right? Another lovely example of this that I have seen is, let's say, we've all gotten into the habit of blaming the intern whenever we have like whenever there's a boo-boo on the internet, whenever like social media managers, we have all gone through it, right? Like when we have scheduled a wrong post, where we have like posted something with a typo, we've all gone through it. And the safe response to this has always been like blaming the intern, right? Now blaming the intern has been done like 2012, 2015. But recently, if you looked at it, how HBO Max handled it really beautifully, right? Like how they took blaming the intern to the whole new level and made it more empathetic. And you see how the audience reacted to it, right? So it's also about not just like taking ideas and getting inspired by them, but actually building onto them and creating content that basically stands out in the crowd, right? Like blaming an intern was cool in 2013. We all know that. And we have tried our fair share of that with a number of brands across the board. But HBO Max took that a step ahead and actually got their audience to create a very empathetic way of dealing with it, right? Which brings me to something like I definitely want to kind of break some myths today and kind of have a reality check for brand managers as well as agency folk together. So as brand managers, if we have the confidence that our customer will be in a certain place 1 year from now, we're kind of kidding ourselves, right? Like there is no way we can assume where our customer is going to be when our brand launches a huge campaign somewhere down the road, right? Like and I couldn't stress on this enough. Like gone are the days of 30-day content calendars. Like forget 30-day content calendars even, right? Like we try to do 1-year roadmaps for social to align with our mainline priorities. And we all know that deck gets thrown out the window even a month down the line, right? Like social media admins are all about like having their ear to the ground, and they act as a beautiful feedback loop to shape your communication on social, right? So one of the ways it definitely helps is identifying newer avenues for you to kind of tap into, not just on social, but actually going beyond social as well, right? Like if like we've like I said, right, like we've all been inspired by Wendy's and Burger King before, right? Like we have maybe pitched the same idea, we've gotten inspired and built on that idea. But the idea here is to be inspired and look at newer ways to do the same idea, right? It's not about copying the idea and not about copying the idea itself, right? So one of the ways that what we are trying to do at WebChutney here is we're trying to go beyond Twitter and Instagram, right? Like Twitter and Instagram is something that has become a part of everyday social. We obviously did a really nice campaign on Instagram with Swiggy's Voice of Hunger, where obviously it's tapping into a social media feature. We've seen it since 2015, right? With a Bacardi DJ and a lot of other campaigns, right? But what we managed to do here is actually tapping into the fun that was behind recreating a food item using your own voice, right? So the idea here is to actually go into forward-thinking creativity here and tapping into communities that slowly, even though are niche, are something that we should essentially tap into, right? So there are avenues like gaming, and social media admins are the ones who are actually dictating where advertising is heading on digital, right? Like if you see Facebook's new play has become more and more about groups and communities, right? Because that's where digital advertising is heading as well. It's all about activating communities, and that's where your social media admins are, right? They are scouring the internet every day to identify newer trends, newer communities, newer ways to kind of understand the ever-changing digital consumer. So while they are figuring out newer ways to engage communities, we are also looking at platforms like Discord, Reddit, and for shout out's sake, Clubhouse as well, right? And I'm very glad to say, like, this might be like a very shameless brand plug, but I'm very glad to say the folks at WebChutney are that far ahead of the curve right now. So whether it's reaching out to communities without access to internet, with an 8-bit journal, or like furthering the gender equality cause in the kitchen with an idea like better half recipes, right? So what I'm trying to say here is, like, essentially social media admins, they have a finger on the pulse, okay? Like they know what the internet is thinking. Like we all know, like to quote my colleague Ishtar here, the internet has a short attention span, but a very long memory, right? Like, so people need to understand that there are no outdated ideas on the internet. There are outdated ways of doing them. And that's a myth that the social media admin tries to break open every day. And essentially what I'm trying to say is they need to be taken more seriously if social is a part of your strategy going forward, right? uh, that being said, I would like to end on a very sweet note. Like every performance metric that your brand manager has told you to chase since forever, right? Like it's kind of become overcrowded, right, with competition, because every brand manager is consuming the same blogs that you are, and you're essentially chasing the same damn thing, right? Like with paid media, we love doing like A/B testing for ads, right? So organic social also needs to be treated the same way. The whole idea of communicating on social is about being experimental, is about being cool, right? And it's absolutely in contradiction with how we have managed to build brands in the past. So today, and I think in the future as well, according to me, I think the brands who will end up succeeding are the ones that who listen to their social media admins and essentially learn how to influence cultures and subcultures on the internet through conversations on social that exists around their brand or their product, right? So agency folks and brand folks, like you must be doing this already, like trending formats, jokes, works, but maybe instead of latching onto a culture that attracts an audience, try to attract the audience that sort of matches your culture. And that's me.
Thank you so much, Sanket, for that. If you do have any questions from the audience perspective, the audience has, please do type in. We've got a couple more minutes. But Sanket, firstly, what an enlightening discussion that was. You know, you get to hear so much what's happening in the industry. And okay, there are a few who are asking for your Instagram ID as well. So I think it's all about Instagram as well on social media. So
absolutely,
we'll give those details out. Yeah, let's just see if there are any further questions coming. I can see one in the Q&A tab, which has come in. Sanket, sure. It is from Sai, who asked that, how do you deal with brand manager pushback? Now, that's a question if you'd like to address, Sanket.
Okay. Before I answer this question, I would like to apologize to my clients in advance, and I hope I'm not stepping on any toes here. But I think one thing, people need to realize that brand managers are humans too, and obviously, as it goes with any human, there needs to be a little bit of convincing to kind of make your idea more conducive, right? For us, it was great with a Voice of Hunger because the idea was unique. But obviously, there are campaigns, unlike a Voice of Hunger, where you obviously have to give that extra sort of a pushback, right? Like basically try and, tap into that culture and kind of give them a proper explanation for why it's necessary and why it's something that needs to be tapped into. So for people in Web Chutney, like at least the amount of time that we end up on social, understanding the ever-changing digital consumer, I think we end up finding a lot of examples to kind of support our logic and to support our idea, and essentially ends up helping us kind of push ideas through.
Right. Sanket, there's another question which has come in, is that what are the things to keep in mind before entrusting page admins with their duties? Now, that's a question which has come in.
I mean, that's a beautiful question. Like something that we have kept in, like, I'm sorry, I'm giving the example of Swiggy again, but like that's a heart very close to my brand. That's a brand that's very close to my heart. Essentially, first things first that we need to keep in mind is guardrails, right? Like there are obviously do's and don'ts for everything that's there on the internet, right? Like, I mean, one quadrant that we always keep in mind is don't go into political, don't go into sexual, don't go into religious content, right? But besides this, it's also important for you to for brands to know that, like, there are certain hours of the day that social media admins know would certainly work for content, right? Like, let's say a lovely example we had tried out recently was around the Marathi word Jevaliska, right? Like the whole there is a whole culture around it, right? Like it's obviously literally translates to have you had food, right? But there's also a deeper subculture around it where way of flirting, right? So actually posting that at 1 p.m. actually ended up getting us like over 1,000 RTs. So it's also knowing and trusting your social media admin to know their consumer and know the subculture that the brand operates in.
Right. Also, I'd like to know, Sanket, there's another question which is common, is that what kind of guidelines do you have in place in case the page admin needs to take a decision on the go? Any do's and don'ts out there? So there's just another precision from the earlier question. So we just like your thoughts on the same, Sanket.
Okay, so at least here what we go through is we go through a rough vetting process as well. We decide, like, we obviously weigh down the pros and cons. We have obviously faced a lot of controversies in the past with the kind of brands that we handle. But those have served as learnings for us, right? Like, it's not like every day you're spending on social is another learning. Like any forgive my French, any fuck up that another social media admin does is also a learning for us. So if a brand like Netflix has gotten into a controversy, understanding how they have handled it, or if a brand like an Airtel has gotten into a controversy, you tend to take lessons from all of them and decide how you want to, address a certain situation. Coming back to answering, how would you address things like this on the go? Sometimes the best course is to not add to the noise. If you have messed up, it's okay to own that you have messed up, right? Like, unless a stock value is related to it, right? Like, then obviously there need to be more stakeholders that need to be involved in such a decision, right? So what I'd suggest is like the baseline of doing this would be to just identify pros and cons, and if the cons outweigh the pros, then just keep quiet.
Right. That's a good take out there. Sanket, there's one question which has come in the Q&A tab from Ashwin, who asks that with social media heavily influencing brand direction, how important it is for social media managers to be educated on the other facets of business so that they can take responsible decisions for brand routes.
Yeah, okay. So this goes back to my first point, right? Like, this is exactly the reason why social media managers need to have a seat at the executive table, right? Which is why more and more roles like social media directors have started becoming very important and ubiquitous in brand roles, right? Brand side, right? So because they are the first interface between a brand and the consumer, their decision matters a lot, because at the end of the day, they are going to be the ones who are going to be telling you whether this piece of content will be perceived properly, this piece of content won't be perceived properly, right? Like I'm sorry, I'm quoting Voice of Hunger again. Like, this was a campaign that we had created like within like a month of the Instagram voice note feature launching, okay? But the team was completely not convinced about going live at the same time, right? Because at the time that we launched, India was going through the Pulwama attacks, and absolutely with the fun nature that the idea had, it was very stupid. It would have been absolutely stupid for us to launch it at that time. So we obviously let time pass, let a conversation simmer down, and went live with it the second we thought India was ready to have some fun.
Right. So thank you so much, Sanket. We do have a couple more questions, but we'd love to, collate them and send it to you.
Sure. I would be happy to answer them offline.
And of course,
thank you so much.
A lot of people are commenting on how good your session is. They'd love to connect with you. Everyone's asking for your ID. So we'd love the team to be connected to you as well. So thank you so much, Sanket.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. Thank you for having me.
So ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible session that was with Sanket Audi, the creative director at Dentsu Web Chutney, and a lot of learnings from this session are going to stay with us for a long time. Well, a big shout out to our bronze partner, Pixart, and a gifting partner, Perfetti and Layers. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on to our panel discussion. Our next panel for the day is going to be on the topic, the reinvention of audio advertising. With this, I'd like to invite on stage our panelists. First up, Virginia Sharma, VP Brand Solutions at JioSaavn, Ravi K. Sharma, VP Sales, Ghana, Sanjeev Mehta, Business Head at IVM Podcasts, Karthik Nagarajan, Chief Content Officer at Wavemaker, and this entire conversation is going to be moderated by Soumya Iyer, Founder and CEO at DVO Digital. So ladies and gentlemen, with such eminent personalities on your stage and screen, as you can see, all of them joining in now. Firstly, a big hello. Hello, Virginia. How are you doing?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful afternoon and you're doing a great job.
Pleasure.
Really enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you. How are you doing, Ravi?
Thank you. All good. So far, so good. Thank you. Thank you for
having you. How are you doing, Sanjay?
All good. Thanks a lot. Hope everybody's fine at home, safe at home.
Absolutely. And we do have Soumya right now. Soumya, you're going to be moderating the session. Great to have you. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing, Soumya?
Very well, Bhavna. Thank you. And indeed, you're doing a brilliant job of hosting this SMLive Season 5. Congratulations on that.
Thank you so much. So, Soumya, with this, I give you the live baton to take forward the conversation from here. Over to you.
Super, 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 super. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Soumya.
Hey, Virginia. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah. So, undeniably, there's been, an exciting uptake of audio in the recent past. While many marketers, including me, have been working with voice and audio for a while, I do give partial credit perhaps to Clubhouse in the last year, where this whole rise of chatter around audio really gained new prominence. But it's really been coming for a while now. I think in India, platforms like JioSaavn, Ghana, you guys have been leading the audio streaming landscape, and you also saw some fantastic growth in the recent past. Platforms like IVM podcasts, I think, are a very, very interesting addition to the media landscape, right? So what's really happening here? So I understand that 70% of our time we tend to spend on activities that don't allow us to engage with screen. And add to that, perhaps the fatigue that we have all experienced in the last 1.5 years. The only way we were able to get through with work and connections and connecting with people was through screen time. And then, you bring in the amazing quality of audio to seamlessly integrate into our busy lives. And I think all of this put together, I think we're poised for very, very interesting times with audio. I mean, Facebook launched Bulletin, Twitter is scaling up Spaces. I know of some very, very exciting audio-only social apps that are due to launch as soon as July. All of this is going to mean some very interesting addition to the media plan, to the it's probably going to be a shift of sorts in the way we look at advertising and media landscape, and therefore this conversation sort of gains a lot of significance at this time. So that brings me to my first question, which is for all of you. I have a brilliant panel here, which is representing pretty much the leading, brands from the audio industry. So I think what you have to bring to the table in terms of the key trends that you observe, the significant trends that you observe in the coming days with audio. So what's your take on that? Virginia, if we can start with you, maybe a quick few 3 or 5 bullet points on what are the key trends that you see coming up with audio.
Yeah. So I think the first thing is that, like you said, this last year has been sort of a watershed moment for audio, which has been around for a while because of the convergence of multiple trends, right? The rise of the ability to consume content on a mobile device. Earlier it was whether, how much time are people really going to spend on that small screen, right? So I think you heard a lot of people talk about that. So mobile content consumption beyond short videos, but actually going further. The second thing is in light of what's going on with mobile, the programmatic ecosystem has really, I feel like, found its footing in the last year. Mm-hmm. And I feel like we've actually been late to the game in India. Programmatic, even in the previous 5 years, I have not seen the kind of uptake as I've seen in the last year. And the reason is that, people have finally understood that it's about audiences. It's about finding your audiences. And also the programmatic platforms, are now integrating not just display inventory, but also audio, right? And obviously video and display was always there, but now audio inventory being available programmatically, through Magnite, who is our SSP, and then being available through all the different DSPs, whether it be, through DV360, whether it be through InMobi, that really makes a difference in actually making audio inventory available to a broader set of advertisers versus it being sort of sitting outside the party, right? I think the third thing that's also going on, which you alluded to, which is this idea of earbud moments, right? And this idea that, and I think it was wonderful what, Preeti said about fatigue from video and audio is refreshing, it's different. It creates this idea. She used a lot of terms like, through it, brands can communicate a personality. We've been talking in the audio space about brands creating sonic identities and
Correct.
sonic brands for a long time, actually.
Indeed.
When you think about jingles and stuff from back in the day, what is that in today's space? It's about brands finding their voice in the current space. So I think that this idea that brands actually looking at audio as a way to deliver brand experiences is also something that's not new, but I think it's coming back with some of these social apps. And I think the last and most important thing is audio has always been a complementary medium. It's never been choose between social and audio, right? It's, you're listening to me, or it's never been about choosing social and commerce. We had the Facebook speakers speak about commerce, and we had, the conversation around, this idea that you can be on your mobile, you can be listening to a podcast, you can listen to things, but you can also shop online. And so I think this idea that it was never really about replacing other media habits, but it actually exists and coexists, means that the space to integrate audio into the consumer journey, it's not intrusive, right? The context has always been there. We listen to things while we do other things. And so the fact that we can now immerse brand experiences into experiences they're already doing, it feels natural. So the fact that we're at this watershed moment, the fact that everybody on this call has sort of been betting on this space for a while, I think it's a really good time to be in audio.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense, Virginia. And I think the very interesting point that you made on how programmatic is also integrating audio inventory just democratizes, use of audio in a way that we have not done before. Ravi, if I can move to you and have you summarize what are the key trends that you see coming up for audio?
Sure. I mean, look, I think Virginia made a great opening, and I agree with all that she said. I'm going to touch about a little bit trends that we have observed from a consumer perspective. How people are changing their consumer habits. So I think let's discuss very briefly on how they're consuming, when they're consuming, and what they're consuming. So on the how front, obviously, audio or large part of our consumption was happening during office commute hours when people were traveling. Now that's changed in the last about 1.5 years. We increasingly notice that people, multiple members of a family are using one device to hear different pieces of content at different times. So when you track listening habits, you'll hear a Sidhu Moosewala at one end, and then Mata Ki Bhete also at the on the same device. So that's a good insight. People are using Wi-Fi. There is increased consumption of streaming that's happening in people's homes as well. The second change is when I think, like I said, from the commute hours, I think we have noticed certain trends where consumption is increasing towards. It peaks now towards evening, let's say 9 p.m., 10 p.m. onwards, right up till 2 a.m. in the night. So especially if I look at cuts of at least the metro cities, we see that a huge amount of consumption is happening during late night sessions. And interestingly, I think there's a huge set of new users that have come in, from outside of metro cities, 5 lakh plus towns, 10 lakh plus towns. So I think that's an interesting trend that we have noticed. And finally, coming to what they're listening. So from the typical Bollywood-driven, music consumption, I think we've noticed trends where a lot of independent artists are getting a lot more traction. Those kind of playlists. We have launched several playlists, that are doing fairly well. the advent of podcast or audio shows, I think people are experimenting with content formats just beyond music. So if you look at new content categories, devotional, motivational, news updates, etc. So that's another trend that we have noticed. So more people using multiple devices. People are listening to audio in different times of the day and the night now. And what they're consuming. So non-music formats, chat shows. I think that's gaining a lot of traction. And yes, I mean, the advent of clubhouses and the green rooms of the world, I think that's all good. I think people don't realize, people have stopped talking to each other. People prefer texting and WhatsApping than really the old school way of picking up the phone and really having a chat with a friend, right? So I'm all for, these kind of platforms. I think they encourage people to talk, and that's a fantastic way of expressing yourself. So yeah, those are the key trends that we have noticed.
That's absolutely true, Ravi. And I think like Virginia was saying, now audio sort of, and even voice, right? So voice and audio sort of going together. The introduction of devices like Alexa and Google Home, so it's just becoming so natural. When my daughter wakes up in the morning, she says, Alexa, what's the time? I mean, we didn't do those things, and to see that it's just integrated into our life so seamlessly. And I think most of us now send voice messages on WhatsApp, right? Because text never did the job, really. It never really did the job. But I think voice is it's something that can come as close to, speaking as possible. And also the interesting point that you made on how audio has penetrated into these smaller towns. I just had a quick question for you, Ravi. Did I hear you say that consumption of content beyond Bollywood is something that's rising in the tier 1, tier 2 towns or the smaller towns?
Yes, actually across. And obviously last 1 year we haven't seen too many Bollywood movies launch, and the music singles are not released. So people are tuning into different formats, but we see this as a trend, not only in metros but in smaller towns.
Got it. Super. All right. So coming to you, Sanjeev. I think the lens that I'd like to have you talk through is you have a fantastic platform, IVM podcasts, great content. Karthik, I know, is a creator on your platform, and podcast has really been something that we've been talking about for, I think, a few years now, but I see it coming of age finally. So what are the trends from the lens of IVM podcasts? In fact, I'd like to ask you, what have you seen? What are the trends that you're seeing with audio and podcasts?
Okay, so to start with, I think for any medium to grow, there are 3 or 4 things which is very important. So it's a demand side, it's a supply side, and obviously the distribution channel, whether it's a media medium or whether it's a finance medium or any other domains that you talk. Now, thankfully, with IVM podcast, we have been quite successful in delivering the demand side, which is basically creating great content for Indian community. In terms of supply. Now, the only challenge that probably we had probably a couple of years back was that, there were not too many distribution channels which were available to upload the content that we have, the Indian content. And now, thanks to the folks at JioSaavn and Ghana and all the other podcast platforms, there is a huge surge of podcasts availability on all these platforms, as a result of which, all the 3 are meeting as such, So you have people who would want to consume podcasts. Unfortunately, there were no distribution channels, as a result of which either you would listen to just 1 or 2 podcasts, which is available, mostly all the international podcasts. But now with great distribution, you have a content which is curated for India, for Indian community. I think that is what brands would want. And that is what, every time we talk to brands, they say, hey, listen, we know that there are a lot of podcasts available. Let's talk about the influencers which can actually influence the Indian community. That's one thing. I think secondly, what we see is that, while there may be lots and lots of influencers, which would talk about brands. But with podcast, influencers who are actually on podcast, they somehow have got the capability to hold the conversation for about good 30, 40, 50 minutes.
Right.
That is a differentiator. So basically what brands would want is that, they would want to associate with all those influencers who have the ability to hold the conversation, and within that conversation, they are demanding a lot of content integration, and which is where IVM plays a very important role. Which is why, while yes, programmatic is one way, and that's the way, for a lot of platforms to monetize its inventory. But at IVM, because we are content producers, we are content creator, we focus a lot on content integration and not much on programmatic buys, and which is what is differentiating us, which is what brands are actually looking forward. In the last 3, 4, 5 months, the meetings that we've been having with brands, they're only talking about content integration and how we can get influencers to talk about the products. So I think that is one thing which is going to change, which is what is changing, and that should help brands utilizing podcasts.
Very interesting. Yeah. So I think that sort of brings me to Karthik. Karthik, you are a content creator and you're also a marketer. You have the pulse of your audience. You know what's happening, who's listening in, what kind of engagement you're getting on your content. And then, I'm presuming that lends itself into insights that you're also able to sort of go and talk to your clients with, right? What do you, how are you seeing, how many years have you been doing this for now, and what are you seeing as the trends of audio in the coming days? We can't hear you, Karthik.
I'm back. I had a penny every time I did that. When you say this, you mean hosting
Content creation, the podcast,
okay.
as a content creator.
Right.
Yeah.
Before that, I'm so sorry for the tardiness. I was late, and I'm also sorry for the lighting. I'm sitting in a garment building, which is, they happen to be a client, so I really couldn't get anywhere else. I think it's 2 years now as a podcast host, but probably many more as someone who's really been invested in the industry, so to say. I think the good folks at IVM have been doing this for 5, 6 years, and so many others have been doing this, and I've had a great time working with all of them. But as a host, a couple of years, yeah.
Got it. And what are you seeing? The question that I started with, and I wanted a few quick points from all of you on what do you see as the most significant trends in audio?
Difficult to add anything to what has already been said. I think Virginia, Ravi has completely nailed it. And I love what Sanjeev said, which basically means all of us creators with IVM are going to get rich very soon. But
Tathastu.
Yeah. So the only thing I'll add to this, is whether it is conversations with brands or with creators or with platforms like IVM, etc. I think it is amazing the number of things that are being experimented with right now.
Correct.
As we speak, education and training is being explored in a way that I've never seen in podcasts. Right? News is being explored in a way India should have explored many years back. Right? So all that is happening, and of course, what Virginia said is very important from an economy perspective. What's happening in the programmatic space? What's happening in the AI-led, dynamic creative optimization space? All of them are very critical for this industry, right? So this happens to be the most exciting industry at this point.
Correct.
Correct.
True.
For a brand, yeah.
True. So I think in your conversation, most of you also summarized what it means for brands, right? I mean, what we do know is brands have, an interesting content format really to experiment with, and experimentation is the key. I don't think we truly fully know what's working, there is obviously with the growth, there's keenness to add this to your media mix. Virginia and Ravi, you guys have a very good sort of offering on the advertising side, right? So you have display, you have video, you have banner on audio, you have interactive, there's also do it yourself, for advertisers. What is the role you see audio advertising playing? I mean, do you see this in the top funnel? Do you see that it's effective in top funnel, mid funnel, bottom of the funnel? It's a combination of all. Among the formats that advertisers are already using, what do you see a quicker uptake on? What seems to have the effectiveness? I think those are some of the points that will be very appreciated by marketers and advertisers on the who are watching us today. So Virginia, if you could start, and then I'll move on to Ravi to answer that.
Yeah, sure. The short answer is that audio plays a role in all levels of the marketing funnel. And I think that in the previous sessions, we talked a lot about remarketing. We talked about a lot about brand love, like a lot of the terms that you heard, whether it be in the entertainment session or others, all that plays. So at the top of the funnel, when you think about, building sonic brands and building brand recall and brand love, the ability to use content, the ability to align with, and I'm sure Ravi also has like tons of examples where we've seen a lot of success of driving that. In fact, for those that attended the entertainment session previously, many of the industry awards that we've seen for that have been in the OTT space, whether it be, 4 more shots and building love for the characters, or much of the, I think the OTT space has done a very good job of building love for shows, but also building stickiness with their audiences and building community and conversations.
True that.
Now, what I think is more interesting is what I've seen in the last 12 months is how much brands, and because of some of the trends I mentioned around not just programmatic, but also with measurement tools like AppsFlyer or Branch, or you would have seen, AppsWiz just came out with the fact that they're seeing audio advertising attribution be as good as display attribution. As more and more brands are adopting AppsFlyer to measure downloads, you're able to connect the dots between not just click-through rates, which was the currency of the industry for a decade or more, but listen-through rate. So we actually work with clients now that listen to an audio spot, right? Don't click anything. And in a 7 or a 28-day attribution window can actually see how many of those people downloaded the app, right? So I think that the industry is going to really change because we're able to show attribution of listen-through rate. Now, what I also think is really important is for this full funnel to work, we also have to go to the bottom of the funnel. I think there was a conversation with Facebook about commerce. One of my favorite campaigns is with Cadbury Fuse, which we did with Ogilvy and with Wavemaker. We did the top of the funnel with a dynamic audio spot where we, through AI, generated different creative depending on the audience, and basically then drove them to Geomart, which is where you buy. And we also ran a brand lift study, and we saw a 21% increase in purchase intent. And then we can also measure, from the commerce engine in Geomart, how much of that actually follows through. So I think as some of these pieces come together and you can stitch them together beautifully, you're going to see a lot more brands use audio in all levels, and do it beautifully and elegantly. When you think about an dynamic audio experience, if you're standing in Delhi at noon versus if you're standing in Coimbatore at 6 o'clock in the evening and you were listening to regional music, and you get different audio spots because of that. I think that's an amazing experience, and it sells, right?
Yeah.
And you increase purchase intent.
Yeah. But you made a very pertinent point about making sure that the experience is delightful to the listener as well, right? So that is important. Ravi, your notes on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, like Virginia rightly put, I think there's a lot of stuff that's been happening. I think I would pitch audio at the intersection of content, community, collaborations, and commerce to brands. I mean, people come to our kind of platforms to listen to content, listen to shows. There's a we heard Sanket before this talking about community building and tribes. I think there's a massive community around audio and music and what kind of music they follow. So that's a community angle to it. Collaborations. I think brands really need to see audio as a place to collaborate, like the way they see video. And it's just not like a reach or a frequency builder. I think that's where the mindset has to change. And that is just not another platform that you just take some audio spots and that's it. I think if brands start collaborating with content, short form, long form, there's so much of stuff that's possible. So there's content, there's community, there's collaboration, and then there's commerce, which essentially this covers the entire funnel. And we do understand that, look, advertisers, their challenge is, how do you establish clear attribution? And there's a lot of questions that get asked, Acha, ROI kitna aega, what do you build on, and so how can you build actionable leads? So, we as an industry are also working on various aspects to improve that piece, right? Virginia mentioned dynamic audio creatives. That's one way of really measuring ROI. We launched something in the space of voice dialogue ads, which really creates like a frictionless environment of a consumer interacting with the advertiser's piece of content and interacting with it. So these, I think these advancements in technology will help us deliver a far better attribution, and I would say that audio delivers far better on certain parameters than any other platform out there. So I think I would really urge advertisers and brand managers to look at us like a separate media line item and not just another experimental budget or I think we have gone past that stage. We have close to about 350 million monthly active users across the genre. You have 300 plus brands already advertising on audio platforms across India. So I think it's time to really up that spending and get into the real collaboration space here.
I think also this year, an updated report of sorts, which speaks about some of the interesting work that's happening in the space of audio and also the results that it's been driving for brands that are working with you, will be highly appreciated. I guess we need an updated report on that so more and more brands can take audio seriously. Sanjeev, you spoke about IBM podcasts and the kind of content collaboration that you are talking to brands for, and that there is a lot of excitement in that space. Can you just elaborate a little bit more, maybe with some examples on the kind of collaborations that you're looking at with brands, which industries, what kind of collaborations, and how do you see this really playing out?
Well, there are various ways of collaborating with podcasts for brands, and see, I've been a great believer of audio ecosystem ever since audio was born in this country, which is about 2002 when actually radio started in our country. I've been associated with these mediums, and now, of course, yes, the audio moving towards digital audio is a great way, and a lot of clients are also looking at this medium. So, this medium was always a very serious medium. So, while Ravi said that, brands need to understand, yes, brands need to understand this. And I think they have been very clear, so you'll always have your buckets. So you'll have a bucket for video, you'll have a bucket for audio, within you'll have a bucket for video, audio, music, audio podcast, and so on and so forth. Coming back to your question, Soumya, yes, there are various ways of collaborating. So, you can use these influencers to do a lot of stuff. It could be, so if somebody who's just coming and looking to have a plain advertisement, like, how you would want to do it on audio medium, there are various ways of looking at it. So you can always go programmatic way, and just place an ad. But if you would want to go a little further deeper, I would say that you need to get into content and, let there be more of mentions and other stuff. So that's one plain way of looking at looking at advertising, which is basically brand mentions by influencers. There are a lot of other ways, like, I always believe that podcast, every organization should have their own podcast. Podcast is nothing but your own media, wherein you would want to talk to a lot of internal stakeholders, external stakeholders, clients, and so on and so forth, which is where we've been working very closely with brands. We are helping them to develop their own podcasts. The complicated messaging can be achieved via podcast, So it could be hiring solutions, it could be a tech company wanting to talk to more and more people within their domain, and so on and so forth. So we work out with a lot of brands who would want to create their own podcast. That is where we come into play. And podcast is so new and it's so dynamic that, if there's a topic that needs to, if there's a topic that is trending, I was just listening to one of the earlier panelists talking about crypto, the entire world is talking about crypto. With podcast, you can immediately create a crypto, and, there are so many brands who are willing to associate with crypto. So as we speak, very soon we're going to have a brand new crypto show on IVM for Indian community. Once again, I'm saying, and which one of the brands within the crypto ecosystem is sponsoring. So, these are the ways that one can look at it. It could be pure brand related mentions, or it could be sponsoring a show, or it could be creating your brand new podcast.
Got it. Interesting. Thank you, Sanjeev, for that. I think that really brings in a fresh perspective, very interesting perspective on, like you said, it's so new that the use case, you can define the use case, really, right? So allows for a lot of experiment.
Sorry to cut you over here. One of the points in my presentation is that it is completely uncluttered medium.
That is true.
Whatever you do is not tried and tested.
Correct. Absolutely. So, Karthik, since you're from the creative side, there's a lot happening with audio. Like you said, experimentation is the key. What's your gut on what formats will work best, right? If I can ask you that, or so for example, I think if we can bring in great level of interactivity, right, with advertising on platforms that we have available for audio, that'll be brilliant. If we have a feature where brands can actually interact and engage with their audiences at scale, okay, I think that'll be a fantastic space to be in. That'll add a lot of value to people involved. What's your gut on what's likely to really take off, or what will be very, very valuable as a feature or as an advertising feature or a property for a brand on audio platforms?
Yeah, so from a brand perspective, I can think of probably three things. One is what has already worked, right? What has really worked? If you take brands like Squarespace in the US, right? A brand that was entirely built mostly on podcast investments, right? They didn't really have any other media investments, and they really worked because every communication was very customized by the host, and they worked only with the largest podcasts on platforms like NPR, etc. Right? That really works because if you look at all the research that we've seen time and time again, the unaided recall for a communication that is on audio, especially integrated through a podcast, so it's way higher than what you can expect on video. Right? So that is one. Second is if you really look at it, while we say podcast, and I think podcast is a very unfriendly term. I think probably we should go into something like talk radio or something which makes it a little bit more approachable.
Yeah, I agree.
Podcast sounds like something that you need like a Star Trek type gadget for. So I think in what we've experimented a lot at this point is only conversational shows. Right?
Correct.
Whether it is celebs or whether it is people like me. There's always been person A talking to person B, or person A just broadcasting solo, whatever it is, right? We've not really gone to the depths of audio as an experiential medium. There is a lot more to be done there. There are some shows, where fictional shows, where I think some great audio production has happened, great sound design has happened. It's a very 360 sort of an experience.
8D audio experiences. Yeah.
Exactly. Right? Like I'll probably over-index on that. I think that is an absolute gold mine waiting to be explored. And from an advertising perspective, I think the same experiential piece will definitely work. Interactivity will work a lot because in audio, if you see most of the platforms, people are okay with some level of advertising, right? So I think there is a lot of innovation that you can do in terms of the creative itself. Right?
Yep. There's a question from the audience which is very relevant to what you're saying. The person asks, what do young creatives need to learn or understand about creating content for audio for the brands that they work with? Karthik, if you can take that.
What do young creative
guys,
agencies?
What's the skill set, or how do you think about really developing the right skill for creating content on audio platforms for their brands?
Right. I think the entry barrier is really not the tech or the skill sets to do with audio editing, etc. Right. I think those are probably stuff that you can pick up like in a week or so. If you are a budding marketing professional or a creator who wants to get into the audio space, I think the real thing to crack is really the cultural connect. Right.
Correct.
Whether it is a show that you're creating or whether it is a brand that you're trying to bring on to this platform. I think that is really the thing to crack, right? So,
and that's true for any platform, really, the cultural connect.
Absolutely, a little bit more from an audio platform because if you take the podcasting community, right, most of the people who are hosts of shows, they're also opinion leaders, right? More than just influencers. Influences is a question of volume. But if you think of subcultures and cultures, who are the people leading the discourse, right? You will find most of them being a podcast host at some point or the other. Right?
Correct.
So a little bit more important here, I thought.
Super. Thank you. I think that brings us to the end of this panel. I see we have run out of time. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful conversation. Happy chatting with all of you. Bhavna, if you can come in and take forward.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Soumya. Firstly, what a great energy on this panel. I got to say, we loved hearing you, and so did a lot of all our attendees. We got so many comments and so many questions. We'd love to pass you all of the questions, collate them, and then get back with the answers on the same. Thank you for the time being, for your time.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what a great session. I hope you all are having a great time. And this is all happening at #SMLive, #SMLive 2021. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a brilliant fireside chat, which is coming up. Next on the stage, we have Hitesh Rajwani, CEO, Social Samosa Network, as he gets on to a fireside chat with Devaya Bopanna, co-founder, All Things Small. They'll be discussing the content marketing economy, how it started versus how it's going. Another great topic right there. And we request Hitesh and Devaya to kindly join us on the screen by switching on your cameras and being a part of our 5th season. Thank you once again. Lovely to have you, Hitesh. Going great so far. Thank you so much, Mr. Bopanna.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure.
Welcome to SMLive. They're really excited to have you on board for this chat. I've been meaning to have this conversation with you and the team for quite some time now. How are you doing today?
Doing very well, actually. Thank you so much for having me. I'm apologies to the audience for my background. Like, it's a lot of mess. The best I could do is just get like a bedsheet and cover everything.
Same here. I still can't get the frame right. Or like we've been doing these live sessions for quite some time, but then and I don't really like that custom background thing. Doesn't really go.
Or usually, if you're a writer, you're supposed to keep books in the background. So and people are like, "Hey, this guy's smart. He's well read and all that." My shelf's not arrived. Otherwise, I would have done that. But trust me, I've read some books.
Right. So, to set a context for people, Devaya runs, he's the co-founder and chief content officer at allthingsmall.in. It's like a production firm or an agency which creates content for brands and businesses. And he's the former head of writer at AIB. So all those crazy branded content sketches that you saw on AIB, not branded, like branded as well as non-branded ones. Like he was the writer, like for a good chunk of them, he was the writer who'd written those sketches and shows. So like I thought he would be the right person to have to understand the pulse from how do you create content for the internet and how the marketing economy is shaping. The way like to start with, can you share your thoughts on how content creation has evolved over the past 5 years? What are some of the content formats that are working and that you've seen and experimented and learned? Because you create a lot of effervescent content that leads to conversations, that leads to trends, that leads to probably other creators creating content around that particular piece. So if you could share your perspective on how the landscape has evolved over the past 5 years.
I think it's been a crazy journey, right? Like, and what I've realized then, like, I actively got into YouTube and writing in 2015, so it's about 6 years now. And what happens is, like, I've seen things go out of style in like a year. And for example, the whole like writing and the content creation, what do you say, formats have evolved. It also is about it's also got to do with a big factor of how addictive people get more onto the internet, right? So the machine, is learning every day about human beings. Like the algorithm is picking up every day about human beings and human behavior, and it's optimizing to make sure we are super addicted to it, right? So possibly we take our phones out a lot more these days to check what's happening than say about 5 years ago. So, and that is, I think, a function of the machine kind of learning what you like, what you want, and sort of giving it to you because I've learned so much about you. So that has kind of shaped like content consumption. And I mean, this is just my view on it, could be wrong. Essentially, what has happened is because we are so much on our phone and we're all addicted to this, like somewhere we've lost out on real life connections, right? So and the internet is such a beautiful gateway drug, and it's so fascinating. It's like, I keep saying it's more interesting than the most interesting person you'll ever meet. So even if you have the most interesting person in front of you, you will just open your phone and you will start checking Instagram, you will start checking Facebook, you will start checking Twitter. So what has happened as a result of that, I feel that people have lost connections, right? Like for example, like a goodbye doesn't mean a goodbye anymore, right? Like there was a time when I would meet you once in a party, and that could probably be the last time I'm ever going to meet you. So the intensity of discussions, conversations are very different. But right now, you can always Instagram that person, Facebook that person, Twitter follow that person. So the connection is going to be permanent in some online way. So you don't put so much effort into it. So what has happened, I feel, is that because of this loss of connection, the kind of content you consume has changed. Like, 2015, people are more consuming content like the comedy collectives were a big rage, right? Like you had AIB, you had TVF, you had EIC, you had like you had like BuzzFeed, you had pretentious movie reviews. So people were following like entities. They were following certain, like, and if you look at like how those videos were made, it was more cinematic because cinema and TV was our visual kind of like reference point. So it was well shot, well nicely made. So that is where it was scripted well. And if you look at it today, but it's completely flipped, right? Like you don't follow entities anymore. You follow people. You follow like a Prajakta Kohli, you follow Tanmay, but you follow like, you follow like Bionic, you follow like Beer Biceps. You follow people. And like, and if you look at the content they're putting out vlogs. They're putting out essentially very authentic content. Like they're making themselves the center of their show. And so in a way, we connect to that a lot more because we're seeing a real connect. We're looking for real connections on the internet because we've lost real connections in real life, right? So you want to see like a vlog. You want to see like, okay, Flying Beast. You want to see what a family is. You want to see how they interact with their family. You want to, because somewhere it's like also like, why we watch soaps, why we watch movies. We love gossip, right? So we want to know what's happening. So I think the whole content has shifted from this more cinematic, more maybe smarter, well-written, well-scripted content to a more very personal one-on-one, finding a connection with the creator and just following the creator on their journey, you want to experience their trials, their tribulations, you want to experience their ups and downs, you feel for them. So it's moving more into like a fandom for a particular person as opposed to like an entity or a format. So I think that is like, I feel like the major shift in content consumption, and as a result of which content creation. So now you have more people like blogging, podcasts, like, you know, they want to see real people. So I think that is like the change. It's crazy. This change happened in just 6 years, right? And God knows what's going to happen in the future.
Right. So, I mean, like, I understand that there is this change in consumption patterns towards probably real and authentic content from these personal brands that you mentioned. But what does that mean for brands at large? Brands who don't like who always want to humanize themselves, but don't have enough and more avenues to do so. So, what does that mean for brands? Like, what kind of content should they be creating, keeping this insight in mind that people are missing real connections, people are missing like real time spent with others?
Correct. I think brands, it's a little weird, but I think brands need to become a little more human, like to survive on this internet, right? Like you need to, you can't be very uppity, you can't be very tight, you can't be very like, hey, I speak in this particular way. You have to be very authentic. You can't lie anymore. You'll get called out for it. So I think like authentic brands, I think you need to be very authentic, very reactive, and like, you know, like look at the most like successful brands, right, that are built on the internet. Like say for a Zomato, for example, it's like a friend who's cracking jokes on food, friend who's cracking jokes on everyday things, passing commentary on these things. So I feel brands have to be more authentic, because like authenticity right now is what people like most relate to. And you can't, like, you know, and people are way smarter now, right, because you're always on the internet, so you're always loaded with information. Like you can't like get away by saying really stupid things or like really sexist things in your advertisements, or in your you can't get away by like, you know, just like even with white lies you can't get away. You get screenshotted and like made fun of and trolled for a day. So I think like I feel brands need to be more authentic to like kind of game this version of the internet, have like a very human side to them.
Right. And like when you think of writing, like this is a question in terms of writing. So when you think of writing for probably a content creator versus writing for a brand, what are some of the similarities you try to make, and at the same time, what are the points of parity? One, I know that the brand wants their landing thought to be there, but other than that, like, do you approach writing for ads differently as opposed to writing for ads, like writing content for content creators?
Completely different. I think like when you're writing for a content creator, you're writing not you're writing more for the fans of the content creator. You're writing more for the people who subscribe to the content creator's work. So your brand has to automatically speak to the content creator's audience in the format, language, style that the content creator has sort of built for herself or himself. Like if the content creator is just like, if their whole style is about, like, you have to understand what their fans call them. You have to understand what they do every day that gives a good dopamine hit to their fans, like what the fans are looking forward to. Like, you know, you need to understand the language, you need to understand the tone, and then you sort of somewhere bring the, like when you're writing for a content creator, I think that's most important. If you're doing like a brand integration for a content creator's channel, I think it's very important to somewhere kind of shed your brand guidelines and the brand philosophy if you want to associate with a particular kind of content creator, rather than make the content creator associate with the brand and put it on the content creator's channel, because that will get you hate. Like your brand will be inauthentic, and the fans will hate your brand more for it, because they're like, "Arey, this person is someone I like. Why will you change that person?" So I think that generally happens. But I think like the best case scenario is like, you know, brand picking a content creator who's where there's a big overlap in terms of quantity, I mean in terms of quality and their attributes, right? And that's like a match made in heaven. So like the creator doesn't have to change their style too much, and the brand doesn't have to change their style too much. And essentially, writing for a creator is you're writing for the creator's audience. So it is not for creating demand for your brand. As much as when you're putting it out in the open market. When you're putting out stuff in the open market as a, like say as a TVC or as like a brand film, you're trying to like sort of build your tribe, right? So the brand is trying to build the tribe. So it's okay for the brand to speak in the brand's language, so that if there's anyone who is watching this, will be like, hey, this brand kind of resonates with the way I speak, with the things I do. So I will kind of like buy into their narrative, as opposed to with a creator.
Got it. So, like, I realize that there is a lot brands can learn from how creators have got this fandom and how their followers have such deeper engagement with these creators. But do you think any brand, like at least from an Indian context, has managed to crack that well? Or and like, what are some of the learnings you think brands could take from creators from a creation perspective? Uh, and it could be like one of the things that you said, that they need to shed off their guidelines and philosophy, but that is when they're collaborating with a creator. But say if I'm a new brand, I'm a fairly new brand, I think you're working with a couple of newer brands out there. I know that you've done work for say Cred, or you've done stuff for CoinSwitch, Coin DCX, I think recently.
Yeah.
And then there are other brands as well. So like you've been working on new age brands, and you know that they don't have to go back to the drawing board, that their slate is quite clear. So like if you have to give some tips, some suggestions which brands can derive from content creators to build the kind of fandom that these creators have.
I think first question is like, I think for me the most homegrown Indian brand will be Zomato, right? Like the way they have kind of game. So I think they're the first like brand to. I think maybe I might be wrong, but as far as I remember, I think they're one of the first Indian brands to be born out of Indian social media, right? Like I think that has just been a phenomenal rise. And and if you look at Zomato, I feel they think like a creator, right? Like for example, if something happens, Zomato has made really good content and put out that content in a matter of minutes, right? So I think timing is like everything right now in social media, right? Like you miss something by a few hours, it's not a trend anymore. So and also I think creators have a very different way of thinking and approaching creating for the internet. And this is what I feel like if you are a brand and you are on the internet, you should have a creator mentality. When I say creator mentality, obviously like the people running like the brand pages, or like people running the brand, like I feel they need to know what it is to go viral. All right, like they need to understand the feeling like of like, okay, here, like virality is also at the end of it, it's a science, right? Like it's like recognizing patterns, and you realize like you do something and it works, and then the you do something again and it works again, and then as a creator like, hey, okay, like every time I do something like this, it's working, right? Every time I do something like this, it's not working. So you kind of develop that core skill set, and then you build a community, and then once you build a community, you know what exactly works for that community. Like you can go deeper into it, I think, but one of the main things I feel is speed, for one thing, right? Like is like the ability to respond to a comment, the ability to like kind of put out something very fast. And when you're doing all this, understand what gives like a good dopamine rush to your audience and kind of cater to it. Like I think the best creators, I think they might not think about it like this, but they have a very good understanding of like what releases dopamine in their fans, right? And they sort of make that, like whenever they're making that content, it's more suited to like, hey, this is like if I sort of do a song at this point, like maybe my fans will like it a lot more. If I bring in my mother here, like my father here, that's like a new like hit my fans get. So I think for brands, it's essentially like timing, and it's understanding, like having a creator mentality. And when I say creator mentality, it's more about like understanding what gives dopamine hit to your fans and that you'll only get when you keep doing stuff that's going viral on a daily basis.
Got it. And like you mentioned one thing about being reactive and like being very quick to respond to trends. So I like from our vantage point as social samosa, and I personally have seen that there are certain brands who have the ability to even create trends, and then there are like these bunch of brands who would follow these trends, and not just brands, even creators or memes. So how does a brand become that big, at least in the internet space, that they are able to create trends and they are able to, like today if say Zomato tweets something, I would know that there are high possibilities that creators would start creating something similar, like make a format out of it, and then there would be brands who would also find some relevance, some similarity to it, and would start creating content around it. So what differentiates brands who create trends versus brands who follow trends? And like you can also do this in the context of creators. Like there might be some creators you might have identified who are like innovators and creators of trends, and while there are these other early adopters and people who follow those trends.
I think it's a function of two things, right? Like one is consistency, all right, and one is like your ability to how deeply rooted in pop culture you are as a brand, right? And both of these things don't happen like overnight. Both of these things happen, I feel, over a period of time, and you have to do it every day, right? Like you have to do it every day to build that community, so that that community loves you so much that they will kind of make something trend that on what you are doing. Like, like I have a lot of brands that ask me like things like, hey, like can we do something viral, all right, can we like create a trend? And my usual, I mean, I don't tell this, but my usual answer is like, hey, let's go back to your social media and see like how authentic you have been on a daily basis when you're doing this for the last 1 year, right? Like, so I think it's about how supercharged your community is. Like Zomato's community is supercharged, right? Like they love the brand because they've been part of that journey, and it's been consistent, and it's got a place in pop culture. So I think these are two things for me: consistency and place in pop culture. Then you can start creating trends. Of course, there are times where you just automatically create a trend, but I feel that's more a function of accident, right? Like you don't know and you do something that's trending, and then everyone gets onto it. But like I think sometimes this is the function of accident, not so much that it is planned. But I think if it is planned, it has to be a sustained effort over time, and it's like kind of compounds, right? Like at the end of it, like now you can like you build that community, you can dictate what that community wants you to do. So I think it's these two things for me: consistency and how much of a force in pop culture you are. And that pop culture question will be answered about how authentic you are and how well you build your community.
Got it. And like we were talking about content consumption trends in the earlier phase, that how vlogs are working so well, and probably sketches have become outdated nowadays. But like, how does that impact the ecosystem at large? When I say ecosystem, there are agencies who are functioning in this space. There were collectives like, say again, AIB, PVF. There is Filter Copy and those networks. So how does this change in consumption patterns affect the ecosystem at large? It could be these collectives. It could be people who used to write sketches. It could be agencies who would help brands get sponsorships for those sketches and those long form content. So how does this impact like each and every person in this ecosystem? If you could draw that out.
It impacts everyone very badly. Like it's so sad. Like for example, like if I look at my own case, right? Like I know for a fact that I might have just like maybe 2 years left, all right, in this business till I go completely irrelevant. Like, and I've got these 2 years also because this Instagram that is still surviving, right? Like tomorrow when it moves everything to like a super short form app, like like a TikTok clone, if everything goes over there, I've never created on those platforms, right? And so how can I tell a brand what to do over there when I've never gone created there and I've never done content that has gone viral, right? So it's very difficult. And at that point, either you made enough money, to sort of throw in your hat, or you kind of hopefully like collaborate with someone who knows, and you kind of peddle second-hand knowledge to brands, and hopefully they don't find out you're faking it and they buy it, right? So I know for a fact that, say, the kind of writing that I would do in 2015 or 2016 or 2017, like that is not going to work today, right? Like that kind of sketch comedy is not going to work today, right? And it might still work to an extent, but like I know in 2-3 years it's not going to work. It's going to go outdated. Like just, you know, like I think the biggest example here is Facebook, right? Like there's this company, okay, assured social media change, right? It changed the world, right? Like Facebook changed the world, and like that company didn't survive 10 years in terms of relevance, right? Like I mean, obviously I'm not talking about Facebook the company, because they have Instagram and everything. I'm just talking about Facebook the brand in India, right? Like now nobody comes and asks saying that, hey, can you give me a Facebook campaign? Like, can we collaborate with creators on Facebook? How many likes will this get on Facebook? Nobody even uses Facebook. Like, you know, Facebook is like almost like the F word. So what has happened is that so Facebook didn't survive, all right, for 10 years. So like the platforms change at such a rapid pace, it affects everyone. Like, you know, people who are huge on Facebook, I know pages that are huge on Facebook, now they're not so big on Instagram and they're out, right? Like how will they survive? Like, you know, so it's, and what social media has done is it's validated everyone to numbers, right? Like we all have, like, we're equated to numbers, so we can't even fake to someone else, a brand, saying that, hey, I'm a huge guy, because they'll just look at your numbers and you're like, hey, you're not getting enough views on your, like, and you can't lie to yourself also that you're big because you see your own numbers, right? So so it's extremely difficult, and I think that is why, like, you see, like, you know, I think people get more outdated in this profession way sooner than, say, 10 years ago, and that's a very sad thing. So I'm sorry for making this sound very tragic, but yeah, most of us are going to go out of work soon.
All right. So but then how do we make sure that one, we make the most out of these 2-3 years that you said, and at the same time, what is your advice to writers who have invested so much into content in the past 5-6 years, and how do you think they can become relevant and probably adapt to the change that we foresee?
Yeah, I mean, I think one is acceptance. Like the first thing, that, you know, you will not be really good all the time. Like I think that brings me also a lot of peace of mind. You know, the thing is, the other thing is, I think you have to actively, like, go and create on those platforms, right? Like I know a lot of friends who are like, hey, that's so cringe, all right? Like TikTok and all these like apps are like, hey, that the, you know, the content creator is not my thing, it's not my scene, it's not what it is. But like, unfortunately, that will be the thing in the next 2 years, right? So when you see a trend emerging, if you want to be in this business, you want to be really relevant in this business, you have to go start creating over there. So that when everything moves over there, you at least have a first mover advantage of kind of writing for that particular style. So like, you can't become, like, your portfolio is not valid for more than 2-3 years in this business anymore. So I think the only thing to do is just embrace those platforms, not look down upon it. And if you want to survive in the business, just go create there and become familiar with it. Or like, you know, if you're like, you know, the other thing is like to switch the business side, where you are more like, you work for more equity instead of your time, right? Like, instead of renting out your time, so that, like, say 2-3 years later, you work with a bunch of startups, and in exchange for like a little equity, and like some of them blow up, like, you know, your money at least has gone up exponentially. So you're kind of safeguarding yourself from, like, at least financial ruin. So I think it's a very tough time. Like, it's super tough actually.
Got it. And like you said, even I have a problem with the word cringe, because I think cringe is very, very contextual. I think people, if there are people out there who are engaging with a certain piece of content, because it again, like you mentioned, that probably it triggers dopamine, and it helps them. It's relatable to an audience from a certain areas with certain interests. So I think nothing is cringe in that sense. It's just contextual to you, to me, or it's contextual to someone else.
My dad finds Instagram cringe. So like it's that, right? Like whatever. So someone's going to find you cringe for doing something that you love. So you can't like just pass blanket statements on the whole platform, especially if your bread and butter depends on platforms and creators and this economy.
Right. So I'll take a couple of questions from the comments and then we could probably wrap up the session. So there's one question which says, do you think Indian content creators are largely influenced by the West, or do we have homegrown content creators who found their way and have managed to cater to pop culture?
Not at all. Like I think, see, of course there are like some, so it's also about the content that you consume, like somewhere influences you, right? So like if you are consuming too much Western content, somewhere it will influence you. But like I'm assuming content creators, like there are content creators, like say for example, chicken leg piece. All right, like it's just crazy. Like that is not like this one, or like the carom or the carom guy. So you look at stuff on like like a Takatak or a Chingari or Moj and these apps, you realize that they are so Indian, right? Like everything there is so like the styles, the format, and they're phenomenally creative. Like I sometimes feel so proud when I see those videos, right? Like it's just so funny, and like with such limited resources and just this certain small amount of blocking, the way they make things really pop is, I think there are a lot of things that are supremely Indian over here. Like of course there are some really big channels who like are inspired by the West, but I think there's, for every one channel there are 100 channels that are very Indian.
Got it. So like we'll just quickly do like a quick fire maybe, because there are a couple of questions and I'll just take those in that quick fire zone itself.
Sure.
So which platform do you think a brand should be investing on at this point? A YouTube or Instagram?
I think YouTube, because just looking at data, YouTube has survived for 12 years, right? Like it's not gone irrelevant. But like when you look at social media platforms, like it's usually a fad. Okay? I mean, I hope like say 2 years later, someone doesn't point this out, like saying, hey, this hasn't aged well. But I just genuinely feel that like just look at data, like YouTube has survived for 12 years and still thriving. Whereas like social media platforms like may or may not thrive so much, like given like a few years.
Right. Long format content versus short format, and it could be, you can also take it as reels versus shorts, or yeah,
I
like
think
reels versus long format, or reels versus IGTV.
So like I think both, I don't think you can compare because both are different, right? Like it's completely different what result that you get by watching both of them. My personal favorite, if you ask me, is always long format, because like 30-second thing gets over too soon. For me, I like to like watch it a little more. I like longer things. So that's a personal choice. I think you can't compare the both.
Okay. And like any short video app you think brands should look at this point in time, or like you think short video is one thing which brands should be investing on in the coming years?
100%. I think like very few brands, like when I'm speaking to them, they don't even bring up like like they have an Instagram thing, they have like a Twitter thing, they have like a YouTube this one, but no one comes to me with like hey, what are we doing on Sharechat, what are we doing on like Chingari, Moj, Takatak, where if you look at Sharechat's numbers, it's just like it's scary. Like it's the numbers are astounding. And like the whole Sharechat, like the content is so different, right? Like good morning messages do well, like astrology does well. So like it's a whole different grammar that you're talking about, but and it's huge numbers. And I think 100% like brands should invest over there because nobody's investing. So I think you might even get it for cheap. So it's a good hack to get into like mainstream, like your bigger audience, mass audience, if you're a mass brand.
Got it. Thank you, Devaya. Thank you for doing this. Do you have any closing thoughts, or else we'll wrap up the session?
Nothing much. Like I'm good. Like thank you so much for having me. This is super fun. And hope to do this more with you guys.
Sure. Thank you. Happy Social Media Day to you.
Hi, thanks. Wish everyone the same. Please like, share, subscribe, follow, add, Twitter, everywhere. Like let's all make our numbers look better.
Yeah. I think you guys should follow Devaya on Twitter at least. He writes some amazing tweets. I mean, I've been following him and I retweet a lot of his content these days.
Thank you so much, Hitesh. Okay, bye.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is all happening at the 5th season of SMLive. We were joined by yet another incredible speaker, and now it is time to delve into yet another great topic. Our next session for the day is focused on the moment part of moment marketing. Can one moment make or break a brand? That's the question. Well, we'll find out. Inviting on stage is our speaker, Preetham Venki, President at 22 Feet Tribal Worldwide and Chief Digital Officer at DDB Mudra Group, as he speaks about reality check, how brands should approach moment marketing. Thank you so much, Preetham, for joining us today live, and it's great to have you. Thank you. How are you feeling today?
Doing absolutely fine. Thanks for that introduction, Bhavna. Doing great. I hope everybody is staying at home, quite safe, and thanks for tuning in so far.
Absolutely, and wish you a very good World Social Media Day as well. Thank you.
Likewise, not just to you, Bhavna, but for everybody who's tuned in. It's something that started about 12, 13 years back, and I think it's become one of those landmark things that countries all over the world do celebrate, because I think social has brought everybody together under one umbrella. We've seen everything from revolutions down to crazy movements where people have obviously used social in a way to help fellow citizens during Wave 2. So truly one of those days that needs to be celebrated.
Absolutely. So the stage is all yours. Over to you, Preetham.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if Hitesh is going to come back into the conversation, or how are we going to run this, because I'm okay with either.
So as of now, we'd request you to start, Preetham, if that's possible, and then we request if Hitesh can also join in the conversation.
Got it. Okay, perfect. So thanks again for that introduction. I think there's a lot to unpack when it comes to moment marketing, and I'm going to quickly get started. So one of the key things when it comes to moment marketing is how do you categorize it? Let's look at it contextually and historically as to why moment marketing even matters. So if you look at the PR side of things, there was this whole new movement called newsjacking. And suddenly people realized that as you started looking at the trends that became a part of the news cycle, how do brands, how do personalities, how do individuals take advantage of that and ride the wave of that trend by itself? Now, traditionally it was called newsjacking, but then obviously with social channels and a large part of the distribution of the content taking place because of social channels, it became trend jacking of sorts. Now, of course, the word trend jacking and the synonyms associated with that then became moment marketing. But I think if we were to really try and unpack moment marketing, there are quite a few moving parts to it. Now, there are obviously three broad components to moment marketing when it comes to how brands need to use moments to address to their audiences, or for that matter, deliver on the message to have a little bit of brand salience. So at first, you would obviously have the fixed moments, moments that you're already aware of, in this case, whether it's Father's Day, Mother's Day, Christmas, what have you. So if you look at a lot of brands, they've invested specifically on certain fixed moments, and they've essentially elevated that conversation. So if you look at John Lewis, you increasingly know that by the first week of December, you're going to get a huge piece of hero content coming out of John Lewis. Coincidentally, obviously done by Adam and Eve DDB, the group that I hail from. Now, that's how strongly they've taken a fixed moment and essentially elevated the conversation. So such an extent that most people, if you look at the comments within John Lewis's content, and I don't want to even call it an ad because that's how beautifully crafted those stories are. So if you look at the story around Christmas that John Lewis essentially puts out, you would automatically see in the comments that people say that, Christmas isn't anything without John Lewis. So that means the mark and the start of Christmas season, which is essentially the first week of December towards the end of November, then becomes a marker which John Lewis essentially holds. Now, there are quite a few other fixed moments that somebody can essentially take, elevate, and essentially own. And I think that open field still remains. But a lot of cases, I think we also get distracted with fluid moments. Now, fluid moments can be of various shapes and forms. Broadly can be categorized into three, which is when somebody addresses you as a brand, or anything which is brand specific. The second thing would be anything that's trending, and it could be category specific or just trending on the internet in general, and something that takes place in culture at large. Now, this is where I think brands need to be a little bit more discerning in terms of what kind of fluid moments that they're going to essentially partake in. And I think that's become increasingly important because relevance to brands' values, purpose, and promise is key ingredient in trying to choose what kind of fluid moment that you would essentially partake in. we've increasingly seen that a lot of brands tend to participate in practically all great trending topics. Great way to trend jack and get a lot of organic lift around the content. And that's one of the reasons a lot of brands invest in moment marketing specifically, because they're trying to, in a way, hack the algorithm. So, which means they hope that the trend and the growth of the trend would also help carry the content that they're creating as a part of the trend, and therefore partaking in that fluid moment. Now, there are some risks associated with it, and I'll try and address that towards the end. But the core tenet that somebody has to follow is, are you going to capture the value of the brand? Are you going to capture the purpose of the brand? Are you going to capture the brand promise? If the trend or the fluid moment can at least allude to any one of these three, it means that that's a trend that you need to essentially benefit from. And that's something that you can partake as a conversation. Now, of course, the third kind of moment usually is personal moments, which means it becomes extremely relevant to that individual, something that's very, very personal to that individual. Now, data, especially on social platforms and digital platforms at large, allows you to target individual specific micro moments. So that means moments that is very, very custom, very, very personalized to individuals, and trying to then create custom content or bespoke content in order to deliver on those is where you see the largest amount of value for the brand essentially come out of. But at the same time, when I talk about fluid cultural moments, there have been a lot of wins. If you look at Nike's support around BLM, you would automatically see, and that's essentially, I mean, you've seen the creative effectiveness associated with that. It's essentially through the roof. But at the same time, when it comes to micro moments that brands can benefit from, I think a lot of you who have tuned in would be aware of the Spotify and the Good Day kind of a banter that essentially happened sometime last year. Again, whether it's in the recognition in the industry forums or otherwise, it's been well recognized, largely because this was done in such a subtle and polite manner that it wasn't completely out there. It went beyond the reach of the brand itself. And in this case, just somebody, tweeting saying, I've looked at the Good Day biscuit, I can't unsee it, it looks like the Spotify logo, and not even retweeting it, none of that, just changing the display picture, takes that simple moment that is addressed at the brand and then recontextualizes the conversation in a very, very different manner with creative renditions that do add value. So again, back to the fundamentals. Why would somebody want to even look at moment marketing? At its core, it gives you a huge amount of organic lift. But the bigger question to ask is that enough? Because while you may get some organic lift on the content, the question is the content reaching the kind of audience that you want to reach? And that's where the big distinction essentially stays. So I want to draw a parallel to two case studies, which are very, very important in the overall field of moment marketing. A lot of you would remember this. So the first case study that I want to talk about is what Ellen DeGeneres would do at the Oscars a few years back. And, you've got this entire huge max selfie with a lot of actors in it. Now, the biggest question is, here's a very simple question to everybody. I mean, just a quick introspection. If you want to put that in the chat window, that'd be great. Think about the kind of engagement that piece of content essentially garnered. I'm just going to wait a second or two so that in case you want to put that in the chat window, that'll be great. But just to give you a reference point, and if you have a number in mind, the kind of engagement that it garnered was about 3 million and upwards. At the same time, let's juxtapose that with another case study. The second case study I want to talk about is Oreo's Dunk in the Dark. When there was a little bit of a blackout, automatically they said you could also dunk in the dark the Oreo cookie. And everybody talked about it in industry forums, and everybody here, I'm hoping, is also aware of what essentially happened after. A lot of recognition, but again, try and figure out and think about the kind of engagement that was there with the dunk in the dark intervention. Again, a very useful point of using moment marketing at that very specific fluid moment. But the question is, what was the kind of engagement that it garnered? Again, I'll pause here for a bit. So what's surprising is that the engagement that was garnered with Dunk in the Dark by Oreo was not even 15,000. So you've got 15,000 at one end and you've got 3 million at the other. Now, the thing that you have to keep in mind is that trends do allow you to get a lot of organic reach, but they do also get curtailed. And that's where the problem essentially lies, which is if you're not able to put the right kind of reach and then extend the trend with the right kind of targeting, along with the kind of paid media that needs to go towards it, it will be very, very short-lived. What's increasingly happened is that the association of brands with algorithms that social media platforms provide is a little bit of a love-hate relationship, which means that they would give you some amount of lift, but not a tremendous whole lot. So then the question is, are you really taking benefit of that micro moment? Are you really taking benefit of that moment and marketing it effectively? I think that's a question that everybody has to ask. So besides just values, purpose, and promise, are you able to reach the right audience? And if you are really seeing a good organic lift, are you then able to extend that audience and then specifically target different kinds of users that are obviously most relevant to you, provided the first three fundamentals are essentially taken care of? But sometimes you wonder, and there is this wonderful piece that Johnny Harris was essentially a correspondent and a journalist with Vox. He used to do this series called Borders, and he had something very interesting to say. So he has this wonderful piece out on YouTube saying how to relook at journalism. And one of the rules of how to relook at journalism is very simple, which is journalists write for other journalists. And in a lot of cases, I think marketers tend to fall for that trap as well. They create content for other marketers, or at least keeping other marketers in mind in order to impress upon them. So sometimes when you're looking at these moments, the question is, are you reaching out to your audience, or are you reaching out to the industry at large? Sometimes a lot of these smart interventions do garner a lot of readability, do get a lot of shares from the marketing fraternity at large, but then the best efficacy of that content is going to be if your customers are going to speak about it. And a good way to judge that would be to look at that moment marketing and look at all of the comments and see if those comments are from, majority of them, from customers that you're essentially trying to address. That's when you would get the effectiveness of that creative reach that you're essentially hoping for. One of the other things to keep in mind when it comes to moment marketing is the use of influencers increasingly. I think influencers have become channels in their own right. I'm just going to follow up with what Devaya was talking about in the previous session. I think increasingly you will notice that influencers are not influencers, they're channels by themselves. Now, they may be using a digital channel like YouTube, TikTok, what have you, but a lot of the smart tier one influencers are able to then extend that influence that they have to other channels that they're essentially present on. Really good influencers who spent a lot of time in the industry have always seen themselves extending themselves beyond just YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, what have you. And they do tend to use a lot of native channels, whether it's writing content on web blogs, whether it's obviously extending that through their email newsletter or what have you. Why that's important is because the reach of influencers cannot be bracketed just within one channel. Is the influencer actively influencing their audience, adding value over a period of time? That's key, because if you were to try and look at the Ronaldo and the Coca-Cola incident, and I'm guessing all of you would already be aware of it, there was a very interesting observation that I had, which is, I don't think Ronaldo's moving of Coca-Cola, and it's been established now, and it's very, very clear that there was absolutely no correlational or causational links. It was just purely coincidental with a significant gap. Now, what that means is that you're trying to pit a brand like Coca-Cola against a brand like Ronaldo. And you will notice that Coca-Cola has built a brand over a very, very long period of time, more than 100 years now. And the kind of what you would call as memory strains that you've created in the brain that Coca-Cola has, it's very, very difficult to destage it. Another example would be when Coca-Cola was pitted against Pepsi in the taste test, and it was absolutely true. As a matter of fact, when Coca-Cola did all of these tests internally as well, they realized that people in double-blind tests preferred Pepsi over Coca-Cola. But did it make any impact to their business? Was just a small blip, and none in the midterm or the long term. The reason is because Coca-Cola has such a strong significance in our memory structures that it's all practically impossible for us to destage this. So that's why trying to look at moment marketing as a way to see if you're reaching out to the right kind of audience, that means, are you reaching out to new audiences, or is that just a part of an echo chamber, is really, really important for us to essentially keep in mind. There are a couple of things that I think brand safety needs to lend itself when it comes to moment marketing. It's extremely important because I think when it comes to the big platforms, whether it's Facebook, Google, what have you, spend a lot of money and effort in ensuring that brands are not placed against unsafe content. And obviously there is a dozen things that brands don't prefer to be placed next to. But the same thing can be said about moment marketing as well. If you're trying to take benefit of a fluid trend, that means a trend that's just happening, whether it's in culture or it's an internet trend, ask yourself this one question. Is this a true trend that matches the purpose of the brand along with the purpose of the trend itself, or is this a meme? I'm not saying that taking benefit of memes isn't, right or wrong. I think you should, in case the brand is actually fun and one of its values or one of its purposes essentially matches the meme itself. But there is a risk associated with that meme. The risk is that almost always memes tend to be a little bit more individualistic centric in nature. That means they're centered around individuals. And the risk associated with that is a huge risk around bullying or just trolling, which means that if the meme itself is nothing but a troll, the challenge with that is that brands, because of brand safety, shouldn't necessarily be associating themselves with it. So keeping brand safety in mind when you're trying to benefit from a moment in order to market becomes extremely key. The other important thing is try and ensure that anything that you're trending on does not unnecessarily elevate or, for that matter, insult an individual under concern, because a lot of that can be turned around. It may be contextually relevant at that given point in time, but it may not stand the test of time. That means over a period of time, it may have negative ramifications. So extending brand safety, especially around trending content where it's not attack on an individual or it's not taking benefit of an individual, a group, or a community, becomes extremely important and key. So here's just a simple thought that I want everybody to just take away from this conversation, which is when it comes to moment marketing, the big question you need to ask is, are you marketing in the moment or are you marketing the moment? And I think there is a distinction between that two that everybody needs to recognize, and then take marketing and moment marketing more specifically in better KPIs and better effectiveness, and think through it to ensure that those three simple rules, which is, does it match the values, the purpose, and the promise of the brand, and is it safe for the brand to partake in? I think that would automatically ensure that moment marketing is not just going to reach the right kind of audience, but also at the same time doesn't just serve marketers and just the trade press at large. So that's just my few thoughts, given that I was told that this was a 20-minute session. So I'm hoping that I'm keeping time.
Sure. Thank you so much, Preetham. Well, we're just going to be requesting Hitesh, who's going to be joining us shortly on the same. So we're going to take the conversation forward with some audience questions as well. Over to you, Hitesh.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Preetham, for sharing your insights on moment marketing. I think there is a lot of gap in the way people perceive moment marketing and how they should be perceiving it at large. So, like, I do understand, like taking cues from your last point on how brand safety has to be kept in mind while investing into moments. And like, I do understand that there are times wherein like brands don't think it through, because the KPI, the social teams or the agencies working with these brands they're chasing is speed, and they're chasing, like, they want to be reactive. So you think that there has to be like a guide, like you should also have guardrails for moment marketing, because like the moment, so I have this question because I think that the moment you put guardrails to it, then the beauty of the concept gets lost, because the more restrictions or the more guidelines you have to an approach like this, the more limited you become. But at the same time, it has to be, like, I do understand that it has to be sensible, it has to be responsible as well. So you think moving forward, you would see brands having guidelines even for moment marketing, like they have brand guidelines for communication at large?
So if you want to truly benefit from more, actually, it's a very valid question, right? So let's look at guardrails beyond just brand safety. I think sometimes brand safety can be a given, but then what are the guardrails can you essentially put in place? So if you look at the three essential elements that you need to always invoke is, are you delivering on a value of the brand? Are you delivering on the purpose of the brand? Are you delivering on the promise of the brand? If you're able to do one of these three, then I think your scope of creative possibilities expands significantly. And not only does it lie within the creative space, but it can also be quite effective to begin with. So beyond just guardrails, I think just some frameworks would be extremely useful. And they're very, very distinct in their nature. This framework, as I said, using the VPP model makes a lot of sense, but guardrails can be restrictive. So I'm trying to look at it from a positive point of view, because frameworks enable and guardrails try to limit. And the point is not to limit creativity, but then extend it within these broad structures, pillars, and frameworks that you essentially have at hand. And I think that's a very, very useful way to approach moment marketing. But as I said, there are just those three main points. Can you look at the elements of the brand, and are they going to elevate the brand's association with those elements, the value, promise, purpose? Is that moment now suddenly going to be relevant for your audience at large? Now, if you were to take something like the Ronaldo and Coca-Cola moment, and if, let's say, there was a hedge fund who was to create content around it, they would have been seen foolish about it, because obviously there was no relevance between the dip of the Coca-Cola stock and Ronaldo moving the bottles, right? So then you would come up with something absolutely negative, because it means that you don't understand your own business to begin with. So there are risks associated with that just to partake in that conversation. This will be true for anybody in the financial services for that matter. So there are risks where you want to weigh in the risks within the framework that you want to essentially extend.
Right, and you think there has to be so I know of controversies that have happened with moments in the past. Like very recently, you would have seen Amul using Ronaldo's face, Nadal's face, I believe, or Djokovic's face, and
Djokovic's picture.
Peter, the organization, they got in touch with them and they told them to take that down, because he doesn't, like, it seems as if he's endorsing dairy products wherein he doesn't. So you think, and a brand like Amul, which would definitely have some guidelines in place and some framework in place, that these are the conversations we want to be a part of and these are the conversations we need to avoid. You think in the rat race, or I won't say the rat race, but in the time, like in the context of chasing that particular moment, like Amul takes a good amount of time to come up with illustrations. It's not something that it happens immediately. So you think that because you are chasing that speed, you miss out on certain elements, and that is not that might not be something which is intentional, but it happens because, like, at that point you think that this is one thing I want to talk about, I want to focus on, and like in that process you might miss out on modalities. Like even I think with the Paytm movement, there were quite a few brands who would have used Cristiano's face on their creatives, which legally he can come and
sue. True.
And I think even with memes, we get a lot of questions from people in comments that, do you think from a legal standpoint, like is the brand safe if they're using a celebrity's face, or if they're using a cricketer's face? Because I know in the past, I think Prithvi Shaw's endorsement team had sued a couple of brands, same instance that he had performed well and brands had used that, and they said that it's a matter of national news, but then Prithvi Shaw has certain brand commitments, so why would a brand want to make use of that? So you think that like moment marketing teams or social teams should again consult with legal and like even look at some areas which are blind spots, like you don't know that it might be wrong, it might not be wrong, it might be legally defendable, it might not be defendable. So you think those blind spots also need to be identified, and that's how moment marketing as a phenomena would become much more evolved and mature?
So I think there are two questions here. I'm going to respond to each, right? So let's address the copyright law safe kind of an action associated with it. By the way, the interpretation of copyright law is an ongoing debate which has existed for the last 30 years. It's not new. As a matter of fact, whether it's the Stanfords, the Princetons, or the Harvards of the world have dissertations around this. And I think it's a very, very tricky law to essentially cater to. Now, there are some broad guidelines, and again, it fits within a framework, but nobody can say for sure unless you go to court and win or lose the case whether that was the right thing to do or not. Now, having said that, with regards to the question around whether you can use the likeness of a person or whether you can use the person themselves. I think obviously a lot of the common sense is just normal for you to say that if you're contextualizing it for the moment, that may be true without a huge brand benefit and without it looking like an endorsement. But if it does end up, flirting with that line and extending towards where it does seem like an endorsement, then obviously that's a problem. Now, again, like I said, the interpretation is left to the courts most of the time because that's a very, very thick gray line and it's not easy to determine which side of the line that you're on. Now, with regards to Amul, and Amul is a great example of utilizing fluid moments quite effectively. They do that consistently. They have a framework. They have a rhythm. Now, out of 52 weeks in a year, and if they're producing 52 pieces of content, I would expect them to have an error rate of about 5%. So that means clearly about 2 or 3 of those pieces may not curry a good amount of favor from people who they're essentially representing, right? So I think that shouldn't stop them from the experimentation. That shouldn't stop them from the creative outflow that they currently have. Those mistakes are bound to happen. You just, take it in the right stride, learn from it, and essentially move on and keep that process quite iterative in that sense. But the bigger question to continuously ask is not just for the relevance of the moment itself, but then mapping the relevance of the moments with the relevance of the brand. And sometimes I see that it's a very, very forced fit, because you're trying to find simple slivers to try and force fit it. And I think that doesn't essentially serve the brand either in the short term or in the long term.
Got it. There's one question in the comments. So Yashank is asking, what are your thoughts on, what are your thoughts about LGBTQIA plus Pride Month wave, what is being explored by several brands in terms of moment marketing? So he's written in terms of implications for moment marketing aims versus brand perception versus reality. So probably he's asking whether brands are just doing it for the moment, or what they say, rainbow washing, or again, they should look at it from that value purpose model that you shared.
So I think something as important as a cultural moment, it's important for brands to be associated with those cultural moments. There's nothing wrong with that. But the question again is, are you delivering on the promise and the purpose beyond just comms? What does your brand act look like? If your brand act doesn't act towards LGBT, like for instance, if you don't have a diversity plan within your organization in order to hire people of different orientations and different preferences, then obviously you're not doing it right. So that means, are you upholding the purpose, and is the brand act matching the brand communication around the purpose becomes extremely key. Because in this woke generation, I have to tell you that it'll get called out pretty quickly. So you don't want to risk that, but also it is the right thing to do. Almost always just lending a level of decency and not using it as just a trend is the very, very embodiment of a brand's protection and embodiment of a brand's personality. So if you're serious about your brand, then you wouldn't use that as a medium for extending your content, but use that as a new purpose that would drive the brand itself. And I think that's extremely key, which is one of the reasons if you see a lot of the content that Dove does within the beautiful umbrella, you will notice that they don't get it wrong. They do it absolutely right, and it's very, very relevant because it's consistently delivering on purpose, and there is not just the brand purpose, but there are product proof points associated with that. So as long as you check those few boxes, I think you're in a good running.
I think that answers your question, Yashank. We'll take just one last question and wrap up the session. And I think it's a very relevant question coming in from Arvind. He's asking, what is the future of movement marketing according to you?
So I think for a very long time, the growth towards trend jacking, news jacking, moment marketing, I mean, they're all synonyms because they've obviously evolved over a period of time. I think the future is going to get a little bit more nuanced, in the sense that we're going to have data for us to know what's obviously relevant for the brand and whether that particular trend is resonating with the kind of audience that they want to essentially reach out to. So while currently I think a lot of the decisions around moment marketing is devoid, I mean, it has some data, but a lot of it is just conjecture. A lot of it is quite anecdotal in nature. Somebody on the agency side, somebody on the brand side feels that this may be the right moment to use. I think there's going to be some method to that madness that will essentially come in. They're now going to ask saying, what's the data around it? Is that trending amongst my audience? Is that trending with this kind of context? And so I think there is going to be some data that's going to be associated with it. my intent is not to say that you're going to always use data with a level of depth, but you will start taking some decisions with those data inputs associated with that particular moment in time. But I suspect that there's going to be more moments. But one thing we have to keep in mind is that what's a moment for, let's say, 10% of the audience who's tuned in today, they may not have even seen what may be relevant for you and me, Hitesh, to begin with, or what resonates with us. And I think that's where the key lies, which is that resonating with the kind of audience that you essentially want to reach out to? So I think it'll move more towards bespoke, cohort-based moments as opposed to these broad kind of moments. And I think the beauty lies in those specific details.
Great. Thank you, Preetham. And I think to add to what Preetham said, and that is the way, like when we go out and speak at forums or events, we present moment marketing. Like we talk about the 4 R's at this point, which is being reactive, being relevant, being being resonant. And the last R, which I've started like implementing in our decks, is being more responsible. So I think that if that responsibility, that 4th R is added into this mix, the future looks quite bright for moments, because it's existed for years. It's just the name it's getting changed. I think the West has started.
And the shape and form changes as well. As a matter of fact, one of the things, Hitesh, and bear with me for another minute, is that I think increasingly social platforms have created the ability for you to be able to create more moments. Like the number of moments that get started on TikTok with the kind of depth that there is wasn't the same thing during the times of Facebook, for that matter. So I think clearly the volume of moments go up, but then what happens with the volume of moments when they go up is that it's also relevant for very specific cohorts of audiences, right? So it's about then tapping into that and having your listening in place effectively for you to know when to partake in one, when it's relevant for your audience.
Right. Thank you, Preetham. Thanks a lot. I think we can have more conversations around the subject maybe sometime later. And
Thanks again for the time, Hitesh.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks everybody for tuning in.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hitesh, and thank you so much, Preetham, for giving us your valuable time today.
Thanks again, Bhavna.
Pleasure. So ladies and gentlemen, it's been going great. And as we are edging towards the end of today's amazing session, we've got a panel discussion and then we've got another session coming up. We hope you all are commenting and tweeting. Do share your thoughts and insights and questions with us on the live stream of SMLive on Social Samosa's Facebook and LinkedIn pages. And you can also tweet us at @social_samosa. A big shout out to our bronze partner, Pixart, and our gifting partner, Perfetti and Les and Jindal Coco. So ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for the final panel of the day. And as we call upon the speakers, we're going to be discussing on a much spoken about subject, which is social commerce plus influencers upgrading ROI game. Inviting on stage are Arindam Das, Head of Digital at Imami, Shrishti Mishra, Senior Manager Digital Marketing at WakeFit, Deepak Agarwal, Founder and CEO at Auric, and Aditya Gurwara, Managing Partner at Chorus, who will be moderating this session. So with this, let's invite all of them to join us. Hello, Aditya, how are you doing?
I'm great, Bhavna. Thank you so much.
Pleasure having you. Hello, Arindam.
Hi, thank you for inviting.
Pleasure. Hello, Deepak, how are you doing?
Hey Bhavna, all good here. Thank you so much. Hope you guys are doing well as well.
Absolutely. Hi, Shrishti, how are you doing? Shrishti, you're on mute. Requesting you to please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Hi, Bhavna. Thank you so much for organizing this webinar.
Absolutely. All credit to the team out there. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'm going to request Aditya to take forth with this panel. Have a great discussion. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. So let's just jump in. I'll quickly introduce myself, a little about me, and welcome to our panel discussion, of course. This is Aditya Gurwara. I am going to be your host for today. Just to give you a small introduction, I have 10 plus years of experience in digital and influencer marketing sector. I am currently working as the managing partner services at Chorus. A little about Chorus. As you might already know, Chorus is an end-to-end influencer marketing platform where you can find the right influencers, optimize campaigns, and measure results using a data-driven approach. Now, enough about me. Let's move into the entire topic for today. Today, we're going to discuss the impact of social commerce and influencers on upgrading the ROI for D2C brands. Social commerce is rapidly growing and becoming a lucrative new revenue channel for D2C brands. The ability to leverage social media and its innovative commerce features have helped brands find new ways to drive sales and influence purchase decisions. to have, and with that, we have three amazing people with us. The first of all being Deepak Agarwal. Deepak is an IIT Delhi alumni with over 8 years of experience with Unilever. Over the last 3 years, he has been working on building Ayurveda for daily lifestyle with Auric. Thank you, Deepak, for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Secondly, we have Shrishti Mishra. Shrishti is a passionate and result-oriented digital marketer with 9 years of industry experience. She's currently working with Wakefit as a senior digital marketing manager. She's handled digital strategy for over 50 domestic and international brands in her marketing career. She is also the winner of the Marketing Innovator of the Year Award at Women Icon Award 2020. Thank you, Shrishti, for being here with us.
Thanks for the intro, Aditya.
And lastly, but not least, of course, we have Arindam. Arindam Das is a digital and growth marketer with 10 years of cross-industry experience across multiple roles. Arindam currently heads digital at Emami Limited with the mandate of digital acceleration on the marketing ecosystem. He has previously worked with many companies such as Airtel, ITC, GroupM, and Madison in different capacities. Arindam is an avid reader and tech enthusiast, something, Arindam, you and I have much in common.
Thank you, Aditya.
So let's not waste time. Let's just jump into it. What I'm going to do, and please, for the audience, please keep asking comments in the question below. You can easily put in the chat box and I'll come back to it by the end of the session. Coming to the first question, and this question, we go in order. Social commerce is picking up momentum lately. With shoppable content, what are the highlights, hits, and misses in the last couple of years? Let's start with Arindam. What would you like to say about this?
Social commerce in India is still in its infancy, to be honest. So it is too early to count misses of social commerce in India. China, I think, is the only market which has kind of mastered social commerce in the recent period. Our social, even in 2020, if we see that our social commerce share is somewhere around 1 to 2% of the total pie of the online sales that we do today. So in terms of hits, I will rather focus on that. This has become a great enabler, especially in a period like COVID. And I think this is the period everything has changed in terms of social and the digital commerce perspective. While the overall organized social commerce in India is just picking up with companies like Miso and Glow Road taking up the mantle to pushing that. But in terms of overall perspective, if you see, unorganized social commerce has actually really taken hold during COVID. I think I was just reading a report while checking the potential of social commerce. Almost 40% of the orders in MSME sector during the COVID period has actually come through WhatsApp, which is nothing but social commerce. So this is something I found very, very interesting. And so one big hit is it has enabled online purchase for people who are not the digital natives. I think that is the biggest enabler that you can have in a country like India, where only 50 to 100 million people who are what we call a digital native know how to use internet, how to use payment ecosystem in a full functional manner, comfortable with English, mostly in metros and or tier 1 cities. So enabling them is a big thing. And I think second thing that has been a big thing for social commerce is making an entrepreneur out of the women folk. I think a lot of the users or the early adopters of social commerce who have become resellers in India, social commerce is primarily reselling as of now. 70 to 80% for most of the platforms have users who are women. So these are the two big hits, I think, enabling digital commerce in hinterlands among the new digital users or the new digital adopters, and enabling entrepreneurship for everybody, especially among the women, I think is the two big enablers for social commerce. Misses, I will see, while India has taken long strides towards e-commerce, social commerce from a structural front has not developed so much, but I think that is changing with a lot of companies coming up, especially after success of Miso in a recent period.
That is actually extremely fascinating, and that's a lot of data points that I definitely need to note. And I cannot agree more because of the entire way how it is in China versus how it is in India. Thank you so much, Arindam. Deepak, over to you. What would you have your thoughts on this?
So, see, in the first place, I believe that India is a trust deficient economy. We tend to believe in when the references and the referrals are coming from people around us. And that is why social e-commerce becomes super relevant and important for an economy like India. Now, the social e-commerce can be, as Arindam mentioned, a reference coming from your friends and family, which is what companies like Meesho and Glowroad are driving in. It can also be the references which are coming from celebrities, which is what TV has been doing it in the last so many decades. It can also be coming from the influencers which are present in the digital world of YouTube and Instagrams, for example. As long as people realize that there are other people that we respect, we follow, we love, are also consuming certain products, it becomes relevant for the follower also. And that's where the social commerce becomes super important for us. I absolutely agree with Arindam that in terms of level of maturity, India is behind China. But at the same time, for me, the biggest miss has been primarily the fact that uh, the transition from a branding led social commerce to a performance and branding led social commerce is yet to happen. At this moment, the view is always that a social commerce, specifically from a celebrity perspective, be it on YouTube or be it on Instagram, is primarily a branding led investment. The moment it is going to convert into a performance led investment, I think it is just going to blow apart, and the trust is going to come in terms of the people who are investing into the architecture and the creatives, that yes, this can bring in ROIs also. I think that is the gap that is many companies are trying to address it in their own ways, and the moment that is going to become a foolproof solid engagement, I think we are going to cross the barrier and reach the scale of China very soon.
I think that's extremely fascinating because as we also do a lot of influencer marketing, we've seen that entire shift from branding and awareness versus going towards performance. And that big key layer of performance, which people are trying to focus on to, will eventually, I believe, grow massively. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Deepak, for that, for your perspective. Shrishti, you come from a different segment of D2C.
Yeah.
Love your opinion. Would love to hear what you have to say about the hits and misses in social commerce today.
Sure. So I will agree with Arindam and Deepak both, so I won't be repeating the same thing. But somewhere I feel that social commerce or the shoppable content on social media is somewhere overshadowing e-commerce, especially in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. As Arindam has mentioned that WhatsApp has become is the one of the major platform in last 1 year. So in last 1 year, we have seen a huge change in user online buying behavior. Earlier, people used to buy cosmetics, groceries, apparels online, but when it comes to a high ticket size item or a bigger volume product, they prefer to go on to an online store. But due to the pandemic, the things has changed completely. Even we have seen the jump in high value products also at a larger space. I can give you a very relevant example. Last year, due to the COVID, when all the industry were at risk except FMCG, we at Wakeford have taken a bigger risk of launching our entire furniture segment. And in 1 year, within a year, we have seen that furniture segment is contributing 20% of our business revenue. So people are preferring buying the bigger things also online, like furniture. And social commerce has emerged as a model of success for non-English speaking audience, which I think was missed in last few years of everyone's marketing strategy, because all the e-commerce platform, they were preferring only in the language of which mass audience are using, but somewhere the local language has been ignored. But with the integration of social commerce, somewhere with the help of influencers, people are able to relate what they exactly they're looking for. They can find it easily.
No, thank you. I think that's pretty fascinating because influencers, be it via WhatsApp or be it via social media, has made a massive impact. And like you rightly mentioned, I think Arindam also picked this up earlier about tier 2 and tier 3 segments and WhatsApp playing an integral role in this entire ecosystem. So then let's go to the next question, which actually is a realm from what we just spoke about. With platforms like Instagram very recently, if not in India, but at least abroad, have launched affiliate for creators. Basically a simple system where they can make a cut of the purchase. As simple as affiliate gets. But considering Instagram is launching it, being one of the largest players in the influencer marketing space, right next to, say, YouTube, what do you anticipate? How do you see changes in the branding versus performance mix, which Deepak you mentioned earlier? So let's start with Deepak itself.
Okay. See, I'm waiting for this launch to happen in India, and I'm waiting to see how the creators are going to respond to it. But whatever my little experience goes in working with the creators in the past, uh, the filters that they use makes it super important for them to have a fixed fee model rather than a variable fee model. If this is going to turn the tides, then as a brand owner, it is going to be a fantastic move for me, because I know that my fortunes are linked with the fortunes of the creator. When we are looking the creators from a distance, we can use a lot of data to understand the probable engagement and hence the probable ROI. But at the end of the day, your numbers actually come to test when the creators actually launch the video. So from that perspective, I am not very hopeful that this move is going to change the dynamics and the economics, because I still believe that creators will like to still go with the fixed fee model rather than with the affiliate model. On the other hand, the micro influencer community, which today is thriving on the samples, they might have a very interesting role to play, because for them it will be a source of income which earlier was not happening. Any which ways the products and the samples were going, and couple it with the affiliate margins, it can actually create a lot of trust at the bottom, which is going to translate into trust slowly and slowly in the middle and the top funnel. Which is where I think affiliate is going to play a super important role in the bucket of less than 100,000 followers.
Absolutely. So I think even with Amazon launching Amazon affiliate, I think this entire segment will play an entire major role. Amazon affiliate is already available in India, but Instagram will also be introducing it. But definitely it'll depend on how open the influencers are as an overall community. Arindam, what would you like to say about this entire thing, especially with actually more data saying that it's already launched in testing phase, Instagram creator segment, affiliate system is already launched in America, and they are planning to roll out the entire thing to Indian market very soon.
So I think this will change the overall ecosystem somewhat. While I agree that we still don't know how the influencer community or the creator community will gonna accept it, at least in India, because we have to admit the fact that overall purchase value in India tends to be much lower than a market like US or a UK. So the similar model might not be very successful in India. However, I still feel there is a lot of potential. There are a couple of things I just want to touch upon on this. So this will enable, in case of while till now, most of the affiliate marketing was linked to app ecosystem in India mostly. So it is bringing that ROI focused model to creator economy, with Instagram being the front runner in this. So that would create a completely different measurement model when it comes to influencer marketing. It will give a performance leg, like already mentioned here. So that would be something very interesting for a lot of marketeers. For me, I am really excited to test this out, how this kind of a direct ROI measurement model works for our brands. If this works, this has a potential to change the creator economy from. So there are two things that can happen for the large influencers. I agree, they might want to stick with their existing model where there is a more steady stream of revenues, and they get those revenues much easier also. But for us macro and micro level influencer, where the engagement rate tends to be much higher. So engagement rate, as we all know, that falls significantly as the size of your audiences go up. That is where I think this kind of a affiliate model can play a very different role. In a way, if you think this is a kind of a rendition of social commerce at scale that you can see, especially when you are talking about key opinion leader in very specific spaces. So that would be something very interesting. So it is a kind of a social commerce and influencers merging together somewhat. Amazon affiliates, when Amazon originally launched the affiliates model, it has kind of had a very good impact on the overall Amazon traffic and their sales. So I am sure that a similar kind of an effect will be there when this gets launched in India. However, this comes with some bit of risk also. I don't know what kind of restrictions that Instagram is going to play. When you do things at this scale, there is always a little bit of risk of unauthorized selling, unauthorized promotion, and those kind of things. I am sure that the platform will come up with some safeguards. But otherwise, I'm really, really excited that how this could bring a performance angle to a generally a brand.
Definitely, because it's going to really change the market up. As in, of course, like both of you mentioned, it depends how the influencer reacts to this entire model, but I'm sure it's going to play a key role in the entire segment of overall influencer marketing gambit. Shristi, if I could have your views on the same.
So actually, what I believe is launching affiliates for creators is not only going to help the small creators to make a living, as Deepak has said, for the micro influencers, but also it's going to help the brands to showcase their products and service in a more consumer friendly manner. And it will also generate the sales also for the same at the same time. But while I was researching more about this Instagram affiliate program, the process which I get to know is that influencers can just the creators can just sign up for the new affiliate program, and in which they will then enable them to choose the products and available on the app to add to their post. And if users tap through on those posts and go on to make a purchase on those particular website, the creator will get a commission. So from influencer perspective, it's going to be a really like good deal for them, because without doing any negotiation or legwork, they can put their incentive in place. But from brand perspective, I believe there is a risk, because the brands won't be having any control on who is going to put their who is going to say what about their product. So I think if once it is launched, it's full phased, and if the, Instagram will put some restrictions that okay, brands can allow which creators can promote their brand, then it is fine. Otherwise, it's going to be a big risk as well.
No, actually, because you might somebody might promote your brand who might not have the same tonality or brand language as the brand itself. So that could put a question mark. I think a lot will happen as we go forward and we actually this place enters India. And I'm sure when brands are open to this ecosystem, we'll have a lot more answers in this space. But it's always awesome to hear your opinion on these things, because this is the future, right? Which comes into my next question. And Shrishti, let's start with you itself. What trends are you anticipating in MarTech overall, marketing technology, or tech overall towards social shopping?
Okay, so marketing technology nowadays is a key part of any business marketing. So to provide a constantly better experience for shoppers. So integration of technologies like AR with social commerce allows shopper to visualize certain items on themselves and socially feedback through social media tools and take a buying decision. Marketing tools and platforms also help the brands with better personalization, detailed analytics, and accurate reporting of their social commerce. As an outcome from this, brands will be able to understand what forms of social commerce is working for them and its effectiveness. Consumers love to consume the content when it is personalized to them. So not directly to social commerce, but we have tried this personalized content and the AR with our business, and it has really worked. So for social shopping also, AR is really working well.
So AR plays a big role itself in this entire MarTech space. Deepak, what would you have to say about this?
So keeping the marketing technology domain limited to the social commerce, I think what I'm really looking forward to is how the influencers are going to be partnering together with brands to create different sorts of marketing experiences to the end consumer. Now, if I just take an example, one way was you use the celebrity or the influencer or the creator and his or her platform as a distribution engine. The second one is what is now already happening for the last 1 year, that you take the creator, take the usage rights and promote it on your distribution platform. The third thing, which is going to be an important driver, is can the creator make the content and promote it, boost it on the Facebook and Instagram through his or her own distribution engine. I think this is something that is very much prevalent in Twitter, which is slowly and slowly going to find its relevance in India on Facebook and Instagram also. The moment these three things happen, then we will be able to unbundle the entire creator economy in different ways. Do we want their content? Do we want their distribution? Do we want their content and distribution And do we want them to put our media money behind their content and distribution? In my personal opinion, apart from what Srishti just mentioned around bringing the AR to the entire shopping experience, if we can unbundle this entire creator economy, it is going to unleash a lot more trust in the minds of the consumer, and it is going to help brands target the way they would want to approach the followers.
No, definitely. Arindam, what I would love your views as well on this.
I think one, two, three big things that I think going forward is be very, very important when it comes to especially MarTech in relation to social commerce. Across all platform, product discovery and shopping flows is gonna be enabled. And we are seeing that with Instagram launching affiliates platform, TikTok also launching some kind of a shopping platform, shoppable video, shoppable platforms in US. Other platforms will gonna follow suit, and that is, I think, is the most exciting area that is going to come in terms of MarTech. So, but it will not. There will be a further blurring between a brand or a promotion activity versus a activity which is primarily driving your sales. So that would be a major change. Apart from that, I can see from my end some of the new trends that globally has caught up, but it's still not in India yet. Those things coming. So, for example, live shopping is something that is catching up in the markets where social commerce has taken hold. Again, I will go back to China because I think this in this area we are much closer to China versus we are to in US in terms of our demography, the way our overall ecosystem works. So live shopping is something that is taking China by storm. So after social commerce, so that is something most likely to come. AR, Shrishti already spoke about, and I'm sure this is gonna be a big thing. Enablement of because most of this is happening in tier 2, tier 3 cities, vernacular and voice will play a very important role. So you can expect in going forward more and more platforms offering vernacular voice based solutions as a supporting tools in terms of how you can interact with the customers. Some kind of an automated chatbot in vernacular is something I see coming very soon. So these would be the primary changes. And also specifically in the social commerce space, like I said, in India, the overall social commerce is primarily on the reseller model. Rest of the social commerce models is yet to basically take hold. So those are the things most likely as the overall ecosystem goes and matures and strengthens, those kind of things will most likely come. So group buying and those kind of solution that has become popular in a lot of markets most likely take hold in India as well.
No, definitely. If I may just pick on something you said about live commerce in China, and while they had entered India and a lot of apps, as you're aware, got banned.
Yeah.
But at the same time, what's very interesting, a lot of counterparts, even in the live commerce space, have popped up in India and are growing. Not just short form platforms, but even live commerce platforms have significantly grown. And let's see how time will tell, of course, how that comes up in the entire Indian ecosystem market. Coming to our last question, so please take your time in answering any of these questions. This last question: how will scaling in India 2.1 look like? What would be the strategies and challenges be? Any hunches and experiments you plan to try, if you're happy to share, or anything that you think will happen looking at India 2.0, and the growth towards the Indian penetration market, internet penetration. I'm so sorry. Let's go with Arindam first.
So the overall internet ecosystem in India is at the cusp of a change. So the first set of users who have came into India is people like you and me. People who are comfortable in English, they don't any problem with any kind of a technology. At least they know how to adapt to that technology. So that is a certain kind of user base we have. So if I take a very analogy, and a lot of people are from 90s, so most likely will relate to that. See, when television came to India in 90s and in early 2000, a lot of television shows used to be very progressive. Because the television at that point of time, especially the cable television stars and Z's of the world, used to be catered to people like you and me. Over time, the television and a lot of lament you will see in social that why Indian television has shows like Nagin, which is the top rated shows nowadays. So the reason is that the overall consumption pattern of television changed. It has become more massy, it has gone into hinterlands, and by bulk now 70% of the consumption of television happens in hinterland. The internet today is at the same stage in a way in terms of consumption wise where television was in early 2090s kind of thing. So the entire internet ecosystem is gonna change. If you see three things that is driving or will drive Indian internet ecosystem, especially um, digital for Bharat, if we say so, is basically video, vernacular, and voice. Video is already here thanks to Geo. We have extremely cheap data, one of the lowest in the world, a high-speed connection. Uh, Vernacular is something that is already started growing. A lot of vernacular adoption is happening. People are giving solutions in vernacular, and it is gonna grow. Voice is the next frontier. I think that is something that is coming. So that will enable the next set of people. So I was just reading some study because as a part of the job, we need to keep studying that what is the next trend in the internet. So rural internet penetration, though still at a meager some 28 to 30%, it is growing at a 2.5x versus the urban internet penetration. In next 5 years, almost 70% of the new users nowadays is coming from rural market itself. So in next 5 years, it would be a 60-40 ratio towards the rural and the tier 2 cities, not the urban, which is currently the stage. So this would be very, very interesting to see how this overall ecosystem changes will take hold. Things like localized content creators is emerging, and they will gonna be have the space. So for example, if you see TikTok is taken India by the storm. I think one of the reason it has also helped is that people can relate to it much easily. See, as the overall ecosystem grows, the ease of creating content actually goes down. So to create a content for YouTube, you will have to have some kind of video equipment. You need to short, upload. You need a computer most likely to edit the video. When it came to Facebook, it has become comparatively much easier. It becomes more. When it comes to TikTok, everything is enabled within the app itself. You just need a smartphone and download the app. So as technology grows, people who are in the hinterland who does not have so much access to technology, they are going to come in more and more. So the consumption pattern will change. There will be more localized consumption, more social commerce versus e-commerce. So those would be the major change that will be coming in the I think next 5 years. That is something that we are gonna see.
Definitely. And I think it's very fascinating. Like you mentioned, a lot of us have been exposed to the internet maybe via a computer or a laptop, whereas today's entire generations and generations of people are being introduced to the internet via their mobile first. But that itself is powerful, is very powerful. And again, like you said, we have cheap data, so penetration is becoming deeper and deeper. And of course, Reliance recently spoke about their new phone that's coming out alongside Google, and that might increase the penetration or at least make it faster. Deepak, I would love your views on this.
Sure. So borrowing some of the things that Arindam mentioned, I think going back to your question on penetration, every single brand needs to have their vernacular strategy in place. That for me, because is why it is so important, is because even the internet penetration or the mobile penetration is going to happen in the hinterlands of Bharat. And if that is going to happen, we need to make sure that the discovery and the access, both of them for the brand, happens with the people, with the economy, and that can only happen if you are bridging the language barriers. And therefore, if any brand needs to look at their strategy for the next 12 months or 24 months, I think vernacular needs to figure out as one of the top strategies. And that, in my opinion, is the first important driver of penetration and digital 2.0. The second thing for me is going to be around the conversation commerce. While video commerce is something that has shown its benefits around the world, specifically in China, I think in India, what has been slowly bubbling up is the conversation commerce. And I would be really interested in knowing how the partnership between WhatsApp and Jio is going to translate into the entire Reliance shopping experience coming on WhatsApp. And that for me is going to be super important driver, because there are a whole lot of communities that are on WhatsApp. There are a whole lot of conversations that are happening on WhatsApp. There is a whole lot of trust that has been built on the WhatsApp in the last few years, and that is waiting to be monetized. And it can only happen when the commerce angles gets infatuated along with the WhatsApp. So that for me is going to be the second most important driver of success. The third and the final one is going to be a combination of the video commerce as well as the group buying. And this is again going back to the television era, where there were, and still there are, channels which are dedicated to tele shopping, right? Those things have been tried in the past in India also through the digital mediums, but it has somehow not been successful for various reasons. And therefore, I personally believe that tuning into a channel only to listen to a creator to buy a product requires a huge leap of faith. And that is something that I'm really looking forward to, because the moment that happens, the entire economy will be creator-led economy. And then the events that Arindam very well described is going to be super helpful, because what TikTok has proven is that there is enough creative talent present in the hinterlands of India, right?
Definitely.
And those people could not be present on YouTube in the past, primarily because they found it difficult to create their communities because of the changing product that YouTube had as compared to the instant gratification that TikTok offered. Now, just imagine that there's a lot of creative talent, which they know that they can monetize it by just being part of the tele shopping agenda of video commerce. If these two things can come together, I think this economy is going to become a perfect creator-led economy. And these are the three things that I'm hoping for as part of the 2.0 agenda.
Well, that's amazing, because the more we go into the creator-led economy, the more social commerce comes in and plays a key role in this entire ecosystem for any type of brand, to be honest.
Correct. Absolutely.
Maybe one day even Mercedes will sell like that. But
hopefully.
Coming to Srishti, what would you have, considering especially your product and diversification of your products are also very different?
Yeah. So I completely agree with Deepak's and Arindam's statement. So recently I was going through a study which says that India is estimating 1 billion internet users by 2025, mostly mobile users. Every 9 out of 10 users from this will be a non-English speaking consumer. Every 2 out of 3 are people who don't use online transactions yet. So the reason for this lack of inspiration and content in their own language that can help them to make an informed choice. So the major change or the strategy which is going to work for the brand well will be vernacular content along with the influencer marketing. So this is completely based on my experience. We have started influencer marketing somewhere around like 2019. And in last 2 years, I worked with more than 250 influencers. And just to bring in the change in our influencer marketing strategy, we have started working towards the vernacular content based on the audience reason. So as a result, we have noticed a big change. So selling a shirt within a vernacular content might be easy, but selling a sofa, selling a mattress online is not that easy. But really vernacular content has worked for us. The second change, what I felt will come in with, people now believe that if we hire a big brand ambassador, a well-known face, then it's going to help for the brand. But based on my experience, what I felt that micro influencers are going to give bigger ROI than these bigger well-known celebrities. So where we have seen with celeb campaigns, we have seen the ROI of I think I can say 2x or 3x. It's hard to believe, but with this micro vernacular influencers, we have seen the ROI of 60x also. And the best part is that the campaign which we did 2 years back, that is still helping our business. So this is the biggest change which is going to happen in the next, like India 2.0.
Shrishti, you are sitting on a gold mine if that is the ROI that you're promising. I need to connect with you after this panel discussion.
Definitely, Deepak, we have seen this with the micro influencers.
Okay,
awesome.
Cool. Thank you.
I think it's pretty awesome, because micro influencers going forward, we actually get to see the entire gambit of micro brand ambassadors coming in versus a single brand ambassador looking at the entire country, which, as we've seen, data prove is not going to work. But of course, different regions, different languages, internet penetration is going to become really interesting. We're a little short on time, so I'm just going to take up 2 questions that I have in front of me. And first of all, this is coming from an anonymous attendee, so that I can't help that. What are the influencer affiliate risks for brands? In the entire influence, and this is my perception of this question, what is the risk that brands look at when working with an affiliate system model? Arindam, would you like to take that on?
The model as on now, how Instagram has defined the model, it is not yet in India, so we don't know the exact safeguards. So you have to, as a brand, you need to register to enable this, and then any influencer can effectively take your brand if is authorized by influencer part of their initial beta or maybe the full-fledged rollout, and they can start promoting your brand and they will get a commission. So out of the sales if they're able to drive. So one of the biggest thing, and I think Deepak has also touched on that, and Srishti has also touched on that. The problem is that you don't have a lot of control how he's going to sell your product. What is the product promises he will be making, which might or might not be in sync with your product promises. So that is, I think, is a big area of concern
as well.
So that is something would be an area of concern for a lot of brand advertisers. For example, we have brands like Zandu, which are in the space of quasi-medicinal space. So product promises is very important for us, and I am sure it is for any other brand who are trying to solve a problem-specific products. Not so much for a traditional beauty brand, so much maybe, at least until and unless it is a complete mis-selling. But for brands which are in the problem-solving space, that would be a very big concern area. What is the promise that people are making to sell their product?
Thank you, Arindam. I think we have time for one more question. I'm going to just throw it out there, and I think Deepak, Srishti, whichever one of you want to answer this one, it's all yours. So in the current ecosystem, not future, but current ecosystem of social commerce taking place in India, which is active on YouTube, how is the entire market working currently? Or is there something currently any of you have done that you have faced in the past? Srishti?
Yeah. So I have done a lot of influencer marketing on YouTube, and I think this is really going to be currently also it's working really fine. And this is, people say that we have as any of the marketer, the top to bottom funnel is the biggest approach which they go through. But I believe that whatever influencer marketing we did on YouTube, that has covered the entire top to bottom funnel completely for us. So from reaching out to the new audience, bringing them to the website, and immediately converting them also. This is really working well.
Thank you so much, Srishti. With that, I think we're short on time. Thank you so much, Srishti, for being on board with us. Thank you, Deepak, for giving us your time. Thank you, Arindam, for your time. It was great to have you guys here, and it was amazing to learn from you guys, and maybe we can apply these going forward. I think one thing which we all can agree is we have really exciting times ahead. And it's going to be a lot of learning, a lot of testing, but I think it's just going to, MarTech will keep changing the ecosystem for the better. And of course, brands and agencies and influencers will have to adapt to the entire growing ecosystem. With that, thank you so much for having us. Thank you, Social Samosa, for doing this. And Bhavna, I think I'm going to give it over to you, back to you. I'm Aditya from Chorus.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aditya. Thank you, Arindam, Deepak, and Srishti for joining us today. What a wonderful panel discussion that was. We couldn't have expected a better conclusion in terms of the panel discussions today. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, guys, for having us here. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.
So ladies and gentlemen, we've got another great session coming up, a standalone session for the next few minutes. So before we move to the next session, here's a reminder. Do check out Social Samosa's new initiative, Wood presents India's Best Marketeers and Planners, an initiative dedicated to madmen and madmen who make it happen. You can find more details on this on socialsamosa.com. So just go and visit the website and you'll find all these details. And before we we near to the end of the sessions, here's also a shout out for all our viewers. Thank you for tuning in and helping us complete the conversation. SMLive and Social Samosa owe it all to you. A big shout out also to our partners coming up after this. But before we go, we have the final session of the day we've been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to have on stage Ravish Jain, Country Head India PixArt, who's joining us as he shares with us top 10 trends on Instagram and how to apply them. So for all the Instagrammers out there, this is the session to watch out for. Over to you, Ravish.
Thank you, Bhavna. Hi, everyone. Yeah, hi. Hi, everyone. And I was just listening to the earlier session, and I think it was fantastic regarding influencers. And the topic on which, I'll be talking about today would be, how, what are the top 10 trends on Instagram and, how we can apply them in our daily lives. So again, thank you so much, Social Samosa, for getting me on in this panel. And I know it's a little late, so I'll try to be fast and wrap it up quickly. And just a quick intro. My name is Ravish, and I work at PixArt, which is one of the largest photo and video editing platform with over 1 billion users and about 150 million monthly active users globally. So let me start, my session today for, top 10 trends on Instagram and how to apply them. So first one, which I have seen is, social causes, which drive content. So this trend aligns with carousel posts and, informational memes, with social justice movements coming to the forefront of social media conversations. Creators and activists are taking to Instagram to share information and stories that were not commonly told to mainstream media. This helped create online communities and offline movements beyond just trending Instagram posts. Second is going live. Like we are live on Zoom, but yeah, going live on Instagram isn't just for influencers. We are seeing more and more users, brands, and community groups connecting with their friends and family on Instagram Live. The feature creates more opportunities for direct engagement and interactions in real time. Think about it. So, you can have, you can host a video for your yoga sessions, online from your phone via Instagram Live, or maybe like meditation session for your friends. IGTV, which is, the third trend, which is there and very popular now in India and globally. So, it's been here for a while now, but due to COVID, IGTV grew in popularity, which, had users look for a way to share more long form content on the platform. Instagram has made it easier to share and discover IGTV content, incentivizing creators to save their lives as an IGTV. Videos are now easier to create and edit than ever before. You can use our PixArt video editor, and even better, now you can upload both horizontally and vertically videos on IGTV. The next trend is, on scroll and shop. So there are so many ways to shop on Instagram right now, and gone are those days of just using Instagram for product discovery. Now with shoppable posts, story stickers, and other e-commerce features on the platform, we can expect the Instagram shopping trend to remain popular. Instagram has really mentioned rolling out new features, shopping features like Instagram shops, Instagram live shopping. And the other trend which is going on globally is the guides in Instagram, which are the new way to make recommendations. So Instagram guides are the latest visual tools supporting the shift towards microblogging. This is what I think was discussed in the previous session as well. So beyond just trending Instagram posts, we are already seeing brands and influencers using guides as a way to give recommendations. This is a much more comprehensive feature than what's been available in the past. Typically, users would drop information in post comments, on colorful Instagram stories, or on story highlights, but now they're able to keep all the information in one organized place similar to a blog post. The another thing, which is trending is authenticity over everything. So, by that I mean that, influencers, it started all with influencers, but now we are seeing it all over the users and the brands. You must be seeing and hearing that users are asking accounts with a lot of likes and followers on Instagram to use their platform for good and to be transparent in their values and operations. In response, brands and influencers are taking to Instagram to share their information to their values, stance on social issues, and influencers are taking to Instagram to support more and more of the social issues which are going on. The ultimate goal of these authentic posts is to create a sense of trust and understanding between consumers and brands. Then we are also seeing a lot of trend for cross-platform posting. And it's now very common to find OTT apps videos, Twitter screenshots, and Giphy GIFs in trending Instagram posts, right? So users are asking themselves if content is relatable or laughable, then why not to share or with their friends on Instagram? At the same time, Instagram is also rolling out new features which are quickly continue to compete with the outside platforms like TikTok. Either way, we are also seeing an uptick in Instagram content under the hashtags category, like hashtag Twitter. And then the other thing which is very much trendy is the carousel posts. So carousel posts get users to stop mindlessly scrolling and start engaging. Gone are those days, of sharing multiple photos like photo albums on Instagram carousels. Now it's all about telling a story that can be educational or inspirational. Whether you are explaining a complex topic or trying to drive deep into a concise idea, Instagram carousels have evolved into a great storytelling tool. Luckily, it's so easy to make creative Instagram posts. And one of the newest takes on this top Instagram trend is the use of carousel posts. And the next and the biggest trend which we are seeing these days is in terms of reels. So, we have seen the popularity of reels in 2021. And in fact, trend spotters are expecting Instagram reels to be TikTok's direct competition in this year. And, we'll be keeping a close eye on how, reels is taking up. And last, the last trend which we are seeing in Pixart is about branded AR filters for Instagram. So, so much more than Instagram filters, branded AR filters are going hand in hand with the rise in the Instagram shop experience. The filters are seen in Instagram story trends as they allow brands and influencers to create a fun and personalized experience for the consumers that go beyond shopping. So how to make your own trendy designs? It might feel that there are a lot of trends, a lot of Instagram trends to wrap up your head around in 2021. But if you're wondering how to make your own trendy graphic designs and apply all of these top Instagram trends on your own feed, on your post, well, we have one word for you, which is PixArt. Whether you are on desktop or editing on the go, PixArt has everything you need to make the latest trends come to life on your account. From photo to video editing tools, you can edit all of your content in one place, easily resize images for Instagram, and PixArt also even have pre-existing Instagram templates to help you get started on everything from now the trendy story to carousels or reels or the field posts which we have. Definitely, you should check out PixArt on Instagram the next time you want to have more and more trendy Instagram post inspiration. And now I'd like to play a small video to quickly show you how our video editor works and helpful for various influencers, marketers, creatives, people who keep making creatives, sellers, and many more. So can I just share my screen for a minute? Yeah. Yeah. So that was it from my end. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ravish, for that wonderful discussion you had. Definitely a lot of takeaways on all the trends, and the audience must have learned a lot. So thank you once again, Ravish.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what a fabulous day this has been. And with this, we conclude the 5th season of SMLive. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you to all the viewers once again for your support. Thank you to the speakers for sharing in-depth insights and recent trends. And finally, a big shout out to the team Social Samosa for putting up a great day of knowledge sharing sessions. We'd love to see more and more love for the team at Social Samosa. So keep typing in if you loved the session out here. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, I would also like to give a special shout out for our bronze partner, PixArt, and gifting partner, Perfetti and Les and Jindal Coco. So ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bhavna Bhatia, and on behalf of Social Samosa, I'm going to be signing off for the day. Once again, I'd like to wish you all a happy World Social Media Day. Thank you and good night. Stay safe. We'll see you on the other side with much more engaging events. And thank you so much for all the love you've given us today. We can see a lot of comments coming in right now. Thank you once again, and we'll see you very soon.